Good morning, Tradeify Nation, and welcome to another edition of Tradeify TV. It is Wednesday, September 10th, 2025. It is 60 minutes before the New York opening bell, which means it's time for us to get you ready for your trading day. Guys, we have an outstanding show for you today. Selling Rips will be joining us here in about 40-ish minutes or so, and then Coach Tank will be on shortly thereafter. It is an outstanding show. You're going to get some knowledge. You're going to get some tradertainment. It is going to be outstanding. I cannot wait for today's show. But before we do that, it is White Tea Wednesday here. We're still, I noticed Miriam and I didn't even coordinate this. We just, it's almost automatic at this point.
We just showed up.
But I'm sure if and when Nick stops by, he will approve. Although I don't know what our guests are going to be wearing today. And it seems Tank loves to wear anything other than white just to piss Nick off. So we'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, let me introduce my co-host here, I can't say the man, the myth, the legend for you. I guess I can. I mean,
I'm one of the boys.
It is what it is. But Miss White Tea today, and certainly the Matcha Mommy, and I'm not going to say Slayer of NQ. I'm just going to say you make the NQ your bitch most days, because I think that's a little more appropriate.
I like that.
Miriam, good morning.
Good morning, Matt. Oh man, good morning, Tradeify Nation. Happy Wednesday, happy White Tea Wednesday. We're here representing for Nick, who is on vacation in Greece. God knows what he's doing, but we're going to update the P&L to reflect that. Actually, I think we already did. Tempted by sirens there.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. Drew's going to have a lot of fun with that this week. So we're looking forward to that. And of course, we have our guest Rips on today. We're super excited to interview him as well. And Coach Tank. So we'll have a packed day. It'll be a great day. We just had some news that came out. So we're going to go over that and the data and how we're going to trade today. Okay. We're still pushing all-time highs, guys. So where do we go from here? Who freaking knows? We're going to go over it. But before we do all that, let's do the market wake up. Alrighty, let's go over the charts here. So as per usual, I have NASDAQ on the left here, ES on the right. Man, ES is just pushing. We are making all-time highs here in the overnight session. Now, of course, we have not opened the New York session yet, so technically this is not currently a cash hours all-time high, but it's very likely we will open with an all-time high here. But I'm going to go over the NASDAQ here because we are pushing. We did have just this PPI news come out. And Matt, I don't have the numbers in front of me. We'll go over that in a bit here, but it looks like, we're pushing higher here. So in terms of what we're looking at today, NASDAQ, like I said, is pushing into a supply zone here. Now this supply zone comes from, it's a 4-hour supply zone that comes from the 13th of August. You guys can see here, we pushed into these highs here. We're really sitting at this 24,000 mark. So this is going to be the next final boss. I mean, you guys can see we're literally in all-time highs at this point. So now the question is, if I go back to the 4-hour chart, can we clear this high, right? This high right now is sitting at 24,070. And right now, we're really just pushing right into it. So if we can clear, if buyers can really push through this, I mean, we're going to be sitting in no man's land, right? It gets a little tricky trading all-time highs. We obviously dealt with this back in August. So, we're going to have to see what we get here. Typically on the NASDAQ, when we push into all-time highs here, I like to look at book maps for levels. Right now, the 24,045 area has a little bit of sellers there. Sellers just also stepped in at the 24,030 level. So we're going to see if we can clear those sellers. There's a decent order block there. And again, I don't know if it's real or fake, and we'll figure it out. We'll see when we get there. But 24,030 is going to be that level that we might bump into for some resistance. But that being said, I don't really see anything else on the board currently to the downside. 24,000 likely will be an area of support, which we are coming into right now. Otherwise, I don't really see much below that. 23,970 is also a level to the downside on book maps here. But yeah, here we are. here we are, right? And we anticipated a little bit better price action after these last 2 days with the market anticipating data coming out. So again, pushing further to the upside, I would look for us to clear these highs at 24,070, and then anything to the downside. I mean, really on this 4 hour, I didn't chart this here, but you guys can see a nice little basing candle. So we have some support sitting here between 23,922 to pretty much previous day high, yesterday's high. So let's see if we can, if bulls decide to come back down and retest, that would be an area that I would look for us to come down to. So if we continue below that, I would expect previous day low, yesterday's low, which was a nice area that we actually took longs with Joey yesterday, our guest. And so this is an area that I would look for us to bounce at as well. We do have a 1 hour, let me just put this in here. We do have a 1 hour demand zone as well, right below that. That's also going to be sitting like just below that previous day low, sitting at 23,693, and it's down to 23,652. It's the same area I talked about yesterday, but you guys can see, I don't expect us to necessarily come down here today, considering the bullish move and the sentiment that we've gotten since this Friday's move to the downside. So we're going to have to see, do bulls continue this? Do we come back down and retest these pre-market highs, or I'm sorry, pre-market lows and yesterday's highs, and then possibly get a reaction from there to continue to the upside? Otherwise, I would be looking for pre-market low to break, and then possibly the 23,770s to also hold. But right now, it doesn't really look like bears want to step in yet. So we'll be monitoring this supply area here, like I had mentioned. But on ES again, we're sitting in no man's land. So same sort of thing. I would expect the market to open for us to continue further, make a new cash hours all-time high, and then possibly find some support here sitting at 65.38. You can see that we did tap into that area before we got this nice little dump on Friday. So I would be expecting 65.40 to 65.38 to hold as support, possibly even tap right into this demand zone and bounce right out of it if bulls are strong and want to keep this up. Otherwise, I would be expecting us to break to the downside here. You have pre-market low and previous day high sitting pretty much right at the exact same spot here on ES, 65.26. So I would expect some sort of reaction here. If we do, for whatever reason, break, we could possibly find resistance here at 65.15, and then breaking further, I would still consider this 65.09 area from yesterday to hold as support as well. But we do have this wick, this 4 hour wick to the downside that we could possibly fill if we get some more aggressive sellers stepping in. That wick starts from 65.07 and it goes down to yesterday's low at 64.8975. So we'll see what we get on the futures market today. That's kind of what I have right now in terms of book maps. Let me just see if there are any orders sitting. 65.60 has some sellers sitting there, not anything significant. Really nothing until you get to 65.70, pretty much like right above where we just tapped into there at the pre-market high. Other than that, nothing really significant. Book maps feels a little bit kind of quiet today. So anything can change. And of course, we'll monitor this as we get into the session here. But that's all I got for us. So Matt, why don't you walk us through the rest of futures here?
I just want to make sure before I do that, you did get your caffeine, right?
I did.
Okay.
I was I came into the stream like, frantic, and I was like, all right. I was like, hi, hello. And I was like, actually, I gotta go. Just give me a sec so I can get my caffeine fix. He's like, you just got here.
Yeah, she like it was like a drive-by, like hi, and then she's off the screen. And it was really funny, as I told you, Barry, because usually Mary pops in, a few minutes for the show. Hey, okay, so we got this going on. Yeah, she just came in, like waved and took off.
I was like, hello, bye.
And we hear Drew in the background. It just, Drew usually counts us down, all this, and we don't see Drew. We just hear Drew's disembodied voice sort of floating through our speakers. And I hear within like a minute, I hear, oh, thank God. And then, oh no. So I was like, well, maybe we don't even have a stream today. I don't know, but no. And again, they are ripping up my parents' neighborhood here, and I've seen Comcast trucks this morning. So hopefully the stream, or at least my end of the stream, stays up. But guys, as far as if we go to my
Wednesday, it's fine.
yeah, it's just Wednesday. If we go to my charts here, we'll take a look at gold. So gold continues to respect this, basically this trend line that we've been in all through September, right? I know September's early; we're only about a third of the way through, but we've really respected this trend line, which tells me as gold continues to go up with the indexes. And guys, gold is not the perfect foil to the indexes anymore. There's times the gold is shooting higher with the indexes and vice versa. Gold's sort of its own thing now, but in general, when gold is still rising with the indexes, we're going to watch for potential tops. Now, as Miriam talked about, PPI number came in a few minutes ago, shot us a little higher. We'll see what areas we established. We're I think about 50 or 60 points right now off of this contract's new all-time highs in the NQ. So we'll see where we go from there. But yeah, gold has been, it was a very slow mover from yesterday's close up until today's New York Open, but it is sort of grinding, drifting up. As you can see, this chart has sort of been the perfect encapsulation of Miriam saying about bulls taking the stairs and bears taking the window, because we have a little stair ride up, and then we jump out the window, a little stair ride up, jump out the window, stair ride up, jump out the window, and now we're pushing back up again. But it has been a slow but steady grind up. We've basically gone up about 40 points almost. It's quite a few percent there over the course of the past, at least in September. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We're going to keep an eye on that, the response to, so we had PPI today, inflation data. We move into excuse me, the interest rate decision in the FOMC next week. So that's going to be interesting. Later on in the show, guys, we'll pull up the Fed Watch tool. We'll take a look at that once the markets have a couple of hours to place their bets on that after the PPI. As far as oil goes, oil is pushing pretty strongly off its 61.50 lows. We kind of have anticipated this and I anticipate a little more of a bump today, maybe a move up to 64. Again, there's been some more, a little bit unsettling attacks in the Middle East. So Israel bombed Qatar yesterday, and so people are pretty pissed off about that. But I mean, what the next step is, who knows if there's a next step or if this is just another one of the bombings that doesn't get any follow through. So we'll see from there, but we will be keep a watch on oil. Oil also has some upward pressure on President Trump saying he's going to put additional tariffs on India for continuing to buy Russian oil. So we'll see how that goes. It hasn't seemed to affected them so far, but we'll see where we go from there. But yes, a lot of Middle East / Eastern Russian uncertainty, and obviously that whole region is where the majority of oil comes from, outside of the Canadian oil sands and some we produce locally. But yeah, guys, we're getting back into where geopolitical risk is on the table, so we need to be careful with that. Oil and gold could be among the most affected, so we're going to look there. The Russell, guys, screaming higher on the PPI news. Again, the Russell has been kind of like an EKG over the course of the past basically past 4 or 5 sessions, periods of crazy activity followed by several hours of little to no activity, then a couple hours crazy activity, little to no crazy, a little to no activity, crazy activity. So to me, I would love to see the Russell follow through and make a run back up to the 2410 area. I think if you combine that with the markets going higher, we could get a very, very strong push up. I'm excited, Miriam, because I think the VIX is going to open much lower today. VIX is getting to that area, guys, and I'm not going to put this trade on before FOMC. The VIX is getting to that area where it's good for some. VIX drops, especially if it drops below 14, gets in the 13s or even the 12s. I load up long-term VIX calls. It's an options trade, so we won't get heavy into it on this show. But I'll put it out on my socials when I do. That'll probably be a trade I enter probably next Thursday or Friday, depending on the FOMC. It's only a trade I usually put on once a year, and it's hit the last 6 years. So we'll see how that goes. But I just load up long-term VIX calls, usually 20, 25. It also separately acts as a hedge for some of the other option longs that have in the portfolio. So it's really nice trade, and I usually put it on 8 to 10 months out. So we'll see how that goes. But we'll, like I said, I'll talk about it on the show when I put it on. But we'll I'll mostly do a little thing on the socials for that. But other than that, guys, that's kind of what we're looking at here so far. Across the board. And I think it's going to be a good day, Miriam. I think we're finally going to get some decent movement today. Anytime you get a big move, guys, and I know there's all this pressure, especially in the social media world, to catch these moves, right? But Bluey, I'll put it in the chat in a little bit. But anyway, we're not worried about the first move, right? As momentum traders, at least me personally, I'm not worried about the first move, but we got to move, which means we're either at some point, maybe it's shortly after the New York Open, maybe it's hopefully it's before the show is over. It could be tomorrow. We're going to get either a reversal move or a continuation move, and so I am really excited to see this big candle. I mean, it's a 100-point candle. I was hoping for a little more off of any sort of news that's inflation related, but again, we have major inflation data coming tomorrow, and then we consumer sentiment on Friday leading to FOMC. So we're out of that news vacuum now, guys. So it's going to be there's going to be some piece of news almost every day between now and next Wednesday. I do believe the Fed members should be in their embargo by now. So we won't hear from them until A, the interest rate announcements, and then B, Chairman Powell's press conference next week. But like I said, later on, once the bond markets have been open for a little while, we'll go check the Fed Watch tool and see what's going on with a potential 50 basis point rate cut, because I think that could really spike the markets. But Miriam, we have fought and clawed for our trades this week,
Man.
and I think I don't want to use the E word easy, but I think they're going to come hopefully a little more. They'll be a little more eager to give us some setups over the course of the next 6 to 7 sessions after suffering through these last couple of let's just call it bullshit price action, because that's exactly what it was.
Man, yeah, I sure hope so. I mean, yeah, yesterday and I feel like the day before was just a continuation, or yesterday was a continuation of the day before, and it just, we anticipated it, guys. It's not like it was anything to, shock us. I was actually more surprised that we did get a little bit more movement yesterday. I wasn't anticipating really any type of setups to present themselves. So we did get something, but yeah, I'm ready for, I think coming out of the summer months, I've just been ready for better price action. And I mean, I'm sure I'm not the only one. Like I said, August, I feel like was one of the hardest months in trading for me specifically, but just the summer months in general, they tend to, it's a little bit different in this market, I would say, but summer months tend to be a little bit trickier in terms of price action. So definitely, if you're a newer trader, don't feel like you're alone, or if you're, maybe you didn't do so great these last few months. This is pretty normal. It's pretty normal. And if you did do great, then awesome. You're just, you're killing it in general. So, but yeah, I am really hoping for, yeah, just better movement. I mean, I don't know, Matt, like we're in all-time highs. I mean, we've talked about this before where, it gets a little bit tricky trying to trade in all-time highs. So, I mean, how would you advise a new trader to trade this?
Well, first of all, we don't offer financial advice, of course, but we got that disclaimer out of the way. Now, for me personally, I would love to see, and guys, this is pie in the sky ideal. I would love to see us retrace a little bit of this candle going into the open. I'd love to see us get down, maybe to I don't know if we'll get all the way down to 950. And actually, if we negate this candle, that's a pretty bearish sign. But I'd like to see us retest the +1 standard deviation as more volume and more price action comes in. You're right. All-time highs are tough, right? And I feel like we've talked about it a lot on this show since we went live. Because what do you do? Going long at all-time highs is the actual textbook definition of chasing, right? Doesn't mean it's not profitable. And again, that's the tough thing. And I'm not opposed to a long up there if I get a setup that I like. And again, then do you short at new all-time highs? Literally at new all-time highs, and you're shorting. That seems stupid too, right? So it's one of those weird things that once we make the new all-time high, I'm usually going to just step back for sometimes 30 minutes, 60 minutes, whatever, and just let the market digest that new all-time high. Now, what we're doing here is actually, I really like what we see price action on the NQ right now. We made the high. Now we're kind of consolidating near the top of that candle. It sets up very well for a push back to and above that new all-time or towards new all-time highs. I think we actually came up about 10 points short, but we're right back up there again, right? So I don't know. We're still 40 minutes from the New York Open, so we'll kind of see where we push from here. But yeah, guys, it is tough, but at the same time, we've wanted this movement for a couple of days, so I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. We'll just we'll say thank you, and hopefully we got much higher to tread. But be curious to ask that same question to Rips when he comes on, and I think he's coming on about 20 minutes, a little over 20 minutes, because that'll be a really interesting question to see how various traders do that. Yeah. Chris says 4 years trade. I'm not sure when it's chasing or waiting for confirmation, and you don't until you're in the trade.
Mhm.
Usually. Again, you're at new all-time highs. So am I opposed to going long up here? Not necessarily, but I'm going to be very, very careful. Usually not going to short at new all-time highs unless we pull back a little bit. If we make a run to VWAP at some point in the open, and guys, we have seen this happen multiple times in the past couple of months where we get pre-market news, we get a big run up or down, and it's negated within the first 5 to 10 minutes in the New York Open when the big boys turn on their algos and everybody comes to play. We
Mhm.
talked about the signs over the past couple of sessions that the big money has not participated in the markets. I think that's going to change today and tomorrow. Now, I don't know that we're going to get the huge influx that we want before FOMC, but again, I think we're getting out of this summer malaise, these doldrums of the last couple of weeks, and I think I've said pretty consistently, I think since July, that for me the Fed meeting next week is going to be the event that we look back on at the end of the year and say, yes, that really accelerated the market movement. Because I don't think there's a whole lot of outcomes of that will not push the market strongly up or strongly down. Maybe not right away, but over the course of the next couple of weeks. So I think we're getting out of hopefully this stop and go trading that we've had over the course of most of the year. I think if you go back, we just launched, of course, in May, but if you go back to that, you'll see whole weeks where we're lucky for the three of us combined over 5 shows to take 7 or 8 trades. And then we'll have 3 days in a row where we take 7 or 8 trades combined in one show. Right. So it's been obviously it's been a very slow trading week for us so far. What we both ended up basically break even yesterday. So it's a tough environment to trade because it's so herky jerky. We'll get 2 or 3 days of great movement, 2 or 3 days of nothing. Usually you get like 2 or 3 weeks of great movement. Then you'll have 2 or 3 days where things need to reload, reset. And it's been a year of a lot of chaos when it comes to news between the tariffs, the geopolitical stuff that's been going on. So the more of that we can put in our review mirror and focus on market centric things like interest rates, like earnings, will be, we'll be firing up the earnings machine here in about a month. That will be very, very interesting. And I think we'll start to really move the markets again.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely it can be tricky trading these all-time highs, but yeah, to your point, Matt, you don't want to short up here because that sounds crazy, but at the same time, it's hard to go long because you don't you really don't know when the top is gonna come down. And we've seen this too happen, right? We saw this happen especially on ES here. If you go back to the 4-hour, the same similar sort of thing happened on Friday, right? We had obviously, we had something. I think we had the was it Jackson Hole?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Something happened here.
Yeah.
No. I don't think anything happened here. Oh my God, I'm tripping. Anyways, we had this move down on Friday. But we did, like I said, we pushed into these highs here on ES, and then, we were like, all right, where do we go from here? And we just came all the way back down. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen. I think, bulls have full control until proven otherwise. Definitely levels I would be looking at, if we were to continue further. The thing is, I feel like sellers have kind of fumbled the ball. If kind of,
You've been so mad at the Bears for like 2 weeks now.
I have. They
like,
gave
I
us
don't
a good
know
move
her.
here. It gave us a good move on Friday, and obviously no continuation of that. We literally look at us like 3 days later and we snapped right back up. So it's obviously bulls are in charge here, and the lack of follow through on the Bears is really what's like a little bit concerning if you want to be short, because anything that, like I said, this area here on ES, which was pretty much yesterday's low, that has also been a key area of support here. Obviously on Friday, we came into this, it's a 64.89 area here on ES. We came up to it on Friday after we got this move down, found resistance, finally broke above it. And then you guys can see we found nice support, and we could not break this level. We were talking about this level on Monday. We talked about it on yesterday, and we just could not break it. This was just, we were like, all right, sellers suck. So, we came into it yesterday, and you guys can see we held it again. So really for me, right now we're sitting like pretty much 60 plus points above that area, right? Again, 64.90 is that area that I'm looking for on ES. If at any point we come back down to this area, this is when I'll start to perk up a little bit that sellers might be, looking for us to clear, because I think this is going to be the first final boss for us to get down through for sellers to prove anything. So again, we're sitting on ES like 60 points above that. So I don't necessarily think anything bearish of this setup here until we can prove that we can find acceptance below previous day lows. So again, not to say that you couldn't find any nice short scalps. I wouldn't necessarily be anticipating that unless we break this pre-market pre-market low here on ES 65.26. Same thing with NASDAQ. I mean, NASDAQ feels like it might want to run up a little bit more, but in terms of any sort of move to the downside, I wouldn't necessarily be fishing for shorts. It's kind of one of those where if bulls are in charge, go with the trend, guys, right? Like you can try to find some scalpable shorts, but I think the sentiment, as long as we hold these levels, has to stay bullish. I mean, it's really just looking at the charts here. So anything below this pre-market low here, yeah, you can probably take a scalp down about even 20 points, 15 points or so, but I would be looking for an initial reaction if we do come down here to push us higher. So it's kind of one of those where you want to be, you want to look for the short setups, but at the same time, you got to stay long biased in terms of what the chart is telling you. And again, same thing on NASDAQ. Honestly, it's going to be the 700 level, the same area that we came down to, around the same area that we came down to yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah. So we did make this low. You guys can see at 725, 726. But honestly, like this 700 level is going to be the first area where I would look for us to start looking bearish. And again, we're not even, we're 300 points above that. So is that all going to happen today? Very unlikely, very, very unlikely. And again, these levels I would look for us to hold first. Again, this 924, yesterday's high, pre-market low, like you have all these levels here that are sitting to the downside that we need to sustain above. So unless we can break the pre-market low, yes, I think there's a scalpable short. You could try to fill this wick down, but I don't think we break yesterday's low. I really, really would be surprised to see that happen today. And again, anything will happen. We go based off what the predictions. We go based off probability, not what we think is going to happen. And we just wait and see. But right now, we got to clear these. We got to clear these highs on the NASDAQ, and we'll see where we go from there. We'll be watching book maps. So
to summarize that, especially because you're mad at the shorts today, I think you've said something today, you've basically realized something today that Lil D-Gen realized on Monday night, and yet I've known my entire life, which is the Bears still suck.
Dang, it won't let it go. You just won't let it go.
Oh no, the Packers-Bears rivalry goes back a long time. So yeah.
Okay,
the amount of shit that's going to be talked on this stream. The Bears, the Packers play twice in 3 weeks, but it's not for like 2 months. It's not till like late in the season. So yeah, it's going to be it's going to be fun. So we'll probably have a few side wagers on that.
Yeah. My Bears suck, but can't really speak to.
So do his. Don't worry.
Oh man, Matt. Well, we have a cool day packed in for the rest of this session. So I'm super excited. I'm curious to see what our Swiss Nick is doing today. He hasn't really updated us on anything, but apparently he's being tempted by sirens. So
he's making his own personal odyssey this month. I appreciate that. Yeah. We had the Trojan horse really not part of the odyssey itself, but it's part of the overall arc. So we'll allow it. So his our own personal Odysseus is out in the Greek islands, experiencing we need a Cyclops at some point. I think if we can work
this was Drew like prompting AI and just creating this narrative with AI to.
It is. He literally gaslit an AI into thinking Nick was like a Blender created guy. That was really good. I thought he put the dialogue out there. That was great. That was good times. But yeah, then honestly, the Odyssey gets kind of weird at the very end when he gets home though. So I don't know what he's gonna do with that. We'll see. That could get a little weird and creepy, but
a little bit.
Yeah, but that's
we're here for it.
Yeah.
Creepy and weird hasn't really turned us off.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. That's true.
Maybe
I
not the
mean,
creepy part, just the weird part.
occasionally some of us like, throw something out there and forgetting they're on stream or something. I don't know who that would be, but you know.
We don't have to name names.
What's great is that I still don't like that's still an inside joke. I'm not sure many people actually realize
Only the
what you
OGs
said
don't know about
yeah, it was good.
that. Well, guys, make sure that you also, if you haven't already, please like this stream. Make sure that you tap that like button you see there. Make sure you're also tuning in live. If you guys look at your YouTube screen here, if you're on YouTube, make sure that you have that little red dot next to your live icon there so that you understand and know that you are tuning in at the exact moment we are speaking. So maybe a 5-second delay, but not too long. So,
Yeah, and again, guys, Rips will be joining us in about 15 here. He may have a little something special for y'all, so we'll see how that goes. And then Tank will be coming on after Rips. So a couple, an outstanding trader and an outstanding trading coach. You're going to get all of it today, guys. So this is. You don't get this anywhere else. So we appreciate each and every one of you being a part of the Tradeify Nation and being here every single day. We're seeing a lot of new names popping up in the chat, which is outstanding. We love to see that. We love our OGs. You guys are there, and we appreciate you. But yeah, it's really cool to see some new names over the past week or two that come up and that contribute, guys. I mean, we're not blowing smoke when we say we have the best chat in the business, because you guys make this job a lot easier and a lot more fun by jumping in. So we appreciate that. So yes. Nick is on his Odyssey. He will return next week. But other than that, yeah, YT Wednesday. Because I mean, listen, I don't mind it. It's way more important to Nick than it is to us. But I don't want, he'll give us so much shit if we don't do it while he's here, and I just don't want to deal with that. So Nick, we love you. We're wearing the white tees because we don't want to get any shit from you. So.
I don't want to hear it, Nick. All right.
Yeah, no. And I already know Tank's gonna come on with like a black shirt or something just to fuck with him. But that's.
A black collared shirt.
A black collared shirt buttoned all the way up.
Oh man, yeah.
You see, during our thing yesterday when he was presenting, he had a sweater on with no buttons. I was like, what the hell? Like I think that's the first time I've ever talked or seen Tank talk without like his neck and half of his chest exposed. So it was
it's I listen, he keeps us on our toes, and he has a nice way of telling us we're doing something wrong. So I'm not at all like shocked by what Coach Tank does or wears, but I just know it's going to be anything other than a white t-shirt. I am yet to see Tank in a t-shirt. That's actually going to be.
I want to see Tank come on in a wife beater and a trucker hat. Like I want to see that. That's just such a departure from maybe not shave for 3 or 4 days beforehand.
Oh man, yeah, he would be disowned by his family real quick with that one. Oh man. Well, we're here for it regardless. Whatever t-shirt that Tank comes on with today is going to be dropping the wisdom. So make sure you're tuned in for that. But yeah, we got less than 25 minutes here until the New York session. So we put up a poll here. Let's see what everyone thinks. All right, we're thinking 61% bullish. What a shocker. Let's see if we come down today then.
We've moved down to the plus one standard dev band here on good Lord, school bus, fix your brakes. I'm not used to this much external noise when I'm doing the show, because for those who don't know, my dad had major heart surgery last week, and he's doing good, because a lot of you have asked. Thank you. So I'm back at my parents' house for a few days. Actually, tomorrow after the show, I'm heading back just to get things situated, move some stuff around, get him settled in. But I'm actually, this was my sister's room growing up. It's kind of like a mini storage room now. Where my old desks is in, and I'm literally right behind the screen is the window, and so I see it's like really fucking distracting. I don't know how you guys do this that have windows all the time, but like, yeah. And so there's the school bus just came by, which I hope it doesn't need to break suddenly, because if it's so, some kids are going to go flying, which I don't know what that says about me.
They don't have seatbelts on those things either, so.
Yeah, bad brakes. Yeah, they were squeaky. So yeah. So anyway, we are just about 10 minutes away from Rips joining us. Type of dude to cook one egg every morning. Get out of here, KJ. Come on, man. One egg. Who has one egg? I don't even know what that means.
Is that a good thing, or
before the show? Because then my stomach gets bubbly. So we don't need to talk about that.
Uh-oh. Yikes.
Yeah. Pull it. I
Well,
can't pull the shades. It's like the only light I have coming in here right now. So
oh, you don't have like a little front light?
I got this. I got this little thing here. But no, other than that, it's all natural, baby.
Oh,
Which is
wow.
probably not. I apologize in advance for everyone that has to see me like that. But no,
With the
no,
white
no
tee
lighting.
and the bald shiny head. I mean, man,
I'm sorry. I'm
lots,
depriving everybody of.
lots of exposure there. You are the light.
Aw, thank you.
You're welcome. Like to spin that in a nice way,
Yeah,
but
yeah. I'll take that as a compliment because I'm not sure it was meant for
I'll
someone. So
let you think that. That's fine.
we'll go with that. Oh, good. Thank goodness we got guests today.
Oh man, yeah,
Yeah.
we've been pretty blessed this week. We had Brett and Vinny on Monday, and then we had Joey on yesterday. So it's been a good week so far, even with the price action not really giving it to us. So hopefully today is a little bit more lively. Let's say that.
Yeah,
with
and
the-
yesterday after Joey was on, we got in some really good discussions with the chat. About some of the commitment and the dedication it takes to become a consistently profitable trader. And I know we can't do stuff like that for multiple hours every day, but I do enjoy when we're able to break into that a little bit because, again, you've got, as we talk about many times, guys, your journey may be a little different from mine, from Miriam's, from Nick's, from Tank's, from Rip's, whatever, right? But you still have to pass some of the same guideposts. And so I know it can be, I mean, I certainly don't consider us like top of the mountain. We're still climbing, right? We're still working our way up, but it can be frustrating to be walking just the path up to the mountain and look up and see people there, right? Because you want to be up there. But there's certain steps and certain things we all have to get under control to be a consistent trader. And so it's nice to be able to cover that from time to time. All right, yeah. So we're right back in here at the +1 standard deviation. So I think it's kind of decision time for the NQ. +1 standard deviation is also sitting right about halfway of this candle here. In fact, I want to put up a nice little
the highway indicator.
yeah,
That
the
was
highway indicator. Where is my? Where the hell is my box? Where's the rectangle? Here we go. All right, boom.
There you go. Oh.
Boom, and we got our midpoint right there. So yeah, we're right at the midpoint of this candle for you fib practitioners. I think I'm not a huge fib person. I know Brett's Golden Pocket relies on the fib, but I am strongly a believer in at least the 50% retracement area on major moves, especially major candles. We talked about that NFP candle that we got and the structure that we formed off that. And so this is another candle that this isn't going to form, I think, multi-days worth of structure, but it's certainly going to form one today that we could potentially trade the highs and lows and everything. So the highway indicator, guys, we jokingly call it the highway indicator. It's just the VWAP. This is called the VWAP intraday. It's a free indicator in TradingView. The other parts of it are paid. I took it's literally from a course from a buddy of mine, and I took it like 8 years ago, and he's great. You get lifetime access to the things, but I don't have any business relationship with them. I'm not recommending anything like that. But anyway, this is the VWAP intraday, and this is just the lines that go on the chart, and this is a free indicator in TradingView. So
Nice.
check it out.
Yeah, we are rejecting this supply zone that I mentioned here on the NASDAQ. This level that, again, this level starts at this 24,000 area, right? This 24,000 is going to be a key area. It's an area of interest. It's a psychological level. So we did tap into, created a pre-market high here at 24,044, and then we closed this 1 hour candle right below that supply zone. So this is going to be interesting. Like I said, ES is in no man's land currently, so we don't have any levels above us right now. All we have is the data that we got from the CPI or the PPI print. In terms of NASDAQ, again, we have those highs sitting at the 24,070 level. And so this is the data that we have to work with right now. Again, we're rejecting this level, but to Matt's point, we are kind of retracing to this 50% mark of this candle. So we'll see if they hold. We'll see if they decide. I think it's going to be a very interesting open here. I'm excited to get Rips on here. I know he's an awesome trader. He's been in the game for longer than, I know longer than me. I don't know I don't know about Matt, but in terms of his experience in the market, he has a lot. He's also a poker player. So he will be talking about his experiences as a professional poker player and how, that kind of correlates with his trading. We'll ask him some questions on that. So if you guys have any questions for him or you want to gear up anything, make sure you have those ready for him later as well. And again, same thing with Coach Tank, any sort of psychological questions that you want to ask him. So let's see what we get today. Also, we're going to have Lumi on. She has her own segment. We started her own segment this week. So she is going to be coming on right after us. So make sure you guys are stay tuned for that. And she'll be, recapping mostly gold probably and the NASDAQ. So, and ES. So if you guys have been joining her stream, let me know. How are you guys liking it? Want to know if you guys are.
I like it. I caught a little bit of yesterday's as I was getting some other stuff done, and yeah, that's she's doing a great job over there.
Yeah, it's hard running solo sometimes. I know we have Nick doing the London session. Amos does the back testing session on Mondays. But yeah, running solo can be difficult. So definitely show her some love. If you guys have time to stay after the stream, make sure you stay on after that as well.
Yeah, guys, and there is we do this and we expand and we're adding things because you keep showing up and you keep asking for it. So would not shock me if very shortly we're going most, if not all, the day. But you guys can send a message that you want more content by showing up when you're able. I know it's a long day and people have other commitments, but when you're able to be here, when you're able to like the stream, that really helps us. And for those of you that are just kind of watching in the background, make sure you make sure you subscribe so you can participate in the best chat in the business. And yeah, we're really looking forward to the next phase of Tradeify TV, which we are in the process of, and there's more to come. So stay tuned.
Awesome. I see some people in here already talking about how they stay tuned for Lumi. Because of Lumi, I'm trading gold. Yeah, Barney, it's funny because we talk about how NASDAQ has such a chokehold on all of us. And, Lumi had come on the first day, I think it was last week on Thursday, and she talked about how, she strictly trades gold. 90% of the time she trades gold, but sometimes she'll trade the NASDAQ because, it's just... when NASDAQ's bay, you can't run away. I mean, that's just
T-shirt.
Yeah, exactly. Or something that says NASDAQ paid for this, and it's
yeah. You should just get one that says the NQ is my bitch.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, side bitch. Sorry.
Yes. Well, no, ES is a side bitch. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And she knows it too. She's okay with it.
Well, yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
We're going to leave it there.
We're going to leave it there. Yes.
Oh, man. All right. So we'll see. I mean, we're going to do some giveaways too later on the stream. So looks like that's just been confirmed in the back end here. So make sure you're tuned in for that.
Yeah, and I will admit, so far this week, I've been a little lax on the light goals for the giveaways, but we are going to be setting light goals for those giveaways.
I know that's usually Nick's job.
Yeah, he's usually on top of that, and we just sort of defer that to him. But
we're just here to look good. Yeah, he's being tempted by sirens right now, so he's a little preoccupied.
Well, and the sirens, aren't people or women or men. They're Panda Express. They're there's 3 sirens: Panda Express, a lifetime supply of white teas, and
a money gun.
Huh?
A money gun.
And a money gun. Yes, those are the 3 sirens. Well, he's already got a money gun though.
Well, I'm sure he would have plenty more if he could.
Yeah, like a gigantic money gun.
Yeah, just this massive one. Takes 3 people to push the button.
Yeah. You got to tie a belt around it and really pull that trigger to get it going, and it shoots out 10-foot high dollar bills. Yeah, that's.
It's funny. I actually, this was something I was going to tell him, but one of the streams he was on his treadmill, and I think I had asked him what kind of treadmill, or someone had asked him in the chat what kind of treadmill he walks on. That same day, I had a company reach out to me asking if they wanted me to do a sponsorship for them for their treadmill company. I was like, I think you're looking for the wrong person here.
I don't know. I would ask for figures on that.
Oh man. I was like, this is super random, but maybe, Nick could utilize that. So maybe he
Well,
just needs to be
that's
sponsored.
bullshit. Why they reach out to you? What
I don't
about
know.
Nick, who's on it, or me, who clearly needs to get his fat ass on a treadmill? So what is? I mean, come on, man.
You listen, a hot girl walk on a treadmill, maybe that, triggered some sort of algorithms for hot girl walk and they found me that way. So
Yeah, all right.
who
Okay.
knows?
I have my theories. I'll keep them to myself.
You know what? Yes. Oh gosh, here we go.
All righty. All right, so guys, I think we are about to get rips loaded up here in the background. So give us a couple of minutes, and we'll go from there. But yeah, we are about 13 minutes from the New York Open. Nice, decent bounce off the +1 standard dev. I don't trust the markets pre-market enough to trade them yet. But yeah, I think we're going to get some great movement.
Yeah, I think I mean, right now, that area from yesterday, on the Nasdaq, I mean, we really were tapping into it so frequently. I mean, you guys can see on the 4-hour here, this level here at 23,883, 888, like call it previous day high. This same area, you guys can see multiple wick rejections at that level. We finally broke out of it. So this is the reason why I say I think previous day high, this demand zone right here that we're sitting at, pre-market low, like this general area is likely going to hold here. I don't necessarily see us breaking this. I think if we do break this, we could start to look a little bit bearish, but again, I don't see anything bearish on this chart until we can break previous day low at a minimum. I would think the 700 level would be the first real indication of that. But yeah, this multi-wick rejection that we got here on the Nasdaq, again, I would expect some sort of reaction here. I would expect a hold of this level. Obviously, like once we break out of resistance, it tends to become support, and vice versa. When we come to the downside, it tends to become resistance as well once we break support. So I'd be looking for this 23,890 level to potentially hold us until we can find a little bit more feet to push us back up. But right now we still are rejecting this supply zone. So we'll see what we get here in the open in about 10 minutes or so. And then we have rips coming on a little bit later too.
Absolutely. Yeah. Love this candle though off PPI again, just to get some move. There's the last couple of days we've come in and I mean, the last couple of days you didn't just say hello and then ditch us for 5 minutes while you got your coffee. But as we were just chatting a little bit, it's like, oh man, there's just nothing that we see. No key areas on the chart. Like, I mean, you and I, let's be honest, we were both stretching for key levels over the past couple of days, just trying to find anything. And then we get this candle. So it's going to produce movement. Is it going to be tradable movement? We hope so. Looks like it so far. I want the at least the first the orb to get put in, the first 15 minutes of the New York session to weigh in and either confirm or reject this candle, because either way, guys, I think we're going to get some movement today. Again, is it tradable movement? Does it give us a hint of does it give us a continuation or reversal pattern before we get in? Hopefully it does, but just to see some movement today is good.
Yeah, I would definitely want to wait for the first 15 minutes to settle here. We don't have anything really on the board. Let me just confirm here. We did obviously have the PPI news. But yeah, I mean, we have, it's not a red folder news. We have final wholesale inventories month over month at 10 a.m. Eastern. Crude oil inventories, if anyone trades crude, we have at 10:30, and then 11 1 o'clock we have the 10-year bond auction. Again, these are not by any means red folder news. It's just the only thing I can see right now on the news calendar. So tomorrow, of course, we have the PPI or CPI news. I'm sorry. And Matt, you had mentioned that that's likely to be more of a market mover than the PPI.
Yeah, so, absolutely. Paraloco, you're asking about Amos. Amos will be with us tomorrow. So Amos is graciously push his appearance a day to allow Rips to accommodate us into his schedule. They're both busy men, so we appreciate them taking the time out to be with us.
Absolutely. Yeah, still have some news coming out the rest of this week. So we'll see what we get. And I agree with you, Matt. I think tomorrow's news is gonna be um a lot more impactful, I would say. So
We say
waiting
that,
on
and then the market's going to make us both look
it.
stupid.
Right. Then we're
Well,
just gonna move sideways and do
wouldn't be the
nothing.
first time, won't be the last.
Oh man.
That is
Yeah.
an interesting thing, though, with because we talk about having a thesis and looking for a particular setup, like okay, whatever, reversal patterns off the top, bottom, etc., or continuation, whatever. But the traders that have the most success are the ones that can realize that okay, my thesis was wrong, right? I mean, guys, the number of times I've told you here's what I think is going to happen, and the opposite has happened just in the few months of the show, you could fill up a chart with, right? I'd like to think I've been right a lot more and I've been wrong, but been wrong plenty of times. But that's okay, right? Like in terms of having some damage to your reputation based on a false market prediction, like that's only a thing on like CNBC, and they keep Kramer on, so obviously that's not a concern for them. But yeah, guys, I mean, having a thesis and being able to toss that thesis in the garbage, one of these things I see even newer traders who maybe don't have huge followings out there yet. Cream kind of rises to the top in a lot of situations, but we'll make these bold predictions on. In fact, I saw this one, somebody got called out for it last week, making some bold market prediction on social media and then deleting it later when they were wrong. As long as you didn't, I mean, gosh, I cleaned out my Twitter feed when I came over here anyway, but regardless of that, like the number of times where you're going to be wrong on thinking what the market's going to do next is going to be, it's legion, right? Like it's going to happen
Mhm.
a lot over your career. That's okay. It's when you see evidence to the contrary and you still enter that trade on the original thesis that you're going to get burned. But never be afraid to take have a thesis on the markets. Just be ready to change that thesis when you have new information.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, you got to see both sides of it, right? Like you have to stay objective when it comes to the markets, right? Like even, and I say this a lot, but whenever you're in a trade or considering to take a trade, try to get in the habit of asking yourself, what if I were to take the opposite of that trade?
Mhm.
Right? Like if I really want to go short, like for example, this is actually a great example because this is something I would have done like years ago in my trading.
Mhm.
When we came down here, right, we were getting this move yesterday to the downside. And again, it's kind of hard to really visualize this when you're only seeing a static chart. Like when you're actually seeing it happen in real time, it's much different. But we were getting this move to the downside yesterday. And you see a candle like this and you're like, oh my God, I got to short this. I got to short this. And then we started coming down even further. We opened this candle further and it just looked like we were going to hell, basically.
Mhm.
Like it looked like we were going to zero. So, and this isn't the best like interpretation of this. I'm just giving you an example of like when you see moves like this, right? You're psychologically like, oh my gosh, we need a short, we need to go short, right? And then you get a candle like this and a bounce and you start moving back to the upside. But you wanna be considerate of like, okay, what if I were to go short here? First of all, what's my target? What am I targeting as the take profit? Does it make sense to enter a trade with this sort of risk? But then you got to ask yourself, well, what if I took the long? Would the long make more sense to take the long? And again, I'm not saying like in this particular scenario, but you got to ask yourself what's my risk on this trade, right? The same area that we came into yesterday, right, on ES, this was actually the same area we ended up going long, right? And this was on this candle where we were like really going like to the downside. And so again, the reason you have to ask yourself these questions because you have to stay objective, right? You got to be like, all right, I want to see both sides. If I'm actually going short here, what's my target? Okay, well, if my target's only 3-5 points on ES, is that really worth it? I would rather the Bears continue, to prove themselves. Otherwise, I might look for a long here if that makes more sense, which is exactly what we did, right? And again, when you're looking at this in real time and you're seeing like, oh my gosh, we're moving, and then you try to like justify a move or justify an entry, you got to look at the other side and be like, all right, well, is this more of a higher probability trade to continue down, or would there be a possible bounce in an area close to here where we could finally maybe get the retracement up? And that's what we got here. So sometimes you got to just let the move happen, even if you want so badly to ride that train, and just allow for the market to settle and then give you some sort of like idea of where it's going to go next. So, it's one of those things that's helped me in the past to really look at and say like, all right, if I'm actually going to go short here, does that make sense? Sometimes for a quick scalp, sure, whatever. But, if you're looking for a bigger move, you got to ask yourself, would bulls step in here? Or would bears continue to make the move further? So being objective is really important.
Could we just get a ride the train reference in there?
What do you mean?
Come on, ride the train.
Oh, no, see, yeah.
No, okay.
It's not my era.
Wow. That's the nicest way you've ever called me old.
See, I'm just, you never know if it's a compliment or not. So
well, you see, Miriam, so you make a comment like that, then I got to make a comment about your height. It goes back and forth, and the next thing you know, we're battling. But speaking of battles, it's time for the opening bell battle.
All right,
guys. So we are just a couple of moments away from being joined by the man himself, Rips. We are excited about that. He's getting loaded up in the background.
Yep.
Yeah. So once he's ready and we get new word from the back to bring him on, we will do that. Okay, he's given us a thumbs up. So as soon as Drew loads him up in, we will get going. Very excited to talk to Rips. He was our first guest here at Tradeify TV. He's a busy man, so we'd like to have him on. Well, we'd like to have him on basically every day, but we understand he's got a business, he's got some interests. I know he's got things like family and hobbies and stuff. I mean, that's kind of wild in this business, but we always like having him on. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. And I see we're already getting him going in the chat. So let's go with Rips in the chat and let's welcome the man on the program. Rips, how are you, sir?
Rips,
I'm doing well. How are you folks doing?
Oh, we are great.
Market's moving.
Yeah, it is. I ended up taking a trade in my own personal brokerage account off the newsprint. It pulled back a little bit more than I wanted it to, so I ended up taking a loss of $6,375 on that. So starting my day down in the red. I don't know if I'm going to trade for the rest of the day, but maybe we'll have some opportunities. Markets are opening here in about 90 seconds, so we'll have to see what happens.
Man, all right. Well, we're excited to get into it anyways, Rips. It's been a minute. Like we said, you were our first guest here on Tradeify, so welcome back.
Thank you. It was a real honor to be the first guest here on Tradeify TV.
Well, you set the bar there. I mean, you just came in with I hope you have your sound bites and everything ready. So, you inspired us to get ours situated here. So I got my setup ready. So whenever, but I'll let you take it on for today. So
awesome.
We're excited. We're excited. What does your hat say there? What is that?
It's WL. It's Warren Lotus, but it's good for trading because you either win or you lose. WL.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what I was going with.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, we're gonna go over the markets here. So we got that CPI, the PPI move here. What are you looking on? I don't know if you have your charts on the back end.
I don't have them shared right now. I don't know actually. Let me see if I can actually do that. Let me grab that for you here.
Yeah, Drew had mentioned that we can get that, but we're gonna be opening up here in about 3 seconds. Matt, you ready?
Oh yeah, excuse me. Ding ding, motherfuckers. Let's go.
Oh man.
Markets are opening with a vengeance to the downside here. I'm glad I'm still not in my long. That would have been a devastating open for me. I also wanted to hang out with my friends here on Tradeify TV. That should be working now, by the way. Oh my goodness, what a deep cut short.
Yeah. What are you seeing here so far?
So far, order flow is very bearish. When I was in that long, I was watching to see, based on the order flow, I was just watching to see how many cappers there were as we're pushing up. And what are cappers? Cappers are people or algorithms that are adding offers as we're pushing up into price. So what I'm watching for, if you don't have a tool like Bookmap, what I'm watching for is on the price ladder, are those numbers changing? And let's just say that you see like a 1 contract in the offer and we push into that and somebody takes 24 on the tape and that 1 is still there. Well, now you have an iceberg there. So watching for things like that give me clues that this is probably the open that we're going to have. I was holding that long because I thought that before the market opened, we would have breached out of that previous consolidation. I don't know if my screen is, yeah, it is. So this consolidation, I was hoping that we were going to break out of this heavily and we we're going to have a lot of stops position. So I was hoping for a bigger spike somewhere into this midpoint. And that's where my long was looking for a target. Obviously seeing all this order flow that was capping off here, taking that short probably was the better move, but I held through this consolidation. We got that drop. I did do a small ad down here and then ended up closing my trade so I could join you guys down $6,375.
Well, I believe in you that you will get it back, whether if it's today or tomorrow or whenever the case may be. I know you've been in the game for, remind us all how long?
11 years. This is my 11th year of trading. I'm going to be September. I shared it on my stream the other day. It's like September 20th or something like that. Is the full 11 years from when I opened my very first brokerage account. Well, I got approved for trading options at that time.
Oh, wow. What a history to go back on. I mean, well, happy early anniversary for you and your trading careers. So
thank you so much. Doing something for over a decade, doing one single thing for over a decade is ridiculous. I mean, people don't understand how long it is to do one single thing. I mean, you could do something casually. When I say that I started trading 11 years ago, when I started trading, I was locked in Monday through Friday, trading 8 to 14 hours a day because I really wanted to be blessed by that fire. I wasn't one of those people where I was like, oh, I'll trade on a Monday for 30 minutes. Oh, Thursday's around the corner. Let me trade that day. I traded Monday through Friday and I got smoked. I got smoked for about 3 years straight where I'd have big booms and big busts. I'd have huge days and then huge losses. And it was, it's painful. One thing that I always try to preach on my stream is that trading is never going to be a side hustle. It's never a side gig. You can start learning that way. But at the end of the day, trading is something where you have to fully commit to it. And I really get sick and tired of seeing all this stuff on social media about like, oh, you can learn to trade in 30, 60, 90 days. Sure, you can learn some setups and things like that. But I promise you, I could give a newer trader a 90% win rate setup, but they're still not going to be able to master their emotions in that time. And that to me is what the key factor is. And I can hear system traders already screaming out, I'm a system trader. I just follow my system. No emotions. You're still going to have emotions because if you're up an enormous amount of money in a position or you're down a certain amount of money in a position, you need to learn how to manage those emotions and learn to manage that risk.
I know it's wild, but like we literally the last 30 minutes of our show yesterday said almost word for word some of the exact same things, and it's a pet peeve of mine. I've been trading about as long as you, and I kind of come from a little more of an institutional background and institutional education stuff. And 90% of my job, especially when I worked for a brokerage, was telling people, hey guys, this takes time. There's nothing more valuable than screen time. It may take you a year, it may take you 5 to become consistently profitable, and that's if you're dedicated, and that's assuming you're willing to put in the work. But it's nice to have that message validated and backed up by somebody like yourself, where it takes time, it takes energy, it takes a true commitment to the craft. It's no different than learning any other skill that's going to make you millions and millions of dollars. Ideally, you gotta want it, and you gotta show that you want it by putting in the time and energy.
Yeah. And one of the key factors for me when I was turning the corner, finally going from not profitable to basically plateauing in my P&L, winning, losing, but kind of, skirting a line of a flat P&L. Biggest thing for me was turning off that ideology in my brain that said, you got to push yourself, you got to go faster, you got to go harder. And that's kind of the thing that screws you up as a newer trader, is that you'll have a losing day. Like today, I lost $6,375. If tomorrow I make $1,000, I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm not looking to remain like, oh, I got to get back out of drawdown immediately. That's not what I'm looking to do. I'm looking to see if the market's going to set up and give me a good opportunity, and I'm going to trade my nuts off in that opportunity to do my best work there. If it's not a good opportunity, I can't control that. At the end of the day, I can't control what the market does. All I can control is what my interactions are with that market. So if I go into the market tomorrow saying I need to make $6,300 because I lost $6,300 today, it's not going to work out. And in fact, you're probably going to over leverage. You're going to get yourself into trouble, and you're going to do stupid knuckleheaded stuff. So what I try to preach to newer traders out there is stop trying to hit these home runs where you're trying to make $1 million in a month or $1 million in a year, and all this stuff that you're fed on social media. It's just so unrealistic. And the more you push, the harder the market is going to push back on you. The more you kind of flow with the motion of the ocean, the easier it's going to be for you. So what I always tell people on my stream is that try to trade your best for the situation that's presented to you, and stop trying to push your own situation onto the market.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. 100%. You are just killing it with this knowledge right now. Guys, if you haven't already, like this channel and make sure you give Rip some love. He is just dropping the knowledge. We're not even like 5 minutes in and you're just already like throwing it in there. I love it.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah.
Honestly, though, Rips, I'm a little confused. Aren't you supposed to just like make 10 grand in a sim account really quickly and then put it on social media like that was a win?
I know. Exactly. It's ridiculous what's out there, to be honest. And it is, You know, for somebody who's been grinding for 11 years, it is a little bit upsetting sometimes to see that, and people pass off trading as easy. Me, I still wake up with a level of anxiety every single morning. I don't like losing $6,300. I don't know about you folks, but I don't like losing $6,300. And every single morning that I'm waking up and I'm going to head to my trading terminal, there's always the thought of today could be a day where I lose an enormous amount of money. Whatever the amount of money is to you, whether it's $100, $1,000, $1 million, whatever the case, losing sucks. And there's always that level of anxiety before you pull up to your trading terminal of like, okay, today could be an L day, and that's no fun. Yeah. So I hate this ideology of like, oh, trading will eventually get easy. It may become more manageable for sure, but there's no time in my life where I've ever woken up, sat in front of my terminal and said, here we go, it's going to be easy. Never.
Yeah,
that's something I've said before as well. I have some of the exact same emotions today than when I started, actually about 11, 12 years ago as well. It's just that connection between emotion to action is what you have to sever, right? And look at that from a more analytical point of view. But yeah, the emotions are always going to be there. You're talking about a skill that when you master it will change your life. Right. But that doesn't mean the emotions don't intrude every single day. And it's just making sure those emotions don't intrude on your decision making and your overall mentality.
Yeah. One of the worst things for me personally was I was a terrible tilter in my first 3 years where I was so dead set on always ending the day green. Like today, I said probably not going to trade for the rest of the day. I haven't taken a single trade since we've been chatting here. Market's been moving extraordinarily. I could have taken some trades. I don't miss it. I don't want it. I don't need it. It's fine. I want to let my levels kind of reset here so I can get back to baseline because there's still a level of stress when you're in a trade and it's going against you. It's no fun. But at the end of the day, one of the things that was the worst thing for me was that tilt where you'd have a day like today, whether it's $600, $6,000, $60,000, whatever, that you're in the red and you're sitting there and you're like, I got to make this back. I got to do this. I got to do that. And then you're starting to double and triple down on your emotions. And our brains do a funny thing. We start to get out of pocket and we start to be completely and totally irrational. I'm sure you folks out there listening on the channel and our two glorious hosts here have experienced this in their lives, in their trading lives, where you start to do things that at the end of the day, you look back at your trades, you look back at your journal and you start to say, what the heck was I thinking? What the heck was I doing? And the worst part about it is that there's no undo button. There's no undo button for saying, dang it, can I just go back and not do that trade? Because that would have saved me an extra X amount of dollars. Yeah. I'm sure everybody watching has experienced some level of that.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Raise your hand if you've been, targeted by the market in that way, but not also because you're also, like you said, it's a choice to do that, right? Like it's not the market is out for you. It's not, the market makers see your one micro and, decide to come after you. So it's definitely, it's definitely something that you have to manage yourself. And I know you've talked about on the stream before, like how you meditate and you spend time for yourself and really just, do other things outside of trading to really alleviate a lot of that stress, because it's very stressful. It's very stressful. We're moving here to the downside here, by the way, but
this is an extraordinary open. A lot of pressure still to the downside. We did pump up to that in the NASDAQ, at least almost back to those 980s, which was kind of a troubling level in the pre-market before the print. As well as 6550 evens in the S&P. So we are seeing some nice confluence here. The dive in the market is probably, at least in the NQ, is probably being dictated heavily right now by Microsoft, Apple, and Amazon's movement, which are all heavily going to the downside. The only divergence that I'm seeing on my screens is NVIDIA. NVIDIA is pushing up and holding, but it's not an extraordinary push. We're not even trading at the 180s right now. So until Microsoft, Amazon, and Apple start to reverse, I think the NASDAQ would continue to bleed. Targets to the downside for me, at least, would be somewhere in the 920 to 900 range.
Yeah. It's I don't know. In terms of your style of trading, I know you're more of like you get in, you're a scalper. Do you
momentum trading, scalping, order flow, price action, market structure.
Okay. Nice. Do you ever wait for like the first 15 minutes? Are you an orb trader at all?
It depends. So like yesterday, I waited about an hour and a half until I took a trade. I made about $3,700 yesterday in my personal brokerage account. And it was a very small trade, but I waited and I wanted complete and total confirmation on a move. And we had that big drop finally out of the range after about an hour of the open yesterday. Let me show you on my screen. Whoops. Let me show you on my screen here. But yeah, it was this break of this consolidation. We finally got that flush down, this monstrous flush down right here, where I ended up taking that break of these prior lows and ended up just scalping that to the downside there. And I took that trade, very small trade. But again, if I can wait and be patient and get paid $3,700 for interacting with the market for about a couple hours, I think that's a pretty dang good hourly wage. So
I would
very,
say
very
so.
happy with that. But again, it's patience. When I saw the market yesterday opening up, again, I read a lot of order flow. So I'm looking for what is actually happening in the order book and how the tape is happening and how it's coming out. The velocity of the tape matters, the size of the orders, where people are being placed, comparing that to where the levels were in the pre-market or Globex session. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at those things. And if we don't have any kind of displacement or one side sort of rattled, I'm not really interested. And yesterday we were in that really, really tight range until we started to see some displacement up and down. Finally, we got that break. That's the kind of trade that I'm looking for there. So to answer your questions, I love trading the first 15 minutes. If I was not on the show today, I probably would have taken that open short because the order flow was so heavy to the downside. But it's not up to me. The market will dictate what my trades are going to be. If the market doesn't set up, I'm very happy to take a no trade day. They come here and there. They're not very often, but I'm very happy to take a no trade day.
Yeah.
Well, if you just go figure out what you would have made on that trade, we'll have Brett just Venmo you later today. So.
Perfect. No, it's one of those things where it's like, the longer you trade, you could probably agree with me on this. If you've been trading for a long time, one of the best superpowers as a trader is to sit there and literally not give a flying about the market, not give a flying about where the heck it's going to go, what it's going to do, because right around the corner, there's another trade, right?
Oh, yeah. We love it.
I had that posted on my monitor for about 5 years. I'm a reform chaser. So I had it on my monitor says there will always be another trade. And
that's the thing that's so hard for newer traders to realize, because I get so many DMs from people saying, oh my gosh, did you see this huge move today? You must have caught that. And it's like, I was spending time with my wife. I didn't even see it. I look at my chart. Oh, dang, that was a great move. I'm the type of trader where I'm going to be doing my stream in the morning. I stream from about 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern to probably around 10 o'clock. So it's about, a 2-hour stream. Sometimes it extends based on like yesterday's price. Actually, we ended up doing a bit of a longer stream. So sometimes 3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. But at the end of the day, I'm looking to get my movement and then be done with it, because I always know that right around the bend, there's going to be another trade. That's why, like today, I couldn't care less that I lost money today. It's just another day in the books. I'm still very green on the month. I'm still very green on the year. And all I care about is the market going to be open tomorrow? Sure. May it give me opportunities? Probably, yeah, because CPI is tomorrow. But let's just say CPI wasn't tomorrow. I'm always going to be open to the market giving me opportunities. And if it doesn't, oh, well, there's Friday.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing too. I mean, to your point, like you're not sitting there going into tomorrow thinking I have to make all 6,500 or so, whatever you lost today, tomorrow specifically, because the market might not give it to you. And if it doesn't give it to you, then you're over leveraging, and like everything you just said, you're probably going to lose more money. So how would you recommend like a new trader if they did, for example, experience a big loss, something big for them, like how would you get back out of that? I mean, how do you whatever I'm trying to say, like how do you get out of that?
So I think risk management is key, right? Of course, my account balance in this account, I've already withdrawn 710,000. I'm having a balance of 466,000. I started this account with 100,000, withdrew that. So I have about a profit of 1.18 million on the year in this account. So losing $6,000 is a very small amount. And that's because I have good risk management. I'm not trying to bet the farm on every trade. If we have extraordinary movement, like we did in the tariff market earlier in the year, March, April, May, I'm going to start to look for bigger moves, and I'm going to try to capture those bigger moves, but I don't have to use very large size on something like that. So if we're looking at, how do I come back from a day like this? Let's just say that this was a $63,000 loss, like a massive loss that was completely out of pocket. The one thing that I can say for newer traders is it's going to take a while to turn that corner, because what I was just talking about was that, I don't really care that I had a losing day, or I don't really care. How did I get to that point? Was getting to a way where I could see my process working as a trader. So being able to look at my journals and seeing that, okay, my P&L curve goes up and to the right, and that's exactly what I want to see. So I started to have this level of trust in myself where I said, well, it's just a red day. It's okay. Generally speaking, you are going to go up and to the right. It may not be tomorrow. It may not be next week. It may not even be this month. But at the end of the day, you've proven that you have an ability to trade. And because of that, I trust myself extensively that if I miss one trade, I couldn't care less. And that's the hardest part for newer traders, is that you're not going to get to that point until you spend years in the market. So you're going to sit there with that sting, just like I did in my first 3 years. You're going to sit there with that sting and you're going to say, dang, this is awful. I hate this. This feels like crap. I need to fix this now. And that's where you start over leveraging. That's where you start betting the farm. You're like, whatever, I got to get this over in one trade. I did all of these things. And that's why I can so freely talk about it. I did all of the knuckleheaded stuff that got me into a place of losing for practically 3 years straight in my journey. So what do? You just have to pace yourself. You just have to be patient. And I firmly believe that you do have to go through the muck in trading. Like, you do have to go through those days where it's like, you're sitting there and you're like, man, what did I just do? You do have to go through those moments. You do have to kind of hit rock bottom in trading. For me, at least, I think, to make it.
Yeah, no, which makes even less sense that so many people like hide that. Like, we've all gone through that. We all, it's a very difficult skill to acquire and to get good at. Therefore, it's very reasonable that just about everyone sucks when they start. That's just how it is.
Unless you're very lucky. Unless you're very lucky, right? Some people get very, very lucky when they're early on. That was the bug that bit me. I got very lucky in my first week of trading. I made like $30,000 or $60,000 in a day, and I swear to God, the very first thought I had is like, are you kidding me? Why doesn't everybody do this? This is the easiest way to make money I've ever seen in my life, because I was trading a pair, JNUG and JDust. It's gold miners. It's an ETF. Mm-hmm. And I was trading this pair, and literally like I picked a side that was going up, and it just kept on going up all day. And I didn't know that there was like something going on in the gold markets that was extraordinary for that day. And I just picked it, and I was like, this is the dumbest, easiest thing I've ever done in my life. Next day, I try to do the same thing. And of course, you have like the markets going both ways, and you're up and you're down. I'm trying to chase my tail or whatever it was. And at the end of the day, I was like, okay, all right, this is ridiculous. This is just a bad day. Keep on trying. Before you know it, you blow that account and move on. So yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, if you get lucky early on, it's kind of a blessing and a curse. You get the bug for trading, but then also, you're sitting there and you're like, oh, this is awful. And to touch on your point about like, downtimes and like trying to shy away from that, one thing I'll never shy away from, my worst loss ever was a high above, it was a 7-figure loss, close to $2 million in a single session. And I sobbed violently, curled up in a ball at the floor of my office, violently sobbing. And the only thought I had, because I was living in a state of denial, because I went through all of the stages of grief, I was like, it's okay. It's going to undo itself. It's not, it didn't happen. It's not real. It's electronics on your screen. You start to denial. You live in this state of denial. And then it's like, oh, I got to fix this. Then it's like, dude, the market's in after hours. The tickers are barely moving. Like, there's nothing going on. And then it's like, you could barely sleep that night. And the next morning you wake up and you just have this hole in your chest. And you're like, how do I repair this? How do I get out of this? How do I fix this? And I feel like, it's a different number for everybody. But I feel like every trader needs to go through some level of that to understand the power of the market and what it can do to you, how hard it can wreck you, and what that feels like. Because once you have that feeling, you never want to experience it ever again.
Yep, absolutely. Wow. That is, I mean, I feel like you have definitely gone through so much in terms of not just your trading career, but, I was kind of trying to get back to this earlier, but, you do a lot of different things. I mean, your experience as a poker player as well, I'm sure has a lot to do with how you trade today. I mean, would you agree that there's some overlap there?
100%. And funny enough, I used to be a very tilted poker player. And what saved my tilt from poker was learning how to trade and learning how, I came from a world of poker. I've been playing poker for 20 years. I came from a world of poker where bankroll management is key, because without your bankroll, you can't play anymore. And there's a level of enjoyment when you're playing poker of like, I enjoy doing this. Same thing with trading. You blow an account. It's like, either you got to nut up and put some money in your account, or it's like, you can't play the game anymore, buddy. And it's like, there's a level of enjoyment for that. So it's bankroll management is a key factor. Learning how to get rid of my tilt was through trading and bringing that back into poker. But it's the same thing. There's a probabilistic chance, right? If I get dealt 2 aces and I'm playing Hold'em, there's a probabilistic chance that in the end, I will win that hand based on the cards that are coming out. And that probabilistic chance changes throughout the cards that are coming out on the board. It's the same thing with trading. I have a probabilistic chance when I put on a trade that it's going to make me X amount of dollars, or I'm going to lose X amount of dollars. Hopefully your risk reward is, you have a higher reward than your risk. But at the end of the day, there's going to be times when maybe you don't, or you're looking for a certain thing. But at the end of the day, it's a probabilistic chance that you're betting on. You're saying, I want the market to do this. I have a bet that it's going to do this. And if it does this, I get rewarded. If it doesn't, I stop out and I lose. It's the same thing with a poker hand. There's no 2 cards that you can get dealt in the beginning of a poker hand that will guarantee that you win the hand. There's no such thing.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It's very similar in the way of trading, where it's like you're putting on a trade. You don't know if you're long and there's going to be a Trump tweet that's going to crash the market right in front of your face. You don't know if you're short that there's going to be a Trump tweet that spikes the market in front of your face. You have no idea what's going to happen. So they're very much one and the same, where you're managing risk. You're working with probabilistic odds to win or lose that trade or that hand. And you're controlling your emotions as you're swimming through those seas of, oh, it feels so great. And I have a lot of dopamine because I won that hand or I won that trade. And, oh, I'm down in the dumps right now because I thought I had that trade dead to rights. I got stopped out and now it's reversing. Dang, if I would just, that type of thing.
Yeah. A lot of emotional regulation and, making sure that you're aware of what you're going through. And that's super important. Oh boy, we just got a little bit of a move here to the downside.
Wow. That has to be a breaking news release here. I'm going to see if I have anything on my squawks. That is extraordinary.
I can't get into my news feed today. It's kind of pissing me off. But Rips, so we of course appreciate there it is, having you on today. We also understand you didn't come empty-handed today.
I did not. I have something extremely special for the audience at large here.
Oh, I think we have something in the poll that's kind of alluding to that. So should we do a flash rip sale?
Macron Nick is the worst poll teaser ever. Like, should we do a flash sale? Well, what if enough people vote against it? Are we not going to do it? What the hell?
Oh man, yeah.
Should I do the honors or we?
It's all you, man. This is your sale. We're doing this.
Okay, so for the Tradeify community, and I twisted Brett's arm for this. I said, look, if I'm going to be on this show, I got to do something special for everybody that tunes in and watches this. There's going to be a 35% off flash sale right now if you use code RIPS, right?
Let's go.
Nice.
Yes. 35% off using the code RIPS right now, guys. It's going to be on for not very long. It is a flash sale for a reason. So make sure you guys take advantage of that. Go to tradeify.co, and this applies for any account, I believe. So
it's one use for each customer, and yes, it's the biggest discount we've had in quite some time. So guys, if you've been waiting, take advantage of this. This is if you need a growth, advanced, straight to funded, it's all accounts, one use per customer, code RIPS.
Awesome. Yeah. And, it's really cool because out of all the prop firms that I trade on, I have a couple favorites. I don't like to pick favorites, obviously, because my whole purpose of trading all these different props and everything is to show the community what is possible with the props. I think props are a great learning tool. I've been trading my own money for 11 years, but I only started trading props 2 years ago, or a little bit over 2 years ago, simply because my community was just getting smoked using regular accounts, like trading options, getting smoked. I'd have big boom and bust traders. And it's hard to shape your emotions around, like, if somebody has a $50,000 day, they're going to go through the same emotions that I had, where it's like, how do you come back from that? You make 50,000 in a day. And then you ask that same person, like, dude, let's try to make $1,000 the next day. They go, yeah, forget that. I'm going to make another 50 the next day, So it's kind of like, dealing with that boom and bust with trading options. Props give you a more realistic look. And the one thing that I love about props is that they're so low cost and it's such a low barrier for entry that I didn't have when I first started trading. And I would have loved to see how that would have transmogrified all of my trading acumen starting from that. So it teaches you really good risk management too, because in my time, in the 2 years that I've traded props, I will never shy away from the idea that they absolutely improved my own trading 100%.
It's crazy, yeah, how much the market has changed, the environment has changed. I mean, you started over a decade ago, and obviously, there was a lot of differences here. I mean, you alluded to the fact that you had to use your own money, and a lot of traders. Even it's funny because I got my husband into trading, and
what did he do to you? Why would you do that?
It was a suggestion. He is super calm and collected. I was like, you know what? You might, from an emotional side, do very well at this. So I gave him he loves it now. Now he's like, yesterday he wouldn't get me a coffee because he was in the middle of a short. So yeah,
I love it. He's really into it.
But there will come a time at some point he's going to come into the room and be like, why did you do this to me?
It's very true.
Don't you love me?
It's so true. I have a very funny story about that. My wife has been my rock star for my entire life. I mean, I can't even imagine where I'd be without my wife. She is so supportive of me in every single thing that I've done in my life. She is the most amazing woman. I feel bad for everybody else that's out there, because you don't have.
She's standing right in front of you, with a board telling you what to say.
No, look, I mean, she honestly, she believes me. I'm like, wait, really? That's a good idea. She's that type of person. She's like my number one. And I can't believe it. But anyway, long story short, I used to always decompress with her. We'd sit out on the patio, watch the sunsets, and I'd tell her about my day, and especially in this first 4 or 5 years, you're still dealing with the challenges of becoming a better trader. And I'd sit there and I'd tell her, they had the earnings for this company and this is what was happening. And I can't believe where the SPY's traded today and the triple Qs. Oh my God. And talking to her, and she'd always be like, oh my gosh, wow, that's so interesting. Fast forward about 2 years into these patio conversations, she looks at me dead in the eye when I'm in the middle of a sentence. I'm like, and the triple Qs today, you wouldn't believe they're trading 420 day. I couldn't believe. And she looks at me, she goes, honey, I love you, but I have absolutely no clue what you're talking about.
Oh man, well, we gotta love her. We gotta love her.
With her about trading.
That's awesome. Well, shout out to Mrs. Rips if she's listening here, for being a support, because we wouldn't. I mean, you wouldn't be the man that you were today. I assume.
No shot.
About your wife, right?
Yeah, no shot. She is just. I mean, she's a legend. Really, she is. And I don't just say that. Like, there's so many times where like I really just wanted to stop trading, even after I took my long break from trading. I traded for those 3 years, took about 6 months off, came back. And she was always pushing for me to stick with it. She's like, you spent so much time doing this. I really believe in you. I think that you can get this thing. Like, I really believe in your ability to do this. Out of all the things you do, I play chess, play poker. She's like, this is your thing. You got to stick with this. And if I didn't stick with it, if I didn't have somebody pushing me, I don't know if I would have stuck with it.
That's awesome. It really just takes like sometimes just one person to really believe in you and, have you push forward. And we love that. Happy wife, happy life. And,
It's so true.
we love that for you, Rips. So, it's awesome hearing your story. I mean, as usual, obviously you were our first guest. So if anyone's, we had some new people come in and, you guys, if you haven't met Rips yet, I mean, obviously he is an awesome guy. And so give him some love too. Make sure you guys follow him. Where can people find you? If
you just go on Instagram, you can just type in Rips, and I'm usually the first one that pops up. If you need to type it in exactly, it's selling Rips, SELLING Rips. And that's a trading term. If the market's popping up, you sell those Rips because you want to short it. And if you're in a long and the market's popping up, you sell those Rips to get out of your position. So that's where I came up with that name.
Speaking of that, I mean, obviously we made this rip to the upside. So are you saying we should short all-time highs? Is that
No. What's funny is that I was long in that initial pullback after the PPI pop. I mean, I should have listened to my own name, but yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, in hindsight, it looks so obvious now, but yeah, it's just a trade. It's just a trade.
Yeah,
so we just got news behind the scenes. The code is RIPS35, guys. It's a special 35% off.
Sorry about that.
35. No, it's our fault, and the sale is going to be extended for a few extra minutes to make sure people get the full discount. So, guys, that'll be live for about 32 more minutes. Rips 35 is the code for 35% off any account at Tradeify, and we appreciate that. Rips, I want to go back to something you said a little earlier because it's something we haven't actually gotten deep into on this show before. You talked about the icebergs on book map. So, you want to give everyone maybe just a quick minute on what those are and how you use them in your trading?
Sure. So if you're coming from the equities markets, there's a way pretty much with any broker that's not like just like a phone broker like Robinhood, or like if you're trading on IBKR's regular platform, or like all of those other platforms, even TD Ameritrade. I don't think you could do it, but there's a way if you're trading above that tier to do what's called hiding your size. The smallest amount of size that you could show on the on the DOM in equities is 100 shares, right? Mm-hmm. So if I wanted to get in and out of positions and I wanted to use limit orders, the one thing I would always do, and I would always have it just auto set to do this, is I would hide my size. Because if I'm trading a very thin market, a thin market is something that doesn't have a lot of volume, a lot of liquidity, and I'm sitting there and I'm holding a big bag of shares and I know that I need to get out of that, there's a couple of people that know that I have those shares. My broker and highly advanced algorithms that saw me take pieces of that trade in a way that looks probably more human-like than algorithm-like. So there's a couple of things that are tracking me. What I don't want to show to those algorithms is my size, and I also don't want to show it to players unless it's advantageous. For instance, let's just say that I'm long and we have a short squeeze. What I can do is try to taunt players by adding size onto the offer and show them like, I have 10,000 shares up here. Wouldn't you like to close your short by what my liquidity is, and then pulling that liquidity, pulling it higher. If I don't want to show that size, I'd hide my order. Icebergs are exactly that. If you want to hide your order in the CME markets, you use what's called an iceberg. You can do it on more advanced platforms like TT, but you use an algorithmic order, and there's two different variations of it. There's a actual iceberg that goes through the CME. They designate your order as an iceberg. And then there's a synthetic iceberg, which is what is algorithmically replaced. So if you wanted to hide size, you do it in one. You show one contract on the offer. And let's say behind that in your iceberg, you have 500 contracts because you're a big dog and you're trying to get out of that. So what you do is you put up one. Everybody sees that it's one. Algorithms are going to test that. They're going to go up into that and they're going to they're going to buy into your contracts. Again, we're assuming that you're on the offer in this scenario. They're going to buy those contracts. That one contract is still going to remain on the order book because you have size behind that. If you're using a synthetic iceberg, there might be a picosecond where that one pulls off and then it's back on. And if you get it on in size, it'll be the same exact price that was traded at. But if you're using an actual CME iceberg, that one is going to stay there until you're completely full. If you have a really advanced algorithm running, you can bounce around icebergs depending on, there's a lot of different things that you can do. But at the end of the day, if you're looking for icebergs on the book, you can either use a plugin on something like Bookmap that'll actually show you those icebergs. They're probably not going to track synthetic icebergs, but they're going to show you if you take a one, they're going to designate that because there's it's the market. What was it? They passed some type of transparency law with the CME where they had to start designated stop orders and iceberg orders. And I forget when this happened, but it was like, I want to say like 2008 or something like that, where the CME made them designate stop orders. You would probably know this, Matt, but stop orders and iceberg orders. But you can see them now. They're designated as those orders. I just like to watch them by hand. So if I see like a one stack and it's getting eaten into and I see a huge order taken and it's not moving, I assume that that's an iceberg. When that happens, that opens up the door to let's analyze the situation contextually. Is there a player that's trying to get into this market? Is there a player that's trying to get out of this market? Are they scared? Why are they trying to put an iceberg there? And then trying to piece together that puzzle of what we're supposed to do on that reaction. So for instance, let's say that I'm balls deep long in a trade and they're capping off orders with these icebergs in an area that I'm looking for them to break. And no matter how many times we come up and test that, this player has infinite offers up there, but they're doing it in icebergs. Well, that's probably kind of spooky. I want to probably get out of my trade and wait until we have a break and retest of that iceberg level. That's probably a smart thing to do. Or I can say, hey, let's throw caution to the wind and let's hold our long and see if we actually break above this level, because maybe after we get through this player, they're going to be kind of worn out. And maybe it was they were long and they were trying to get filled on their long, or they were getting short and now they're going to be in trouble if we raise too far above where they're iceberging. So it's as advanced as you want to make it. It's as simplistic as you want to make it. At the end of the day, it's just a way for players to hide their size.
Yeah, yeah. That's huge. I mean, I use Bookmaps. I mean, Bookmaps is one of those where, for new traders, it can be very a lot of noise, a lot of things going on, especially if you don't know what you're looking for. I'm still learning Bookmaps, honestly, but I've been using it for about 2 years now. But it's definitely nice to see some of those orders. But to your point, I mean, they'll pull orders all the time on Bookmaps, and we'll get those spoof orders, but not saying that's necessarily legal in the market here.
Marion, I know you're not suggesting people are doing anything that's less than legal or ethical in these markets. No.
I will say, in years of trading, I don't think I've ever gone a day without seeing somebody spoofing. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. Bookmap is one of those things. I get asked the question all the time. What I intend to do is create a very free 99, like never charge for it, comprehensive Bookmap course on how at least I read order flow in Bookmap, because I have a lot of questions for it.
Yeah.
What I will say is this: it took me a year of staring at Bookmap 8 to 14 hours a day, watching it, and then still at the end of the year getting thrown false positives of what I thought price action was going to do. One of the ways that I suggest that you can get better at reading Bookmap is that they have a built-in screen recording function in Bookmap where you can go back and you can kind of like jot down on a notepad throughout your day, go back and watch those key areas when the market was doing something, and then see if there was any clues leading up to that point in time where something actually happened. And that's how I kind of trained myself and studied things, because believe it or not, before these types of moves happen, let's just say like that big opening where we slammed down off the open this morning, like this big move off the open could have been seen in Bookmap on the fact that we were having a lot of people iceberging at these levels here. And then as we were pushing up, we saw a lot of heavier, thicker offers. So you could say, it's probably good to have a short here. I could even short 5 contracts and maybe have my stop all the way up here. That's only a risk of, let's see, 10 all the way up to 50. That's only 40 points of risk. That's $800 worth of risk on, or $4,000 or $8,000 worth of risk on 5 contracts. So there's a lot of different things that, I'm sorry, $4,000 worth of risk on 5 contracts. So there's a lot of different things that you could look at and say, well, going back, let me go watch that order flow in Bookmap. Let me see if there's anything I can tell. Okay, they were capping this off after the print. It looks like it was very, very heavy. They started to push into that. Liquidity got very, very thick. One thing that I noticed that I was talking about live on my stream when that was happening was that as we were pushing up, we saw a lot of algorithms fiending on the offers out of nowhere. So you'd see a very thin book to the upside, and then all of a sudden you'd see algorithms dashing to put in liquidity. And that, generally speaking, is a key indicator that the market is going to be sold from those points, because you have players that are actively getting short. In this case, institutions that are likely getting short.
Right. And that's what you want to follow. I mean, you want to follow.
100%. I never pretend that I know exactly what's going to happen in the markets. I just know that I want to be on the side where most people are completely in the market. Like, so if people are stuck long and the institutions can see that there's a lot of players that are stuck long and they're going to flush this market in their faces, I want in their faces. I never pretend that I know that, but to try to see those clues and that's a trade I should take.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's definitely one of those where, you know, over time you start developing and adding, like, you know, different things to your trading arsenal. And you know, for me, I think, yeah, it's going 5 years into it. I think the 3-year mark for me was like, all right, we need to get, you know, sick and tired of our own shit and figure out like how we're going to move forward from here. But, you know, you start kind of developing the sense of, all right, what is it that resonates with me? I mean, you said it before, you know, you can teach someone a 90% win rate strategy, yet they might not excel in it. And it really just comes down to what resonates, finding your trader identity. When would you say that you found that for yourself?
After year 3. So I took a break year 3 for about 6 months, and I didn't know if I was going to come back to trading because I was so frustrated at that point. I was like, I mean, this is just not worth my time anymore. Like, this is ridiculous. I wake up, I have anxiety. I can feel it in my chest. I come down to my screens and I'm like, I hate this. Why am I still doing this to myself? Yeah. So I was like, look, I'm going to take a break. I ended up taking a 6-month break, and I actually really, really missed trading. Like, I really missed it. I was like, okay. And there's a lot of things, like, the way that the brain works is that you have synapses in your brain that build very strong connections between certain things. And that's what kind of bridges your activity. So the way that I look at Bookmap is very refined synapses where I can kind of on a trigger do momentum trades. I had synapses that were connected in my brain, very strong connections where I was having a bad time. So the idea of me sitting down at my trading desk, that was fused with my brain committing that to a negative thought process. So breaking away from that is the same thing as having a breakup with somebody that you were in a great relationship with, and you're like, dang, I really miss that person. Time heals all wounds. So for me in trading, time healed the wounds of like me really hating it, and I started to miss it. And so I came back after 6 months, and it was like the first 2 weeks that I realized, I was like, dang, I'm looking at this with a totally different approach. Like, yeah, the first few days I had a lot of anxiety because I was like, just don't fall in the same patterns that you were. But after those 3 years, it was about year 4 where I was like plateauing, 3-4, I was plateauing. And then like year 5, I was like, dang, this is crazy. Like, I'm actually pulling money for the market. This is crazy. Like, I wake up and like my account balance is this. And then by the time my head hits the pillow, I'm like, dude, I have more money. Where is this coming? This is crazy. This is the coolest thing. And it was like, it felt so good. And I was like, man, if I can just keep it under wraps, like those $1,000 days, those $500 days, those are all going to add up over time. And then before you knew it, I like hit a massive home run. I was like, dude, don't go out of pocket. Next day, I like committed myself to not even trading, but just watching the markets. And I was like, if I can do this, if I can keep this level head about me, I think this is possible. And so that's kind of what it was for me, going through that process of like a lot of pain, going through that process of like actually hating trading, thinking that it wasn't possible. Dude, I would sit there and scream at my screens and be like, this is a scam. Like, how do they know? Like, short this area of the market. And then all of a sudden they blasted up long. I'm like, how do they know? You know, and just like, it was
coming after
so
you
toxic.
only.
Such a toxic relationship. Yeah, only me. How do they know they're watching me?
Your personal market maker is just out to screw you at that point.
Dude, that market maker who's always watching you is a butthead.
Oh man. Yeah, it really can feel personal sometimes, but to your point, I mean, you really have to be in a place where you don't want to go to again to feel like, all right, I don't ever want to go there. It's only up from here. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When you go through that too for long enough, like, dude, the pain really gets bad. Like you exceed it. Like it's ridiculous. Like going through that much pain, it's like, dude, what am I doing to myself? And it just feels like crap, but eventually you get to the other side. And like, dude, it could have been the other way. Like maybe I could have took some really unlucky trades, like coming back, and maybe I never would have returned to trading, but obviously that wasn't the plan, right? That wasn't the plan. I was meant to be a trader, and I accept that. And like, if I would have came back and I would have totally fumbled again, and I would have got out of pocket, been on tilt, been emotional, I probably wouldn't even be trading to this day. So it was just one of those things. I took a break. It ended up working out for me. And I also say this, I firmly believe, and I know you're going to hate to hear this, folks that are watching, I believe that there are people that are watching right now, no matter how hard you try, no matter how many hours you put in, you're just not going to make it. And I hate to be doom and gloom, but I truly believe that there's just not some people out there that are built to be traders, because you have to have this appetite for risk. And that was born through me being able to play poker and manage risk. And it's like you're putting money on the line. You have to have that ideology in your brain where it's like, I could lose money on this. And that was one of the big things that was like a light bulb moment for me specifically, was like, I don't put on trades and be like, I'm going to make $1,000. I put on a trade and I'm like, I'm risking 1,000. I'm going to lose $1,000. Anything above me losing $1,000, cherry on top.
Yep. 100%. Yeah. You always have to understand how much you're willing to lose, rather than, because the upside potential is really uncapped. If you really think about it, I mean, you can make as much money as the market allows you to, but you can't control that, but you can control how much you're about to lose in your risk management for that. So that's super important. I did want to get back to the charts here and just kind of like give an update to everyone. What are you seeing right now on either your order flow or what the market is doing? Any sort of commentary you can have for us?
Yeah, I am seeing this kind of cap off at the 4-hour mid right now. We do have a double top there, but I do think we're just going to run into slop now going into CPI. So if you're looking at my visible range volume profile here, it shows whatever's in my viewport. You can see we just have this big old range right here. Obviously, this is the point of control down here. So I don't really expect us to conduct a lot of orders outside this area unless we start to fall out of balance. So if we start to break Monday's high, we break that, we retest, that might be a nice trade to the downside, but I could see this expanding maybe into a larger range and then just settling wherever it settles at the end of the day. So I'm personally not interested in trading this market anymore for the day. I'm probably just going to take my L, take it on the chin. But tomorrow, I think with CPI, we should see some better opportunities, because we want to see the data in CPI bolstering the data that we saw in PPI today, which is, affirming that inflation is coming down according to the numbers. Of course, all smoke and mirrors, as we all know.
Yeah. And go ahead, Matt.
Any thoughts on as we head into the FOMC next week and what that could produce?
I'm just curious to see what Jerome is going to say in the questions, because people are going to be nagging him about whether it's going to be, this is the only cut for the year, or are we going to see 2 or 3 in this year? Mm-hmm. So we have 3 meetings left, including the meeting next week on Wednesday. It's going to be interesting to see how he handles those questions. I think for newer traders out there, it's worthwhile to watch FOMC with a chart live, but do not trade it. Be very careful. Next week's Wednesday session is going to be extraordinary and very violent.
Yeah, it's it can be really exciting seeing like the movement and the reaction of the algos with, and Jerome Powell, like he's very particular and deliberate with how he uses certain words, and those certain words get picked up by algos that can move the market essentially. So it's always the press conference that's so interesting, because like you said, people are definitely going to ask him specific questions about the rates, and it's going to be a big day. It's going to be a big day. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. I'm sure you're also looking forward to it as well, Rips. And yeah, we'll see what we get. But yeah, I agree with you. I think this kind of range it's a weird range that we're in. I mean, I could do a little analysis here. I mean, I use VWAP, ES very much just holding to the upside here on a ripper on ES. I mean, we're just continuing to make these highs here. We did not open with that. I think maybe we did open with that all-time high, barely. Right now we are making all-time highs currently. So, we're kind of in no man's land here. How do you typically trade when we're at all-time highs? I mean, are you utilizing book maps primarily for these levels? Like, how do you find these levels to the upside?
So what I look for specifically, and this is sort of my secret sauce, is I'm looking to the options market. Where are the larger players positioned in the options market? Because that is going to dictate where price is usually flowing to. And you're going to see people taking contracts where price has never been discovered before. So in this case, you're looking at SPX options. You will look at some of the S&P futures options, but mainly SPX options are going to dictate that. You're going to see, a lot of larger players that are positioned, usually hedging themselves for their larger bets. Big portfolio managers are going to be using those instruments to sort of hedge as well. And then also make future bets where, the market's going to go to a certain area and they're going to profit from that.
Yeah, that's a good point. So you were an options trader, right, when you first started, or did you?
I traded equities and options. I was very light on options to start because I didn't really understand anything about them. Again, like being very wet behind the ears in trading, you don't even understand like wait, why is price trading? Why is the SPY price like this? It's like, because they told it to. And it's like, who did? It's like, what? Where does the price come from? You have no idea what's happening. So yeah, options were like a whole different beast. I didn't start really mastering options, or I shouldn't say mastering, really start getting into my zone with options until about year 4 or 5. That's when I started to use options to my favor. And also, if you were trading during COVID, you traded options, you could literally sleep like a baby with calls. You could buy anything, put calls in it, sleep like a baby, wake up and you're like, oh, 150 grand. Okay, that's nice.
I literally said this yesterday. I was like, that's what happened to me. That's around the time I started and I traded with options, like I traded before like the GameStop, AMC boom and all that crap. But like I would literally say the same thing. I'm like, you can literally press calls on Amazon, Apple, whatever the case may be, go back to bed and wake up with a profit. Like that's
it was a different world. I just remember there was one time I was trading in my it was like my laptop, or it might have been an iPad, and I was nuts deep in Netflix calls, and like literally like they just kept dude, it was the gnarliest rally all day. And I just sat there and I was like, it's going more. It was like a 6-figure profit day. It was just like, it's just unbelievable. It was just like, it was a money printing machine. But there was times you could be on the wrong side. Like if you tried to like play earnings, but even if you're playing earnings, that was like the Bill Huang time when they were like buying way out of the money calls and just like total market manipulation. It was awesome. It was a great time to be a trader.
Yeah, I remember all the YouTube channels that popped up during the lockdowns of all. It was just buy the dip, and then they all went idle about a year and a half later. I don't know what happened, but
buy the dip doesn't really work when you have a temporary bear market, unfortunately. It was crazy. That was the time when Dave Portnoy was picking Scrabble tiles out of a bag, picking 3 letters, and then investing into whatever ticker that ended up being. It was a different time. If you started trading during COVID, I actually like no shade, but I kind of feel bad because it kind of like opened up your eyes to be like, this is so easy. This is the market. This is amazing. Markets do go up and to the right, but not at that level.
False advertising.
Yeah, definitely a lot of that. So to answer your question, how we trade at all-time highs, I'm looking for options flow. That's very important to me. And then I'm mapping out higher levels based on where those larger players are positioned. And I release a memo every single day that goes out to most brokerage houses. It goes out to like TD Ameritrade, goes out to E-Trade, all the big brokerage houses, and they publish it around like 10 o'clock Eastern time. But I give my levels for each ticker. I track like SPY, Triple Qs, Amazon, Tesla, all the big names, and that is all derived from where options positioning is. And if you follow those levels, a lot of people I'm sure are watching follow the MC levels. They know how effective those are, and the secret sauce behind that is options flow.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, futures is called futures for a reason. I mean, there's a certain contract price that we're targeting essentially by the end of that contract expiration. And I think it's definitely an interesting time that we're sitting in right now, especially. I mean, how would you feel like, or how would you I guess, rate in terms of this sort of market environment that we're in right now? A lot of people, for example, for, me included, I had a pretty hard like August. August was kind of a rough month. The summer months can be a little bit tricky. Would you say that this is kind of indicative of a normal summer market, or has this market been just completely different for you?
Well, we were blessed with the election night market kind of kicking off through from November until basically the market was really catching fire probably until like June. And since June, like the beginning of June was kind of the last hurrah where we had consistency. But I know a lot of people that struggled during that market because they'd never been through that. I'm a news trader through and through. Like I've been using squawks for years and years and years. And I understand the efficacy of pairing, a breaking news headline with a certain ticker and how that affects the market. Obviously, if you're not paying attention to the macro environment and a headline comes out, you're going to be kind of a deer in headlights and not really know what to do. But I pay close attention to the macro environment that's going on. So when a headline hits, I'm ready to react. And sometimes I won't get that reaction. I'll get the afterglow reaction. And that comes from being, rooted in being a news trader. Back in 2012 was like a good news cycle. Then we had Trump 2016, Trump tweets. There was a lot of things that were happening in the market that really kind of opened up the door to like, headlines matter. And it used to be a time in the market where it was like, Apple would come out with a headline and then you'd have like a big pop on Apple and then you just short it after the news wore out. So this market is significantly different than what we've seen in the last 2 or 3 years. We've been in a FOMC locked market in the last 2 or 3 years where data at 8:30 Monday through Friday really matters because it dictates what Papa Powell is going to do, right?
Yep.
And so moving from that into a highly volatile Trump tweet, Israel global conflict type of market, that was, a lot of like removing the ground from underneath people. So it made it very tricky for a lot of people to adapt to that. Thankfully, I had the experience of trading through the prior Trump market, and slightly before that, we had a bit of more news catalyst in the market, and also trading small caps. You get press releases like biotech stocks, and you know how to react on that, and filings and what have you. So how do we look at this summer? It was definitely slower than what we had last summer, but I think it's because we had a lot of people going on vacation. When we have a lot of people that remove participation from the market, it just means that they're going to come back at a later time. So I think that Q4 this year is going to make up for what we lost in Q3. So I think I'm very, very excited for Q4. I think we're going to have a lot of market participants. And as the markets become more and more popular and more accessible, like COVID set off the torch of like, if you have a phone and you're taking a dump, you can buy options. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's like this accessibility that we've never had before. You used to have to call a broker and, do a position and what have you. Now it's completely different. So I'm always going to be optimistic about what the opportunities are around the bend. This summer is certainly slow, but it doesn't mean that there weren't, sparse opportunities throughout the week. I stuck with it. I streamed almost every single day except for the last week. And I thought I did pretty well with the market that was given to me. And that's, I think, because, when you have experience and go through certain market cycles, you can kind of bring back past memories of what happened and how did you react to this and what did the market used to do when these types of things happen. And that's what I think is going to be interesting for newer traders to figure out along their journey. If you've only been trading for like a year or 2 years, you have not seen barely any market cycles. And so adapting and learning from what the market is giving you, one of my favorite terms as a trader is MGI, market generated information. The market is going to give you all the information you need to know. It's up to you to analyze that information and learn how to react to it. The market is as fair as its participants, and your reaction to those participants is paramount to your success.
Absolutely. Right. And I mean, you said it well too. I mean, in terms of, I don't play poker. I'm just, but in terms of like, when you compare it to playing poker, I mean, you can see what the market is doing. Everyone sees what the market is doing. Everyone has essentially like the same hand. It's just your interpretation.
Community cards.
Yeah. But with poker, I mean, it's you're talking about complete really chance at that point. So you can't see what your opponent is doing. You can't see, whatever. That it's a different field. But yeah, in this case, it's a lot more calculated risk and just identifying the best case scenario. In terms of what the market could do, not necessarily what it should or what we want it to do.
Yeah, the crossover I'd say between poker and the markets in that sense is that if you are really good at reading people, you can pick up on tells from people. And the same thing kind of happens with the participants in the market, right? Mm-hmm. So like the Globex participants are nowhere close to the New York Open participants. It's far fewer participants unless you have like an overnight news release or something that's big or a reaction. Let's say NVIDIA, Microsoft reported on the same day, and you're having a lot of displacement from that. So market makers are reorganizing where their books are placed. There's a lot of different things that can happen, but like you said, there's a lot more information that's given to us as traders. It's just up to us to take the time to learn how to analyze that information that we can use at least a piece of it to our advantage. And the other thing I want to touch on is like trading shouldn't be so confusing. It shouldn't be so like, it doesn't have to be this crazy confusing thing. You can make trading as easy as you want it to be. If you want to be a systematic trader and say, I only play orbs, okay, when it breaks this level and retest it, I'm long or I'm short. I take that trade, it works out, it doesn't, I manage my risk, I move on for my day. You could be that trader. If you can get into your own emotions and tune yourself in and say, that's the type of trader I want to be. I'm just going to use this market generated information, the opening range. I'm going to try and do that. Great, fantastic. Let that work for you. I always think that trading should be as easy as you want to make it to be. I think there's a lot of people out there that are tripping over their own selves trying to make trading this confusing like mythology that it's just never going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, we are on our last few minutes of the special flash sale for RIPS35. Use that code for 35% off any account at tradeify.co. Rips, I'm glad you brought up phones because I have a bit of a soapbox. I've been up on this for quite some time. Now, we've all, and obviously you're options trade, like we've all managed trades or especially swing trades or something from the phone or checked something, check a balance, check this. But I'm running into an increasing amount of people who want to argue with me that I'm not sure, at least especially to start with, I maintain it is not, there's always an exception to the rule, but it's not possible to consistently be profitable day trading futures from your phone. What say you on that?
I mean, I did it all last week, to be honest with you.
Well, you have 10, 12 years of
I'm
experience.
sorry, but look, at the end of the day, there's certain things that I look for. And when the market is giving me an opportunity and I'm not at, like last week, I took my first break from streaming in 2 full years, right?
Wow.
I've been streaming every single day for 2 full years. And my wife has been like begging me to take a break. She's like, dude, you got to take a break, man. Like you've been working so hard. Finally took a break. Believe it or not, I know some people out there rolling their eyes like, oh, streaming's hard. Like you got to put on a happy face every single day. You folks know this is like, you got to put on a happy face every single day and deal with trolls and haters and all this nonsense and chat. And there's obviously the good part of it, but it's stressful. It's a lot. And especially when you're trading real money in front of people, it's extremely stressful. So I took that break. But I ended up trading from my phone. So I hate to, poo-poo on your parade here, but I did well. And it's what's funny enough is the day that I decided to trade my terminal on Friday was my worst day and my worst performance. I ended up profiting $1,800 on the day, but I was doing so many trades and so frequent, I ended up losing $70 after the fees because I was so active in the market. And literally, like I had to stop myself on Friday. I was like, what am I doing right now? Why? I'm supposed to be on vacation. Why am I sitting here trading? But that just shows you for the love of the game, baby.
Oh yeah.
I will amend that then. I will say if you've been trading for more than a decade and you recently made $1 million in your personal brokerage, you can trade on your phone. So I will amend that.
I mean, I don't think that newer traders should be trading from their phone. I think they're missing out on a lot of MGI. I have my certain way of trading, but I also respect the fact that trading is so unique and original in the sense that trading is going to be unique for each person out there. The way that I perceive the market is probably not going to be the way that a lot of people perceive the market and vice versa. At the end of the day, I always want to lean into what's working for me. And if that strategy works for me, I don't want to tune it into somebody else's strategy that may work for them. So maybe phone trading does work for some newer traders out there. I can't vibe with that because I didn't start phone trading. I was always a terminal trader when I first started. I prefer to be in front of my terminal, but I have had some good success this year specifically from my phone. And also to that point, when I was trading options during COVID heavily, it was kind of just checking the phone and be like, how much did the slot machine give me today? Oh, cool.
That's awesome. Oh man. Well, Rips, I gotta know one last thing before we have to let you go here. Selling Rips. So are you a bull or a bear?
Neither. I move with the motion of the ocean. And that's why I said, if the market is going up and you are short, if you want to short that market, you sell into that rip that is happening because you want to capture that displacement and price action. If you are long and strong and you catch a rip, sell into that rip for maximum sell in the top. So that's where that name came from. So I'm neither a bull. I get that question all the time. People come to my stream and they're like, are we long or short today? It's like, dude, I don't know. I don't have any MGI. The print hasn't even come out. How should I know?
I was hoping you were going to say, I mean, I'm a perma bear at heart. I love like short move. Oh my God. If we, bulls take the stairs, bears take the window. When they go,
I love it. But there's
so
nothing better than a short squeeze. Going long on a short squeeze is magical.
Those are fun too. But I like a nice bearish move. So
I mean, bears definitely have. I'm surprised that you didn't come from the small cap world because there's so many mega bears in the small cap world that just short. They call them I guess, but the small cap stocks that are total garbage. Oh, why should it be up? I'm going to short it and short it and short it and short it. Or you have a black swan like yesterday.
Oh man,
Octo. Did you see this? Octo and Q Triple M. Octo was like trading $3 and it went all the way up to like 80.
Oh my,
83. And then you had Q Triple M's. Look at this one. This was a doozy right here. This one opened at like $10 and then we had a peak of 230. Oh no, sorry about that. $302. So if you took 1,000 shares at 10, it would cost you $10,000. You could have sold them at 300 for a nice $3 million.
Oh wow. What, did you trade small caps or have you?
I did small caps for a long while, actually. I had a lot of success with small caps too. It's just that futures are much easier to teach and it's much more relaxing. I've done very well in my life. I don't need to try to make $1 billion in a week in trading. So I like futures. It keeps my heart rate low and it keeps my age low.
Yes. Yeah, we want that. We want to be here for a long time, right?
Exactly.
Oh man. Well, we appreciate you, Rips, for being on here. Again, code is Rips35. It should still be active. If you guys want to use that code, show them some love. And Rips, let us know again where we can find you.
At Selling Rips. So if you go on X, it's x.com/Selling Rips, Instagram, Selling Rips, and also on Kick. That's where I stream primarily at kick.com/Selling Rips. And it's a lot of fun. It's a great place to hang out. We hang out every single morning, Monday through Friday. I go live at 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 a.m. Pacific. I'm located here in Las Vegas, so it's 5 a.m. for me. And we trade the news. We talk about the markets, and we go through everything. And we talk about order flow, market structure, MGI, and all the like.
Awesome. We love it. Well, we appreciate you, Rips. Have a beautiful rest of your day. We'll see you again soon.
Thanks, Rips.
All right. Well, that was fun. This is definitely, it's hard when we're, sitting here in this little chop zone here. I know we were trying to take a trade and stuff, but Rip's dropping the knowledge, man. I mean, I love having him on. We had him on our first stream, and it was just awesome getting, to get to talk to him and get his insight. I mean, being a trader for over a decade, I mean, you got a lot of trading under your belt at that point. So, yeah, it's great.
Absolutely. And it's just, I loved having him as our first guest because he was kind of our baseline in terms of, and it's sort of influenced a little bit every guest that we've had in terms of the questions, because again, I always come back to the common themes that our guests have. Now we've had obviously we have some regular guests like Joey Morgan who are with us every week. We've got Amos, but we've also had guests like Rips, Rakes, some of these other ladies and gentlemen that join us for a day or two. And there's things they all have in common, guys, right? Like they talk about how important it is to put in the work. And Rips, who's moving weight like we all dream of when it comes to his trading, just told you he sucked at trading for 3 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, now he's dominating and he's all over the place. So apologize, I got a trash truck right outside now, but yeah, guys, you put in the work, you develop the skills and the setups that are best for you based on your mentality and your trading style, and you go from there. So guys, that was outstanding. Yeah, always love talking to Rips. Wish he wasn't as busy as he was. I mean, he's an in-demand dude. I wish he was took a little more vacations so we could have him on a lot more often.
I know. Well, hopefully, like I said, he's got a lot of influence there, and people love him. So we're appreciative to have him on our stream. But we also have Coach Tank gearing up here in the back end, ready to talk psychology with us and go over some things with us. So if you guys, I'm not sure if he has anything specifically lined up for today, but we're gonna get ready for him to come on in just a bit here. I just wanted to give a little bit of an insight here as to the market so far. Right now, like I said, I mean, Rips had mentioned, this sell that we got here, which was a really nice move to the downside. I don't like typically trading the first set of like when we first get the market open here. So we didn't take any trades. We're still not any trades yet, but I am watching ES here at the opening range high to see if we can get some sort of bid to lift us back up here at the 65.54 area. So I'm going to be watching this area potentially for a long. So I'll let you guys know if I do take that. Right now, NASDAQ is holding this like 960 zone. So I would be looking for us to continue bidding here. If not, VWAP sitting here at 950 and then get us into the opening range high. We still have the supply zone, of course, sitting here. ES coming into this opening range high here. So let's see if we get that bid. But otherwise, we will get we'll get Tank in here. So let's bring on Coach Tank here in the back end.
Yeah, let's go from one dashing looking gentleman to another here. As Rips comes off, we will move to the we're multinational here. So we had the good looking American dude. Now let's bring in the good looking British dude. So yeah, let's bring on Coach Tank. Everyone give us some tanks in the chat.
Good morning, everybody. How's the sound?
You sound great.
Sounds lovely. Yeah, afternoon over here, 3:30 on the dot.
Did I not call it, Matt, that Coach Tank would be wearing a black collared tee?
Yeah, Tank, you had the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever, which was to wear a white shirt when Nick's not here. That would have been classic.
I actually opened up the chat and I didn't realize that Rips was on, and I thought Nick had gone rogue.
Oh no!
I thought he'd fully fallen off the bandwagon, and Nick had gone with a black vest and a face and a cap. For a second, wow. But yeah, no, you're right. I should have worn a white shirt today just to rub it in. I forgot he's still on holidays and he's enjoying it. Well, he's still running. He's still doing exercise, just somewhere else in the world.
Yeah, he's running around a different country today.
Yeah.
No, fair play. Hi everybody, hope you're well.
Yeah.
Nice to see you all.
How was your
weekend? Yeah, very good, thank you. Really interesting. I mean, I've had quite a few second and third sessions now, which is quite pleasant. And seeing development in our traders is really, really nice. Everyone's making generally making similar mistakes, but a lot less. And that's all we need. I mean, I heard you say that, fair play to Rips. I do, I like the fact that he seems like a relatively straight talking chap. And to say 3 years of being, not being successful at trading, I think is, it's fair. I think a lot of people are sort of trying to get on board here and then get, hit the floor running and go straight into being consistently profitable and making big money and so on and so forth. But it's kind of like just walking into hospital and saying, right, I'll do the brain surgery without going through the stages, of getting to brain surgeon. And that takes training, and that takes discipline, and that takes understanding yourself. I think the self-development's probably more relevant than people give it credit for, rather than just the understanding the knowledge of the market. It's how you apply yourself.
Well, that explains why I was kicked out of the hospital yesterday. I appreciate you for clearing that up. That's
you didn't just wander into
I'll get this one, guys.
It's a bit scary.
I'll take it.
No, that's it. And I think it's really interesting that people need to understand that it's okay for them to struggle a little bit at the start. And that's why risk management's important. I think it's because, when you do mess up, you learn from it. But if you've gone too big, all you feel is an emotional angst rather than actually being able to objectively break down why it didn't work. And I think, he's right in the sense, Rips, again, that, when, for the past 12 years, I've only traded my own funds apart from institutionally. And then when I set up my fund, it was my own money originally. And so, you can't really test things out too much because you're wary that you're losing your own money. Whereas you can get to know yourself quite well with props and evals because you can have that reset button. That is a positive. The negative, however, is that when you do have the option of a reset button, you tend to sort of gamble a little bit, but also not develop as quickly. So if you have a safety net, essentially, you're not going to learn to walk the tightrope as quickly. So sometimes the fear is better because you're more disciplined, but sometimes it's a negative because you don't take risks. So it's that fine line, really. But for sure, I like the fact that he said it takes time. Okay, because it is a profession. People get, like I said, get paid a lot, and it's not just understanding what you need to look for to make money, but it's how you apply it, and that's understanding yourself. So a lot of doctors, a lot of surgeons. I'm using this example because my brother is a doctor, and I'm Sri Lankan, so I know lots of doctors. and so you take a flight to Sri Lanka on Sri Lankan Airlines, and they ask on the plane, "Are there any doctors on board?" Oh my word! You should see the hands that go up because they're also very proud to let everyone know that they're a doctor. So every hand goes up. But what's interesting is not just them learning the knowledge that they need to learn, but how they can manage themselves as doctors. So their off time, how do they decompress? How do they not bring work home? How do they cut themselves off from work? Like my brother, for instance, is a great example. He always wanted to be in pediatrics, to work with children. Both him and I have always been sports coaches. We've always played sports, and we've always liked children and worked with children. My mum had kindergartens that I've worked in since I was 15. I used to work in kindergartens here in London. And so we've always liked children. He always wanted to be a pediatric doctor. However, he didn't have the ability to essentially leave his work at work. He used to bring it home. He basically did 6 months on a children's cancer ward and got to know the kids very, very well. And more than half those kids didn't make it off the ward. And it kind of broke my brother. So actually, it wasn't the knowledge of the work. It was how he managed himself is what he struggled with. So he's now just a general practitioner, just a GP, which is pretty easy, 9 to 5 job. But the point of the matter is understanding yourself tends to be one of the biggest oversights of traders. So not just knowing when to get in or when to put a stop loss or what risk you should be using. It's how you manage yourselves. And I think it's quite pleasant because now, like I said, I'm getting on the second and third sessions with a lot of our traders. Some of them are on session 5, actually. And I think a lot of them are realizing that they were maybe pushing too hard or their expectations were too high originally. And unfortunately, that does come part and parcel with social media. And a lot of our traders A lot of traders, in the prop space were fueled initially by a friend, or initially by Instagram, or initially by something on YouTube, or some flashy cars or something like that. And so the drive was slightly incorrect and the expectation was a bit too high. And when I say expectation, I don't mean how much money you can make from trading. I mean how quickly it will take you to get there. And so the idea is, I think I can't wait till he writes a book. He hasn't written a proper in-depth book yet, but I watch lots of old videos of Jeff Bezos, who started Amazon. And it's really interesting. He had a head of hair. It was quite interesting, but even so, people like him, even the chap from Apple, for instance, and you see how they their expectation was low and slow. They had dreams, obviously, but they knew it was going to take time. And so, Jeff Bezos was scraping, for investment in 1995, just asking for 10 grand here, 10,000 pounds there, to what he's got to now. But we just see Bezos now and we think, right, e-commerce, let's build a company, let's put loads of money into it and sell loads of shit online and make loads of money. So I think the sort of progression is really skewed in terms of how quickly things should be made. And I think Rip's put a good perspective there that 3-year period is not a ridiculous amount of time to get to know yourself. So be aware of that. Okay, I think it's important a lot of people understand that.
So question for you, Coach. What is more well behaved, a room full of traders or a room full of kindergartners?
Wow, that's interesting. It depends. I'm going to say it depends of what day of the week it is.
Okay.
An interesting one, right?
That's a very political answer. I appreciate that.
Yeah, kindergarten kids awful on a Monday because they've just had the weekend where they've eaten loads of shit, slept late, done all this crap with the parents. On Monday, they're awful. However, traders are pretty focused on a Monday, but on a Friday, they're not. So, I think that's probably fair to say, but yeah, it's an interesting one. But before or after snack, yeah, indeed. Again, that's another thing.
We have snack time in the markets too. It's usually during the New York lunch.
Yeah. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm gonna try a long here on ES. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm gonna try it. My stop's gonna be right at this 49 level here on ES. I just got filled at 55.50. I'm shooting for these highs. I want to see if we can clear this wick here to the upside. So this might be a little bit of a longer trade. I'm in 1 mini, so I'm risking about I want to say probably like 250. A little, maybe $300 to potentially make that 500 there. So we'll see what we get. But that's I just wanted to update everyone on that.
Nice.
You also said something that reminded me of an old joke, and I don't remember the origins of it, and probably I'm leaving out parts that may be offensive, but I'll just, it's the old joke of the man's on stage, there's a man on stage receiving the Nobel Prize, and his mom's in the first row, and his mom turns to the person next to her and says, "You see that man on stage receiving the Nobel Prize? His brother's a doctor."
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. It's interesting, actually. There's lots of strikes going on in the UK at the moment, and there was for a few years as well. Doctors striking. All the tubes. London Underground, by the way, shut down this week.
Oh wow.
We get these kind of strikes as well. But the doctors strike a lot, and at my mother's 60th birthday party, we had it at the house. I arranged it at the house, and there's probably about 250 people. And of those 250 people, there was probably about 100 doctors. And I raised the question as to whether a doctor would continue being a doctor for half the salary because it's a noble cause, and and all of them suggested they did, apart from my brother, who was the only one that kind of keeps it real. He just basically said bullshit. If you halved our salaries, we would not be doctors, and that's all bollocks. If a doctor tells you that, unless they've gone and actually worked in sort of, with the Red Cross for no money in Africa or in war-torn countries, then they're doing it for a paycheck and for a parking space. So make sure they're aware of that.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that, but just be upfront about it.
Correct. No, absolutely correct. Yeah, that's exactly right. Just be upfront. So yeah, you know what? There's clear career progression straight out of university, and it pays well, so I'll do it. But there. No, but it's really interesting. Okay, so I think a lot of the things, like I said, a lot of things that we were working with was maintaining expectation from our live traders and understanding that the growth of a live account, doesn't happen overnight. Everyone's just so obsessed with quicker growth and so on and so forth. And I was watching just the other day. I get all of my meat from a sort of organic butcher here in the UK, and they talk about lambs and they talk about cows and they talk about beef and they talk about how quickly everything's made nowadays. Usually takes like 2 years to get a beef cow to the right weight, cow to the right weight. But nowadays they're doing it in 9 months because everybody wants things quicker. But we know if you do things quicker, the quality is going to be reduced. So really, really important. Everyone's aware of that. It's the same with your trading. I think it's important.
Yeah, I forget something I ordered the other day, and it was going to take 2 days instead of the usual like overnight or maybe even later that day, and I was like mad about it. So yeah, I get what you're saying. I was like, 2 fucking days, really?
Dang.
Yeah. It's crazy, isn't it? You go in the underground, or what you call the subway, and we expect the tubes to come every 2-3 minutes, and sometimes it might say 6 minutes, and everybody kicks off. They can't wait 6 minutes. So
and then they just
London
go look at their phone for most of those minutes. Yeah,
that's it. Wants a 75 discount for Legoland. Is that right? God, I hope not. Yeah, so that is the London strikes. The underground is out at the moment.
This trade's going to make you work for it there, Miriam. It's going to be one you sit in for a while.
Yeah, I'm pretty much just relying on, like I said, I'll go back to my charts here just so I can kind of go over this, but really was looking for ES to hold VWAP. I kind of mentioned this opening range high here. Really was expecting for this to follow through here. We're kind of just getting like a little bit of a stair step. We are in an uptrend technically on ES, which is why I decided to take this long on here. So really, if we come back down below basically the bottom of this wick right here on the 5 minute, this is the 1035 candle. So I'm kind of like anticipating that we're just going to make higher lows and then continue back to the upside here. We still have the rest of this wick to fill, but really this would be a line of defense for bears, I think. And to kind of what Rips was talking about too, this would be essentially kind of like a chop zone too. So this might be, unless bears decide to wake up here, this might be an area that we just kind of consolidate until we kind of find this follow through. But my target is going to be this high, this pre-market high. So that's kind of what I'm shooting for here. But we'll see. I think, like I said, I like my stop on this. VWAP would have to get invalidated. Actually, I could probably even move it a little bit further down, but VWAP would have to get invalidated, and then obviously would have to push into these lows here. But I would actually even try another long in this area if we don't have follow through, or if we do like a little bit of a look below and fail. I wouldn't hate that long. So anything that you see on here, Coach?
No, I think it's fair. I think what you said in terms of your VWAP is there for if you go south side of that, you're gonna you don't want to be in this. So are you in it now?
I am.
Yeah. So is your stop loss just below the moving average?
So it is sitting right now currently. I was just talking about moving it because it is currently sitting at where VWAP would be. So I wouldn't mind moving it just a little bit so that I can give it a little bit more room, because if they come back down here, test VWAP and then shoot back up, that would pretty much be wicking me out. So I'm actually probably going to move it closer to the 49, just one more point below. But again, I am shooting for a 2R trade here, so I'm not really mad at that risk either. So that's kind of what I'm looking at.
Yeah, good. I think give it a buffer. I mean, you can see what happened to the left hand side where it did the little tails did pop through. So I think that's a sort of way that I try and account for volatility, is have a look at where the size of the wicks and how they worked out before, and then try and accommodate for that. So no, I completely agree. If you can just maybe accommodate for those and then leave it there and then let it do its thing. I mean, gold is short at the moment, which is a good sign for you. So I think generally if you can see them, they're slightly inversely correlated. So I think that's a relatively good thing.
Yeah. I understand too, Coach, that you have your own Tradeify account here that you trade on. Have you taken any trades this week so far?
Yeah, I did. It was awful. So I'll be completely honest. Yeah. So I can't. I don't have access, unfortunately, to FTSE or the French stock market. So I can't trade the CAC or the UK, unfortunately. But I've been trying to get involved with the DAX a little bit more and gold. So DAX and gold majoritively. And I've just taken one, and I got stopped out. So. Not the end of the world, but yeah, I'm slowly getting used to it because I guess this is interesting because this sort of thing I'm talking to a lot of people about in terms of the transition from Sims to live and understanding, different sizes, but different mechanisms, different processes. And it's the same for me. So I'm going through basically a teething process at the moment where I'm getting used to a different setup, a different entry type, a different analysis type, and so on and so forth. Different instruments as well. I'm used to trading CFDs generally, so we have spreads. What I usually trade, and bid and ask prices, which I also take into account the buy and sell price. But it's getting used to it. But I think what I've done, and what I limited myself to do, was to trade really, really small sizes. Okay, so I'm risking no more than $200 per trade, and the reason for that is that if I have 5 losers, I lose $1,000, fine, but I learn 5 times. So for me, I'm trying to use these trades as learning moments. And if I risked $1,000 per trade, I won't learn as much because I'll just be a bit pissed off that I lost $1,000. So I think you kind of work it out as a lesson. If you'd pay $200 to learn something, then risk $200. If you'd pay $1,000 to learn something, you better learn something substantial. So for me, the learning of this loss, for instance, and using this platform is about $200 per learning moment. So for me, my maximum risk is going to be $200, and then once I get to a consistent hit rate again, like I do trading all the UK market, all the European markets, then I'm going to scale up. So it's always important, I think, that you start smaller, and then once you have confidence and once processes work well, then you go bigger, rather than starting big and then worrying about lots of things. So yes, I'm going to keep trading it and see how we get on. I've always wanted to try and put something on in the afternoon. So the whole week and the whole of last week, I've been looking around this time. And the only thing I can consider really is gold at the moment, because all the other indices. So I prefer the Dow Jones. I know you guys are more NQ or ES, but I think I prefer sort of at the moment, if you look at, do you have it? MY?
MY?
So YM.
Oh, YM,
so
yeah.
Dow Jones. MY. So yeah, I'm learning the names also.
Oh wow, YM is just.
Yep.
Ugh.
YM. So
Yeah,
on the minute.
You said go to the minute?
Yeah. So on the minute on Y, it was just basically through a little low, and then it seems like a. So for me, if you look at ES on the same time frame, it's relatively sideways, whereas YM sent for the past 30 minutes, it's just sort of been dropping off quite consistently. So for me, what I'm trying to do is flick between the 3, and Russell as well, and try and understand. So Russell, if you go to I don't know if you have the Russell, you probably don't have the Russell, do you? If you have a look at the Russell, micro E-mini Russell, so M2KU, I think it's called. It rejected at a resistance level multiple times. So we had the open at, had the 130, and then we had the 230. Well, we had the 8:30 data, then the 9:30 open, and it hit a level of resistance, hit it again, and then just completely sold off. So I'm trying to look at the 4 of those and try and work out which one is least sideways. I'm ditching NQ and ES for Y. Yeah, have a look at the Russell 2 layer. I think it's I think it also moves relatively well. I mean, you can see that there. If you put Russell on a 1 minute chart, you'll see that it has it's hit a level of resistance once, twice, thrice, 4 times, and then in the past half an hour just sold off. So for me, I think looking at all 4 of those, kind of like, and then choosing the best is going to be my idea. So let's see how that goes, really.
Yeah, interesting area we're in. We're kind of, I know Rips kind of mentioned the differences in the mag 7 as well. Right now NASDAQ, I mean, that area on ES that we were talking about is holding currently. I was about 2 points away from getting stopped out, so still in this trade, still not completely invalidated. Like I said, I was expecting a little bit of a bounce here at VWAP, so hopefully we get the buyers momentum here and start pushing back to the upside. So did not get stopped out on that, so far still working out. But we'll see. Hopefully, it's hard when we get sort of like these divergences between indexes. Obviously YM is just like bleeding right now. So usually I've seen YM work pretty closely with ES. So this is a little bit of a different day, but would have liked to see YM push a little bit more to the upside considering these longs that I'm in, but not not participating clearly. So we'll see. See if ES
but it's and that's the thing. I think the best thing to do then, Miriam, is hold your position for now, and then make note as to whether the correlation is relevant or not, because it could transpire that your long does push up and it does what you thought, but if it doesn't, then that the correlation is relatively strong, and if it does work for you, then that actually maybe YM isn't as good an indicator for you as you maybe thought. So it's just about, like I said, gaining that knowledge and understanding whether you need to take it into account or not. But I like to see cross correlation, and you don't often get that, which is interesting because it's so strange that you actually get better correlation with the FTSE, the UK market, the French CAC, and the DAX and Euro stocks. You get a better correlation across those 4, which are from different countries, rather than these 4 here with the US. So it's really interesting. And I find that quite tricky, really, that they don't really give you warnings about each other. But yeah, I think you can see there's some similarity between YM and Russell over the past half an hour. Sort of downward moves been almost identical between those 2, so that's kind of useful.
Yeah, it gets tricky to trade on days like this. I mean, this isn't like, I wouldn't call this like necessarily an A+ setup. It's just you see a setup, you take it, willing to take the risk on this, and okay. I mean, Rips talks about this earlier, and we talk about this all the time, but making sure you're aware of like not the money you're making, but the money you're going to potentially lose on a trade, because capital protection and risk management is more important than actually making money, right? Like you got to have money to actually trade in the first place. So, that's something that is super important. Like when I'm looking at a trade, I'm always looking at, all right, what's first my risk, right? What am I actually going to lose on this? And am I okay with that? And then to see, what the potential risk to reward would be in that case would be, the next thing. But right now we are kind of rejecting, not really what I want to see. ES looks like it desperately wants to hold. NASDAQ, multiple wicks here on the 5 minute. So I would be looking for NASDAQ to hold like this 23,954 area. ES really just flirting with this VWAP level right now. So buyers need to wake up here. Otherwise, stops me out. And I think we continue to the downside. But definitely a trickier, not the price action I was kind of expecting on a day like this. I know Matt and I had talked about this in the morning. We're looking for better price action given like the news week, and PPI coming out today, CPI coming out tomorrow. So yeah, Tank, I don't know how you felt going into today, but it's been kind of a struggle this week a little bit with the price
Yeah.
action.
But I mean, one thing you're definitely not going to do is buy again. So I hope you,
Right.
I hope you let people know that, if you're long and the market goes against you, what you don't do is purchase more. Don't add into losers. It's a very sort of less than ideal sort of comfort blanket, that sort of move.
Yeah,
you never double down on those, right, Tank? You go triple, quadruple down.
Yeah, Tank, we need to have you have a session with our
DGen live on stream with background Nick.
Oh God, the little Nick, he's coming to London, isn't he? He's
said,
coming to London.
That's how you know.
We'll have a chat over a pint.
Yeah, there you go. Who will need it more? This is the question.
Well, no, definitely Tank. Tank will need a few gallons, or I'm sorry, liters.
Oh no, that'll be pleasant. That'll be pleasant.
Good times.
Yeah, it's good. You were saying exactly. Think about the downside, and again, that's something a lot of people struggle with. But I've been in meetings with lots of high net worth investors, sort of at institutions, and high net worth clients. If they're going to, it's like Goldman Sachs. For you to work with Goldman Sachs as a high net worth investor, you have to put a down payment of $1 million, $10 million. Okay, so these people have money, obviously. So they put, you start with 10 million, put it into the bank, and then you can get the services of the bank in terms of advice. But whenever a high net worth investor is advised, their question number one is, what do you think? What do you think question number one that they ask is when you talk to them about strategy, or you talk to them about what you're considering doing? What do you think their first question is? Guys in the chat, what do you think? If you're a high net worth investor and I propose to you, I don't know, Sonia, I propose to you, for instance, Sonia, this is what I'm going to consider, I'm going to consider looking at this. And what do you think their first question is as a high net worth? It's always the downside, yeah? What's the worst case scenario? How much can I lose? Okay, no, see, that's the issue, and it's the opposite. Yeah, it's the opposite. They always look at what's the worst case scenario. Yeah, how much can I lose? What's the worst case? If this goes tits up, if you get this completely wrong, junior analyst, what happens? And then if they're satisfied with that answer, then they talk about the top side. So even before even considering the potential top side, and of course we're not talking about sort of, angel investing where I'm gonna put sort of like, I don't know, $500,000 into something, and it could end up being $20 million if this company grows. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a sort of strategy on an index, for instance. And generally what they might ask is, what's the worst case scenario? So that's what you should ask yourself when you place a trade. Yeah, that's exactly what Miriam is discussing right now. She knows what the worst case scenario is, and she's okay with it. So you answer that question first. Once you've answered that question, then you look to see how much you can make. Because if you start with how much you can make, and if how much you can make equates to a nice house, a nice car, and a nice holiday, then a lot of people don't really give a shit about the other question of how much can you lose. Okay, so start with how much can you lose, and then you consider how much you can make. And it's the same with your analysis on a trade. If you identify where you want to enter a market, the second option is then not, where's my target? The second thing should be, where's my stop loss? Where do I get out for a loss? And how much is that going to cost me? And then we look at a target, okay, rather than target first. So every time, everything I used to teach when I used to lecture, a lot of this was always EST, entry, stop, target. Yeah, if you're doing your analysis, you identify where you want to get into a market. The second thing you do is identify where you want to get out for a loss, and then identify where you want to get out for a profit. Entry, stop, target.
I just got stopped out on that trade here. So they are breaking VWAP here on ES. So a lot of buyers though sitting at this 47. So hopefully they didn't just freaking take me out of this and start pumping it back up. But yeah, it's not the easiest little chop sesh right now we're trading in. So did get stopped out of that.
So what are you executing on usually, Miriam?
Say that again?
What time frame? Sorry, what time frame are you executing on?
I'm usually looking at the 5-minute and the 3-minute on futures when I'm entering the trade. So, and actually sometimes the 1-minute. So depending on, you know, how quickly I want to be, you know, getting in and out of this trade, I'll look at smaller time frames. So on ES, you know, that it'll be usually the 5-minute, but on NASDAQ, sometimes I look at the 1-minute. Sometimes I'm looking at the 1-minute. So, but we're in a chop fest right now. It's just like brutal right now. I mean, look at this on the NASDAQ. The 5-minute is just like in this freaking range. It's like in a 20-point, 30-point range right now. So,
it's got more wicks than a cathedral at this point.
For real.
More wicks than a cathedral. I like that. Awesome. But yeah, it's I think, you know, like you said, when you find yourself in a position like this where, I mean, obviously you can't do this at the moment, Miriam, but I'd suggest you go to the gym, guys. This is a great situation to get up, go away, do some exercise, come back and see where you're at. Because I think obviously you can't because Miriam's employed to sit in that chair. But
well, I don't know, Coach. I think if I put on a nice tight pair of shorts and went to the gym, it might double our viewership. I'm just saying.
Hey,
take it in with you.
We'll get Nick Simmons out there.
We'll get him.
Poor guy. He's never going to take a vacation again. He gets beat up so much when he's gone.
We'll get Matt on a Peloton.
I have a Peloton.
Have you? Wow, it's great for drying shirts and laundry.
It is right now. It is, yeah, because I had to get a couple new components for it after my basement flooded. So yeah.
Oh man.
Oh wow. That's really cool. Yeah. I think it'd be great to get Matt on a Peloton while Nick's on his little walking machine.
You know, you say that, I'm going to show up to the show on the Peloton once. I got to move a few things around in the basement, but I could do it.
Yeah, with a helmet, I expect.
Yeah, with a helmet, like the full like Lance Armstrong garb that all these douchebag cyclists in this country wear. You know, it's fun. I get like, you know, you go to a sporting event, like, you know, go to a sporting event, you wear a jersey of your team, you support them, no problem. But like, I don't go to the gym with a Michael Jordan jersey on to play. And like these guys that have these cyclist things on, it drives me insane.
Oh man.
Well, in fact, we have a place just north of where my parents' house is. There was unfortunately a cyclist that was killed a couple weeks or a couple months ago. And apparently it was the car's fault. And okay, it's fine. But then I'm on this exact same road because it's by where my father-in-law is in his assisted living facility. I'm on this same road and I get this asshole on a cycle past me at a stop sign without stopping. And I'm like, dude, I can literally see the memorial to the cyclist that was. I'm like, what are you doing, man? But
that's horrible.
It's the same issue here in London also. You get a lot of cyclists that tend to think that the road's theirs.
Might want to check your program monitor there, Coach.
Yeah.
What's that?
We got a Nick M, which should be Nick S.
Nick Simmons is available today.
Nick Simmons, yes, is here, blessing us with his presence. So.
Can we get a blow up of that for London for the booth?
I think what am I supposed to be looking at?
Yeah. Just look at your whatever. If you have your screen available right now and you see YouTube, you'll see it. You'll see the Tradeify stream here with our friend Nick Simmons. You don't see it?
I don't know who Nick Simmons is. I don't know who we're
We'll give you a minute here. We'll give you a minute, Coach.
Do you mean in the chat?
No. On the main program.
Do you watch the stream while we're streaming?
Yeah, we could be making faces at you and everything.
I know. You would have no idea.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Well, that's awful, isn't it?
Yeah, if that's not in the booth in London, somebody didn't do their job.
Oh, poor Nick.
Oh boy.
But
he's never going to take a vacation.
Yeah.
It's definitely interesting thing, cyclists. I mean, I've been to lots of countries where they train. So if you go to places like Tenerife, if you go to Mallorca, Spain, those islands, all these volcanic islands where you get a lot of the professional cyclists training, and I'm there in a hire car, just trying not to clip anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's not my favorite, these cyclist folk, nevertheless. But yeah, this is the thing, you see. So when you find markets in this sort of situation where you find yourself flicking between charts, kind of thinking, you know what, I'd like to get involved in that. I'd like to get involved in that. Where, you know, for me, I think when you try too hard to try and find something, that's maybe the situation to move to the next bar and see what's on offer at the next bar, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's kind of the example I've often used with a lot of guys, at least, is if you're trying too hard in one bar, go to the next bar and things should be easier.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, I mean, do you have any did you have anything planned for today? I don't know if you had you said you spoke to some live traders this week. Anything that you got from this week in particular from our live?
I think one of the main things was transitioning, just changing, trying to understand that it's two different traders, trading evals and sims and trading a live account. I think that's probably one of the biggest things people will realize, is that once you change it up, and when people are trying to trade the live account, there's no reset button, it's real money. You can grow it, and if you trade well, you get up to $500,000 with Tradeify, so it's worth it. But it's two different traders, basically trading sims and evals and trading live, and a lot of people are realizing that sort of after the next few sessions, and also taking notes. I think a lot of you should have a little journal and just write a few things down, because so many things happen to us and we forget about it within 3 days. It's very easy for it to happen again.
Mm-hmm.
So if you do something silly, write it down and stick it on a post-it note, keep it in front of you. I think it's really, really important. One of my ex-colleagues, he used to just have a date on his screen, and nobody knew what it was apart from maybe 3 of us. And it was a date where he did something really, 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 really stupid. Mm-hmm. And all he had up was just the date on a post-it, and that was enough to remind him to not do that again. So I think don't full port. Yeah. So I think what you need to do is, for sure, really, really please, if you make mistakes, don't just give yourself a pat on the wrist and then get on with your life. Write it out so that it's there in front of you. Put it up, and also, you did something good. Write it up. I think a lot of people need to realize that journaling, not just the negative, but the positive, is really, really important. The things that you think you did well. Like I said, if ever you move into the professional space in sports, first thing they give you is a journal, and they say at the end of every match, write down what you think you did well and what you think you did poorly. And self-critique is really, really important, especially when you're trading by yourself. So for sure, write down your emotions, write down what you think you did well, write down what you think you did poorly. Everyone wants a marble. These guys love a marble race, don't they?
Yeah, well, they love the giveaways. It's I do
end
want to let everyone know I've been watching. I did get my news feed up, and I'm kind of scrolling. There has been a lot of whispers with the Russian Poland thing, and apparently Trump just tweeted out a couple minutes ago, "What's with Russia violating Poland's airspace with drones? Here we go." So I'm not quite sure what that means, but but Poland is in NATO, if I recall, so that could get sticky.
Yeah, I mean, I think a really good barometer of how markets are reacting to Russia and what's happening in Qatar also is gold. Have a look at the gold prices, guys. Okay, get gold on a daily chart, and just have a look and see what. And we all know that basically people put money into gold when bad things happen. Okay, it's very, very simple, very, very simple equation. Bad things happen, people buy gold. Why? Because countries' currencies go up and down based on conflict. However, gold reserves can stay consistent around the world. That's why every major federal bank, or Bank of England, the US Fed, they all have gold reserves because gold's consistent throughout the world. So generally what you'll find is when bad things are escalating, how does the market react to them? Sometimes the market doesn't care. Sometimes there's a small reaction, sometimes there's a large reaction. But I think what you need to have a look at is a daily chart of gold. And a daily chart of gold, you can quite clearly see the level at 3,500 was tested once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. And then it's
Drew, I've got that up on my screen if you want to put that up.
Yeah, so that, you know, there's your level essentially, and is that, yeah, that's daily.
About 3,500 where I put the.
Yeah, perfect. So around about 3,500, and that's where the market was tested. You know, once, you know, 17th of April, 7th of May, 17th of June, 11th of August, something like that, and then we broke it quite substantially on the 2nd. So the point matter is that I think what you need to realize is that if people are put in, and when I say people, it's not you and I, okay? We're not moving gold. It's big institutions, it's big governments, and generally high net worth individuals that I referred to earlier. They're moving their money into gold, okay? And so the idea is if we can quite clearly see that the market's reacting in a manner of actually, you know what, this very well could escalate. I mean, we were watching the news this morning, my wife and I, we're old as fuck. We were watching the news this morning, and we were commenting on the news. All that was missing was me knitting a scarf, I think. And
I bet you could knit the hell out of a scarf, Tank.
Oh yeah.
I did learn to sew when I went to university, so I do have a sewing kit.
What a well-rounded dude he is.
Right.
Yeah. And I was tired of getting things changed, and so I decided to learn it myself. And yeah, I do have a sewing kit. But it was really interesting because, you know, she basically said, actually, especially when you mentioned Poland. So I don't know if you remember with World War II, it was actually Nazi going into Poland, which basically full on kicked off World War II. So it's quite interesting because, you know, the sort of build-up that we're getting right now is actually reminiscent of how a world war starts. So it's really interesting to see how the market reacts to that. And I think in terms of the actual market reaction, one of the best barometers is gold. So guys, even if you're going to be trading US equities, I think you should keep your eye on gold, because generally what you'll find is an inverse correlation, i.e. if people are moving money into gold, they're generally moving them out of US equities. So I think it's probably worth just checking that sort of thing out. Inverse correlation between gold and US equities. So by that sort of logic, what you'd expect over the next few weeks, days, whatever it might be, is US equities to sell off a little bit, just because people are obviously worried about the fact that this could actually kick on. And if this kicks on, obviously US will get involved, obviously UK will get involved, so on and so forth. So yeah, it could lead to something more. In my opinion, long gold. Okay, I think that's really, really important. You know, when I was given a lecture once in London, and I said to some of the students, I said, you know, what would you do, for instance, if where I used to work overlooked Tower Bridge? It's the bridge in London that opens up. And I kind of said to them, I said, what would you do if, you know, if we saw London Bridge, you know, get blown up in a terrorist act, so a confirmed terrorist act?
Oh no.
And one of my students said, I'd long gold and get the fuck out. And that's the perfect answer. Yeah. Long gold without a target, put a stop loss in. Long gold without a target, put a stop loss in, of course.
I'm in a short, by the way, guys. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I did take the short on the NASDAQ. Sorry. Go ahead and finish your thought.
No. That makes perfect sense, because gold is still pretty green.
All right, so we'll see if we get the short here on the NASDAQ. I do like the push here through NASDAQ. I would be targeting 924 is my target on this. So let's see if we can flush this through. We're about only 10 points here in the profits, but let's see how far we get on here. So I'm going to start trailing my stop. I want to see if we can get down to the 920s. Like I said, I'll probably start protecting a little bit more once we clear into the 935s. And we'll see how far we can get on here. So,
spike in volatility, you may get a really nice follow through here.
Yeah, hopefully. So we'll see.
Nice. Yeah. I mean, they're all looking, and again, this is probably on the back of like what you just said in terms of Trump and the fact that, you know, if the US are going to get involved, US markets will take a hit. So generally what you might feel, people will be looking to go short. It's not just people going short, by the way, guys. You must remember that if the stock market, if equities sell off a little bit, it's not just people taking shorts, it's people closing longs. Okay, so please also remember that people are closing longs, and then abundance of people will take those shorts. But a lot of people close. Yeah, exactly. Cool. Yeah, very good. Gold will be gold. Generally, yeah. Leah, my mother actually has 2 gold bars. That one she bought on the year I was born, and one she bought the year my brother was born. So she has 2 gold bars and the receipts.
Oh wow! Yeah.
1986 and 1988, and
nice.
And she's keeping them because actually her return on those gold bars is actually phenomenal.
I bet. Yeah. Good Lord.
And
what's her stop?
I love it.
She's actually very honestly. We missed a flight from a connecting flight, so London to Dubai to Sri Lanka, and we missed a flight from Dubai to Sri Lanka because my mother was haggling for gold, and the discount she got on her gold was actually greater than the cost of a new flight to go from Dubai to Sri Lanka. So
wow,
she's actually a physical gold trader. I'm not sure.
I love it. I love it.
It's quite interesting. It's quite interesting. So she doesn't know what to do with her gold now. Anyway, because both my brother and I married 2 white girls, and they're not really the big gold wearers.
You're like, what am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah, pretty much.
Now, if it was a Middle Eastern girl or an Indian girl, you have a different sort of case there.
Yeah, it's quite interesting.
I love it.
I said to the missus, I said, take it and we'll just sell it.
Yeah. Oh man, well, we appreciate you, Tank, for hopping on here. We love having you here on every Wednesday. Make sure next week that you wear a white tee, though. You don't want to piss Nick off.
Yeah, you know what? I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll get a nice white top of some sort. And...
All right.
I need to do it next week when he's back, and then never do it again.
Yeah, literally.
Just to throw him off.
I'll just hang it in the background just so he knows I have one.
There you go.
That's great. We appreciate you, Tank. Have a great rest of your day.
No, have a good one, guys. Take care all. Have a good one.
All right, guys. We're going to get into our live traders here. We're going to go see what the live traders have accomplished this week. Let's get into it.
Hello. It is Lil D-Gen. What's going on, man?
Not much. Another beautiful day, another dollar. Live traders killing it. It's nice to see a fellow Nicholas on the leaderboards now.
There you go.
That's not you, is it?
No. Oh. I wish I had what do you have, like a 6K a day yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
No, not me. Yeah, my white tee dress code. The thing is, the video was playing and I realized it, and I debated if I had enough time to run into my closet and grab a tee, but
you should have done it. It would have been hilarious. You scrambling into frame, right?
Yeah.
I know, because my camera would follow me for a little bit and then it would come back to me throwing a t-shirt on. So I screwed up.
I don't know if we can get you shirtless. We'll probably get our female demographic, well, and some of the guy demographic up for a little while.
I'm sure the guy demographic would probably do better than the girls.
That's facts. Oh man, well, yeah, great week for the traders, or the traders so far. I mean, I know they've been killing it, and obviously with the news and everything, we're still in the middle of everything. So did you trade the CPI news today, or PPI news?
No, I did not.
It wasn't big enough, I guess.
It doesn't move enough for me.
Yeah,
we'll see if CPI, if I want to roll a CPI, but I don't know. I mean, Coach Tank's lessons are kind of getting to me. I think maybe I'll.
Oh no!
Are they?
Oh no!
Are they?
No, of course they're fucking not. No, I'm sending CPI tomorrow for sure.
Come on, we call you D-Gen for a reason, man.
Yeah.
No, we know where I'm at. No, and I'm staying clear away from Tank when we go to London because I am not getting into it. I can't. No, I can't. Well, we just won't talk trading.
Yeah. There we go.
I don't want to get grilled.
Oh man. Well, we're kind of still in the short here. I mean, I know I put on this trade here, but I just wanted to kind of talk over it. So I did move my stop to about 15 or so, 16 points in profit here. We could get into the 40s. We do have a little bit of sellers sitting there, but they could take me out as well. But I'm kind of banking on us to continue further here. We did get down to that 20. Not quite the level that I'm looking for, but 26 area. I'd be looking a little bit more to the 24s, 20 zone. Opening range low is sitting right at 23,917. So that would also be a really good target, I think. But I'm slowly just like trailing my stop. This is typically how I like to trade. So we are in profits regardless, but yeah, we'll see if we can get a little bit more out of this. So far, still looking decent as far as where we're sitting, but we could start kind of turning around here. ES is kind of tapping into its opening range low as well. So let's see if that continues to hold as resistance. NASDAQ might try to like make a little bit of a pop back up, but I'm okay with taking the stop there if we do get that. So any trades for you today, Nick?
No, I mean, now that we're finally getting a little bit of a move, I love the shorts. I think that was a phenomenal entry. I'd like to hopefully break the low of 900s, and then if we see some kind of reversal, that's when I'll come in 15 minis on the house. But otherwise, no trades for me today.
Yeah, we did get that move down to the 24s. That would have been my take profit. Again, I'm just kind of seeing to see if they start to find a little bit more traction through that. But that would have been my take profit there. So we'll see. They might stop me out here because that's where I would expect us to bounce here on the NASDAQ. So probably take me out, which whatever, it's fine. But we are bouncing. We are bouncing. This is kind of the level. This is where I got that particular level here on the NASDAQ. You can see right where this demand zone starts, pretty much tapped right into it. So let's see if they continue further.
Fire. What's funny is like, honestly, apart from full porting CPI, you could full port the retrace of a news move because it's literally every single time we have news and we get a pump, we retrace that whole move. Well, maybe not every time, but more than 70% of the time, and I'll bet on those odds.
Yeah, I don't know. I think between that reversal of the opening move, gold continuing to spike up as Tank pointed out, and some of these whispers, like, and as somebody pointed out, I checked, there are defense stocks that are popping pretty good right now. I wonder what's like, what you always wonder, like, what do they know that we don't? Right. And I don't know if this corresponds with the Russia-Poland thing, but it's, boy, I wonder if we've hit our short term. I think if we've hit our short term top or maybe even top for the year, we're going to look back at the last couple of days. And wonder kind of, well, I obviously won't wonder in a couple of weeks if we're going to be involved in something, we're going to know it, but it's just very interesting. I still think that's a small likelihood. I still think we're probably going to make several new all-time highs this year, but I don't know. Something's giving me a little pause right now.
Yeah. I mean, did we bring up something about like war news? Was Tank talking about that for a second?
Yeah, well, Poland shot down a bunch of Russian drones last night that they say were violating their airspace. And Trump just tweeted about it. He just kind of said, like, what's up with that? He didn't really say what he was going to do. But it's just interesting because this was kind of one of the so-called red lines, right? Because if you violate the airspace of a NATO member, now all of a sudden things get a little interesting. Now, I don't know, maybe, like I said, I could be just dead wrong on this, but this just feels, I mean, I know Israel's just, bombing all the Middle Eastern countries left and right, but nobody's really done anything about that, right, wrong, in that, whatever. I'm not taking a personal opinion on it, but it's just interesting that we're starting to, again, the gold thing is really interesting. And so I'm still not ready to declare this like the top for the short term or for the rest of the year, but I just think it's one of those things. If it is, we're gonna look back and go, yeah, that was the beginning of it.
Oh, ominous! I like it. I not war. Like, that's not me like want wanting war. It's just more so like just like a little something in the market. Again, not war, just that we're having something different. Because the past, I don't know, it's been so boring to trade. Nothing's happening. Market's been, whatever. So like inject a little bit of spice and maybe we get some good trades here.
Literally, while the world is just like at war, traders are just at their desks waiting for some sort of move. Like that's just what's so wild about this whole thing.
Let's settle this. Let's give Russia a Tradeify account. Let's give Ukraine a Tradeify account. They get 1 year to trade it. Whoever's higher wins. And let's stop killing people.
Oh God, for real.
Maybe that's the solution to war is just trade.
Trade. Just trade.
Well, if they're all degenning left and right in the market, they don't have time to kill each other. So
it's true. If you gotta be more focused about the money, I like it.
Yeah, Drew brought up in the background the Nepal situation is interesting too. I guess there's been a lot of cronyism and a lot of kind of backwater deals stuff going on in Nepal, and then they made the mistake of banning social media. They banned 26 social media platforms, and the young people revolted, started dragging government officials out of their house and killing them and setting them on fire. So,
oh my God,
take away somebody's TikTok, and that's what happens. So, yeah, I mean, Nepal is not going to affect the markets, but that's insane. Like I read that, I was waking up this morning.
I feel like I don't like pay attention to the news as much as I should.
Well,
like sometimes my friends will be like, "Did you see what happened?" I'll be like, "No."
Yeah,
like
you're
I'm
like,
in my own
you mean with the
right
PPI
now.
print and the Jackson Hole move?
The only news I look at is Forex
care
Factory. Like I don't know any oh man, it's probably bad. Like, I should probably keep up my news, but like I'm in like my own little bubble here in the apartment. I look at Forex Factory, I trade, and then go to dinner and go to the bar.
Such is life.
Such is life. Typical Bears fan. I pay attention to the Bears.
Yeah. Well, you could at this time of year. What was it? I saw a meme a couple of days ago, right as the NFL season was getting going. It says, "Well, it's time for a bunch of people in their early 20s to decide my mental health for the next 6 months." Or I think it's a bunch of millionaires in their 20s to decide my mental health for the next few months.
Oh, it's so true. Yeah,
well,
unfortunate.
Schrodinger wants to know, how was your PSL yesterday?
The hell is PSL?
Come on, Nick. Pumpkin spice latte. I figured.
I started typing in Google PSL acronym, and I couldn't spell acronym for a second. So, God, I feel like a child sometimes.
Well, you kind of are.
Fire.
Did you know they got rid of the word gullible in the dictionary?
Yeah. Okay, I won't fall for that one. Although
he's like, I won't fall for that one again.
I'd probably fall for it in a year. I'll forget it. I got
I wish we would have clipped that and put that out there when I got you on that.
I literally, it's on the backlog of clips to be made, so we'll see.
Okay, all right, good. That was classic. So
yeah, we'll see. But no, I actually got this. I got s'mores creamer, which is fire. So I've been having that. Yeah. Pumpkin spice is in there though. I mean, pumpkin spice.
Of course it is. Are you more into it, or is your fiance more into the pumpkin spice?
Do I what?
Is it you or your fiance more into the pumpkin spice?
Oh, it's me for sure. Oh, I don't know. She's a big pumpkin spice girl too.
That's
why we get along.
So you're the basic white bitch in the relationship, basically.
Yeah, we fight for that position.
Match made in heaven.
It truly is. It's like we laugh at all the little things. Like I don't know, when we'll order like sushi or whatever and watch TV or watch Netflix, and like we get all excited about getting our food and ready to watch TV, and it's just like, wow, we are so lame, but
I get it
together.
Oh no, listen, that is the dream, man. I can tell you this is, I mean, I've been living with my now wife for a little shy of a year. That's the dream. When we're asked to the couch with food that we didn't have to cook at 6 o'clock, and then like, a drink or two and go to bed. Oh man, that's a dream night.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing. We literally cheers our chopsticks together. Like, cheers.
I love that. I love that. Cheersing chopsticks. That is like that's the one thing I look forward to, with my guys. Like, we have our little like season marathons that we watch where we'll get into. Right now it's Breaking Bad. Sometimes I'll make dinner, sometimes we'll get something like an Uber Eats or whatever the case is. And just having that moment together is like, it's great. I love it. I live for that. So it's awesome. But oh man, well, what a day, guys. I mean, we're just kind of in like you know, we had this nice move to the downside here. By the way, I am fully out of that trade. We are still respecting this demand zone sitting here, but not too much happening. I think right now, if you are looking, obviously I would be short biased until we can get back above like call it like 970 area on the NASDAQ. Right now we have the opening range like right below us setting at 23,917, which would be my, you know, that would be the initial target. Like this 24 area was first, but then like really the 917, we got to see what kind of reaction we'll get here. Otherwise, we flush through this, and I think we get down below these lows, possibly hitting previous day high, sitting at 23,890. I don't think bulls are necessarily in trouble today. I just think, you know, when you're looking at today's session, the overall right now, I would be sitting bearish. You know, considering what we're doing, we made this like basically double top here on ES, which was really sad to see now where we're sitting, but rejecting opening range low. And, you know, right now we still have this demand zone on ES at the 538, but I don't know. This is feeling a little like fishy so far. It's not like the best thing to trade. So yeah, it's just, I don't know. We'll see what we get.
Yeah. We'll hit the chat reminding us a lot about wait till you have kids. Well, yeah.
I'll put them to bed and then I'm enjoying my food.
Now. Yeah, there you go. No, yeah. My wife and I have enough furry kids. I think we're going to keep it there. Yeah. So no, it is actually an interesting point. As much as we like joking, like we talk about that having not having a ton of drama in your life outside of trading and how that can really help you within your trading. And I remember I worked with somebody, a private coaching about a little over 2 years ago. It was a gentleman who, you know, unfortunately was in a very rough, toxic relationship. Right. And it's private. I won't go into the details of it, but eventually he got out of it. And it wasn't like right away, but like a month or two later, his trading really turned around. Right. And I'm not saying he was making millions at that point, but, you know, being able to log off your account or whatever job you have, if you know, and just not have to deal with bullshit is really nice. I mean, obviously I'm speaking from a spoiled position. Obviously the three of us are in, you know, long-term either marriages or relationships or getting married, et cetera, et cetera. So that's you know, that's just something that's obviously nice to have. But when you turn off when you log out of your account and you're dealing with drama, and it doesn't necessarily mean relationship drama, family drama, friend drama, just whatever, right? Maybe you're in college, you know, dorm, whatever, that can really affect your trading. And I really don't think people who have that chaos outside of their trading lives really understand how much getting some of that under control. And some of it, guys, you're forced to deal with. We can't choose our family. I get all that. I've been fortunate to have a supportive and good family, but I know not everybody has that. So guys, really cut down on some of that stuff if you can. Like, unfortunately, I've had several friends in the past few years that I've distanced myself from. One of my best friends since I was 15 years old, just because I'm sorry, the dude is one of the most negative individuals I've ever met. Still consider him a friend. I've always told him I'm here if you call, you know, you need to talk. But like, I can't hang out with somebody that 95% of their comments are negative. It really brings me down. So whenever you're able to kind of cut some of that toxicity out of your life, I can almost guarantee, and there's not many guarantees in this business, and you guys know I do not speak in absolutes, but I can damn near guarantee it's going to eventually help your trading. Yeah,
it is for sure. I mean, the more that you can like put yourself in a position to win, whatever that looks like, right? Like that's what's going to help you. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but like your self-talk is one big aspect of that as well.
Yeah, and we got into that with Rips as well. I mean, it's always great when you have somebody that has such a big public level of success that Rips has. Tell you, listen, guys, this is hard. And his story about like crying on the floor, like I've been close to that a couple of times myself, right? Like, you know, it's what was the song lyric I heard the other day that resonated with me? It's like, they see you on the mountain, but they don't see you on the climb. Right. And so that's something that over the days, the weeks, the months, the years for a lot of us that we put in, you didn't see that. Right. You see the end product where I'm not saying, of course, every trade's a winner, but we sit here and, you know, if Miriam and I have a trade to take, we take it without hesitation. We're not concerned with the loss. We do what we do according to our systems. And for as much as we like to joke with little DGen here, I will say confidently, he takes trades without fear, you know, and going in and doing what you do. And again, that's because we have that stability outside of trading. and supportive people, whether it's family, partners, spouses, whatever. When you have that level of support, guys, and you can't make somebody support you, of course, but if somebody's not supportive, especially if it's a friend or somebody that it's fairly easy to cut out of your life, or at least reduce the exposure you have to them. Honestly, again, from personal experience, can't recommend it enough.
Absolutely. Yeah. Man. Well, anything you see right now, Nick?
I want
Any
a
sort
long.
of wisdom you have for us?
I've got not a lot of reason for it, but I want a long.
He's twitching right now. I can see he's about to
I'm like fiending for.
I don't hate the longs. I'll actually say that right now. I don't hate the longs.
If we get this nice, if we get some solid 5-minute candle, I love using the 5-minute candles for where, if I find, I maybe not use them as an entry, but usually will determine if I'm going to take the long or short. But if we get some nice candle closures on the 5-minute and kind of invalidate what is becoming a bear flag, then I will love the longs. Love the longs. I love on the 5-minute wicks to the downside and buyers bringing it back up.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, that area that I was looking to take profit, I mean, we're holding it right now, so not really looking like, again, shocker, sellers having some follow through here. But yeah, I would expect after these sort of candles that we see on the 5-minute, I would expect longs to come in, especially ES holding this opening range low right now. So I don't hate the longs. I just think right now I would look for 23,940 to hold on NASDAQ if we do get down there. And then your stop could, I mean, if you want to take a 20-point stop, I don't think that's a bad idea. Your stop would obviously be the lows right there, but yeah, so I don't hate it. I don't hate it. We're just sitting right now at a weird level. VWAP is right here. So if we're going to reject, we're going to literally reject right here. So we'll see.
I just don't like the. I would have thought that we had gotten better price action today after PPI, and I mean, unless it's so tough because now all I'm thinking is, are we waiting for CPI? Are we waiting for FOMC? Are we waiting? There's not follow through. We're sitting in this.
Or are we holding our breaths on this situation over in Poland? That's
Oh, that's true. I guess that could be
a part of it as well. So again, I think that's where the gold longs are coming in. Clearly, they've been cooking for a few days now, it seems stupid to say out loud, but it goes without saying that the Black Rocks and the companies that have literally trillions of dollars in markets, maybe not all in equities, but across all the markets. If you don't think they're just as, if not more, tied in than our intelligence services, you got another thought coming. When there's that much money on stake, I promise you, they know probably before the FBI, definitely before CNN knows that something big is going to happen. They will always know. You go back even, decades where you go back to the Gulf Wars and all that. There were signs in the markets beforehand. So I'm not saying that's what this is. I'm concerned on the price action overall.
I'm going to throw a interesting poll here because you bring up a good point. These companies, they know more than we do, and I think Tradeify needs its own intelligence program personally. So,
and who the hell's going to run that?
Me.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because
right.
subtlety and deception are clearly your strong suits.
The official poll for starting Tradeify Intelligence, run by Vice President DGen.
HR Nick.
HR.
I cannot wait for because you'd be a spy over there. You'd be like, hey, you guys thinking of bombing something? No offense, Nick. Honestly, I know you're good at your job. I know you're becoming a really good trader. I think you'd be successful at a lot of things. Spy, I don't know, man.
You haven't seen me act. I'm not gonna lie. I'm one of those people that if I get put in a really tough situation, anywhere, I can be a significantly successful compulsive liar. So I would be phenomenal.
Okay. Your fiance is ecstatic.
No, I would be phenomenal as a spy. You just let me.
He just ratted himself out in so many different ways.
So you're telling us you'll be a good spy. That's not what a good spy would do.
Yeah, but this is all reverse psychology because then I would go into a meeting.
No, it's reverse psychology. You're out thinking yourself.
Yeah, reverse. Trust me, I got this.
Oh, that's good.
See, you guys are confused. You think you know me now.
You think you know me.
Okay.
We'll post all of our spy uncoverings on Tradeify TV.
Yeah. He's got a good one there. Nick S. compulsive line. Yeah, I've got a stop loss in the house account.
But yeah, exactly. Like Brett will message me, be like, "Hey, there is a stop on that position, right?"
You know, the great liars though don't come on and say that they're great liars, and the good spies don't say that they're good spies. Come on, man.
I'm like, wait, oh shit, what the hell is the movie with shit? Hold on, give me a second.
Shit.
I mean, the most elaborate series of lies I've told my now wife was when I deked her out so I could propose to her. So I justified that one, okay. But
I'm like, Get Smart. I'm like, I'm Get Smart. That's what.
Max, that's something or other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
DJ Tradeify Intelligence, DTI. All right, it's official.
It's official.
If you got selected for the intelligence program, you'll get an email.
Yes, because that's how intelligence services recruit. I feel like you need to read a book on something in this. Like I said, I have full confidence in you in a lot of different things. I'm not sure if, oh man, let's just say if we were sending you over for spying on something in real life, I'd probably short the markets.
Because I told you to.
Oh, okay, yeah, there it is.
Duh.
All right, guys, I got this.
Oh, good stuff. I love it.
Maxwell Smart. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Maxwell Smart. I remember that old show.
Maxwell Smart?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Get Smart.
Not me.
It's an old, it's a TV show that they made into a movie in the 90s, and then they remade it with, I think, Steve Carell and The Rock like 10, 12 years ago.
Oh.
How are we feeling about these longs, Nick?
Ah, man. I like them. I'm not gonna lie. I like it. I
would have liked a better entry, but I didn't enter these. I would have liked a VWAP retest, but I didn't get that.
This might be like yesterday was a super like that grind after like, basically literally the exact same time today or the same time as right now yesterday. I longed and just sat in it for like 4 hours. So
oh gosh,
like literally for the entire day of the market, I sat in a long. So I don't doubt this is the same thing. We just get some silly, slow grind, but I don't care if it's printing.
Hey, if it brings money, then whatever, you know.
With the NQ, we're just sort of trapped between the highways at this point, the +1 and the -1 standard dev. So, I mean, they're big enough you can make, you know, there is some trades to be had within there, but it's the breakouts above or the breakdowns below that'll, I think, set up for a really, really nice move.
Yeah.
Those 60s on NQ are some key areas there. So let's see.
House is gearing up right now.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Nice 5-minute closure. If we get like above, honestly, if we could just close above 960 on the 5-minute, like above all these 5-minute wicks that were, you know, predating that, I'll take the long for sure. I'll ride it.
Yeah, we had a question on Project X coming very soon, guys. I think you said this weekend. That's great.
Yeah, actually soon. No, that's not just a soon, but we won't actually tell you when soon. It's soon because it's actually coming. We already announced it. It's official. Oh yeah, and if you guys, I don't know if Perocolo, I don't know if I even say that name right. If he's still in here. Yeah, Peroloco. If you're still in here, and I know you haven't won a giveaway yet, but the best odds of winning a giveaway are in our game night because we only have like 40, 50 people in it at a time. So your odds are like 100. I mean, they're like 100 times better. Well,
what are you guys playing tonight?
Still Apex. It's probably the last time we play Apex on game night. We might switch it up and do some different games. But we have our tournament on Friday. So if you haven't signed up for that, it's full. But if you sign up and we get somebody who doesn't show up, you'll get in. So
what time is that on Friday?
1 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
That's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to show up. Nobody's going to outplay us this time.
Oh, man. You're talking some shit. You were pretty confident going into the Monday night, too. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know we were.
Have you recovered from that? Are you okay now? Do you need a hug?
No. Oh, I do. No. I do.
All right.
I still haven't recovered. Although I did until we brought it up. So now I'm sad again and I'm calling in sick. You were taking me out.
I know. Just for my own entertainment, I perused the Bears subreddit last night. Holy cow. Man, y'all are ready to like mail in the season. I still think you're going to be all right.
No, it's over. We can't throw a game like that and come back. Like
I've said before, I'm still thinking. I still think Caleb's going to be good, but if he's not, y'all are cooked as a fan base. Because like, you talk about being sold false hope again and again and again.
Yeah, it's like.
Do you have a Trubisky and a Fields jersey in your closet right now?
No,
guys, sorry, I did try that long here. Just FYI at 53. So
let's go.
Aaron's like, shut the fuck up. I got to try it.
I'm going to try it. My stop's at 41, so nothing crazy. I'm only risking like, what is that, 12 points? So I want to see if they can continue these further through the 60s, get the buying pressure, push us higher. 1 mini here, nothing crazy. I would be shooting for the 60. I want to see 69.
Nice.
So we'll see. See if we get that. Anyways, sorry. Back to your banter.
No, go ahead. We were so DGen, we do have, maybe we'll wait for Miriam's trade to play out. We do have some giveaways coming, correct?
Oh yeah, we got two 50K gross coming up.
Beautiful. So stay tuned for that, guys. We'll run a marbles race for those in a little bit.
I really like the longs right now.
Schrodinger talking about. I loved those segments on. As much as I can't stand the Bears, I loved those Pope segments that they were running on Monday Night Football before. That was really fun.
Yeah, I actually at the game I saw a guy dressed up as the Pope. That was hilarious.
And one of the best jokes I've ever seen: Chicago gets a Pope before they get a 4,000-yard pass.
Oh, that's good.
That's great.
And right, I do think I would really like to see them put a Portillo's in the Vatican. I think that'd be outstanding.
Oh my gosh, that'd be great.
Is that the only Portillo's in Chicago? Like, is there only one?
Oh, honey, no. Oh, no.
Oh, honey, like I'm supposed to freaking know this. I don't know.
How many Portillo's are there? There's a couple hundred, I think.
Are there?
There's a lot,
yeah.
They're on the stock exchange.
Yeah, well, good for them.
86 Portillo locations as of mid-2024.
Ooh.
Dang.
They wanted to expand to 920 over the next few years. That's the only food we don't have decent in St. Louis. Like, we have the best Italian food. We got barbecue. We do not have an Italian beef joint. So Portillo's, come on down.
Oh, man.
I really like the longs. I just need to see some conviction here.
Yeah, I want to see more. I'm honestly at this point, I kind of want to target the 990s. Let's see if we can target that, because I would, I don't really see much on the order flow book. Once we pass the 70s, though, I will move a little bit above break even, and then we'll just see if this trade wants to take it from here.
I'm a fan.
Kind of slow on book maps so far. We need a little bit more momentum and volume here, but I don't really see much until we get up into pretty much where we're sitting right now, and then through 72. So let's see. I might actually start trailing. I'm gonna move to break even trade here.
Love that. Nothing better than that.
Yeah. Want to see if they're gonna clear these 70s here. Let's see if we get the buying pressure. Not really much on book maps so far, kind of finding some resistance. So actually, yeah, I do want to protect this a little bit more in case they dump it, but let's see if they get the buying pressure. Trying to fill those orders right now, sitting at the 70s, but kind of struggling at the same time. Let's see. Once they clear these 70s, I think they have a clear shot to the 90s. If and when they decide to step up here.
80, right about this, let's see, 979 exactly is the +1 standard deviation band. Okay. So I think you got a pretty clear shot up to that, and then you just got to punch through some of that resistance that's sitting there. Yeah.
My stop is sitting about 2 points in profits here. I don't like that they're struggling at the 70 area, guys. I really don't. I'm going to move my stop a little bit tighter, just in case, like to protect some profits, because right now they could reject it, which I don't want to see. You know what? I'm going to take my profit. I don't like that they rejected that. I do not like that they rejected that. So I just exited my position, guys. That 70 was like, again, this is literally what I was looking at. And the fact that they're rejecting it, again, they could find a bid here and start moving back up. I just don't like what I saw on book maps. And right now, this is a potential for them to reject it. So I just wanted to lock in some profits there. Very quick trade on my behalf, and just one of those days where I don't want to F around and find out. So got out of that position. Wicked it right to the 9 EMA here on the 1 minute. So still have a chance here, but I just don't like that they're rejecting. I don't like what I'm seeing there on the order book. Yeah, I don't
this
like
isn't the sexiest candle, but that's tough.
What makes a sexy candle, Nick?
I can make a lot of jokes about that. Like a lot. Well,
you almost, your brain hits overload at that point. You can't.
It does. It's like all the shit just starts flooding in my head.
Oh man.
A couple drinks and like I gotta. So like that's why I'd be nervous about doing IRL streams, because a couple drinks in me and like I just no filter.
As opposed to the one you have now.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. This is quite the filter. I feel like Big Daddy Mac sometimes. Like I'm like, ugh, I gotta tone it back a little bit.
Well, okay, all right.
Just a little bit.
Yeah,
not too much.
Because there's nothing worse on YouTube, clearly, than
Oh man.
So yeah, Nick, I know I brought it up with you a couple times this week, but boy, we're really expanding here at Tradeify TV. So Lumi's stream seems to be going really well so far.
Yeah, Lumi's been a blast. I think her stream is awesome. We got a lot of cool shit coming up. Tradeify TV is just, we're doing our thing. We're doing Tradeify shit.
Hood rat things.
Yeah, that's the only way to classify, doing the cool shit that we do. But yeah, no, it's been fun. I'm loving it. I think everything's been going so well. I just love the chat, love the little community that we've got going on here. Everybody can joke around and it's fun. Like Swingify TV.
Swingify. Almost forgot. Never forgot.
Never forget. Damn right.
Oh man. Yeah, quite an interesting day. Not in love with any setup so far today. Took our stab at it, but yeah, we're getting that rejection at 70, which not good look. Not a good look. Naughty.
That sounded so similar to Nick. I was like, holy shit.
I could say like 2 or 3 phrases. That's about all I got. But Nick is on a whole different level.
Yeah, he really is. It's quite impressive, actually.
Well, D-Gen, we appreciate you stopping by as you do. I think we're going to run the giveaway here in a minute. I know you got like a real job or something. I don't know, but
who knows?
I don't know. Y'all pay us to do this, so we're happy with it. But but anyway, thanks for joining us. It's nice to see the live traders are still killing it. Tradeify TV is still killing it, and we'll see you back tomorrow.
Hell yeah! All right, see you guys.
Bye. Nick.
Boy, Miriam, I know we got some time to go yet, and maybe we'll see something, but this has been a full show so far. I feel like we almost need to step back and kind of like decompress everything.
Yeah, definitely. Might need to take Sanka's advice here and hit the gym.
What was your biggest takeaway from Rips first? We'll start with him.
Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, he's been in the game for, like I said, 10 years plus, right? And the biggest thing that I took from that was the fact that he said, sometimes you just got to go through it, right? Like feeling that pain when it comes to trading and, going through those lows in your career of trading is really like, it's a moment where you don't want to ever experience that again. And if you're really trying to take something seriously, I mean, you're first of all going to do everything it takes to try to make it a success. But you also have to sometimes go through those lows to understand like, all right, this is where I don't want to be. Now, how do I prevent myself from getting there again? And that's the biggest thing I took from him. I mean, you guys heard him pretty much say like he lost over $1 million, and that's not an easy thing to go through. I mean, psychologically that can do things to you. And I mean, like I said, it's one of those where if you can get out of that pain, if you can find a way to, whether it's taking 6 months off like he did, or getting back into it in another way, and just understanding that like, all right, maybe it is me. Maybe the fact that, I put myself I put myself in this position and understanding like what the patterns were, but then working your way back up from that is really the biggest thing. And I think, you know, it's a testament to him. I mean, he really talked about, you know, that was a huge thing for him, and he was able to get himself out of it. So that was huge. And then, you know, he did kind of mention too, like trading sometimes is not for everyone, right? And that's something that I know kind of sounds like, you know, it's not the most motivating thing, but I've also, I agree with that. I actually created a video on that as well, where, you know, some trading can be something that is very lucrative. You know, it can be helpful for, you know, just having a good high value skill, but it's not for everyone. And especially if you're someone who just cannot seem to get out of their own way, it's just, you know, it's maybe not the career for you. But at the same time, you know, don't let that discourage you from making it a thing and making it work for you. So that's the biggest thing I took. But we had a lot of good nuggets from that conversation with Rips. And yeah, anything you specifically took away, Matt?
Yeah, I think, you know, it is interesting. You know, him and I have been in the game about the same amount of time. We've taken very, very different paths to end up where we have. Both had a large amount of success and had some fun and enjoyment along the way. But yeah, you know, I kind of after doing education for a couple of years, made my way into institutional education and did some stuff there, and so it was kind of like working really behind the scenes for a few years until a couple of years ago. But yeah, it's and you know, Rips is obviously, you know, does some, as he said, some institutional newsletters and stuff now, but is, you know, was largely came from retail. So, but it's the same lessons, right? It's there, you know, if you see somebody making a ton of money, whatever path they took, we learned the same lessons along the way, right? We learned how to take losses. We learned when losses are too big, and I can't help that. I don't want to minimize anything, so don't you know, put in the hateful comments here or anything like that, because it's not at all my intention. But you know, it reminds me a lot of, I have several friends that work in the field of psychology, and one specifically in addiction treatment. And I'm, you know, I'm fortunate. I personally don't have any you know, genetic predisposition to addiction. Haven't struggled with that in my life, but I know, like, I know the basics behind it from talking to these people, and trading, even setting aside the addiction gambling issue, like, the road for like a recovering addict and somebody getting into trading is honestly not all that different. Like, you need to hit rock bottom at some point before you admit that you need to change things, right? Whereas an alcoholic may lose, or any kind of addict may lose, you know, family, friends, kids, whatever, and they have to get to a point where they say, I cannot do this anymore, whether it's physically, mentally, psychologically, whatever. Trading, guys, is this, like, you have to get to a point, because you're going to be like, well, everybody, me, myself included, where you're going to be like, well, I know I'm losing money, but it's not my fault. It's the markets, right? Or it's this, or it's, how many times do we see it? You know, you're blaming market make. I mean, guys, the market makers aren't running your sim orders. I got news for you. Okay. But you're going through and you're blaming everybody but yourself, when it's you that pushes the buy button, you that pushes the sell button, et cetera, right? And you have to get to a point. And for me, it was losing a large amount of my own money. And for everybody else, maybe blowing out 10, 20, 50, 100 accounts, whatever the situation is in evals. You have to get to the point where you say, you know what, I am not good at this right now. Now, again, you have to have that stubbornness that you can get good, but you have to hit that rock bottom where you say, I need to change something. And then it's a whole mess of what to change and all that. But that has stuck out to me, because I had a similar moment. I've talked a little bit about it. It's a big story, so I'm not going to take up the rest of the show with it. But I had a point about it 9 months into my career, very early in my career, where I broke down in a very similar fashion to what Rips described. And then it's amazing to me. He was talking, our journeys are very similar at the, you know, like I said, just different guideposts. But I took actually 3 months off from trading completely. Now I kept watching the markets, and I went back and started rereading every book that I had written. It was, you know, I make the joke, and it's funny, but it's not an actual joke, in that, like, I read The Disciplined Trader before I made my first trade, the Mark Douglas book, and I like mocked the mistakes, and I'm like, what moron does what he's talking? And I made all the mistakes, of course. Yeah. And then going back and reading that and remembering that was humbling, to say the least. But you have to be humbled. You have to get to a point where you realize I need assistance, or I need to change something, whether you get that from this show or a YouTube video or a course or a book or whatever.
Yeah.
And guys, he keeps coming back to the mental side of things as well. And guys, we see the things in chat every time we go on a big psychology binge or tank it. Like somebody's got a smart comment about it, at least one. It's not as bad on this show as it is other places because you guys understand what we're about here. But almost every time I see a smart ass comment, I want to call every single one of them out, but I don't, because I know that's not going to change that person's mind. That person has to experience it, and they will. And I know because I was that arrogant son of a bitch when I first started too. And the market humbled me and put me through some things, right? As we say, and coming out on the other end of that made me the person and the trader that I am, and the stuff that we talk about, cutting out some of the external bullshit as well. And that's it, guys. So that's what I took away from that. But yeah, it's amazing how they're both a blast to have on, but I think personality wise, probably a big difference between Tank and Rips. And yet they're both very successful at what they do. Successful traders, successful in helping people learn how to trade. There's not one size fits all in this game, guys. And that's one of my big takeaways from today.
1000%. Yep. I love it. Yeah, a lot of big nuggets here on Tradeify TV today. And Matt, while you were talking, you were dumping the markets. So I mean, you could have kept going.
Marbles. Speaking of, guys, I think Miriam, I think we're going to give you the honor of choosing the keyword for the marbles race in the background there. So let Drew is we're going to do okay, never mind. We've
okay, we'll just
you guys gotta they're changing in the background on us. Hold on.
Okay.
No, so I think Drew, can we do a marbles race? We need a marble.
Yeah, we need a marble.
In honor of Nick. Now, okay, we can do a marbles race. So Miriam will give the keyword, and in 5 minutes we will release that keyword, and then we'll do the marbles race.
Oh man, I wasn't my mind right now is not mentally in a keyword land. Let's see.
That's why I'm giving you 5 minutes to think of it.
A whole 5 minutes.
A whole 5 minutes. Come on, you're a trader. If that's not enough, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay. Well, I guess.
What? Oh, I had to read that. Okay.
I'm tempted to take this short right now. I'm not gonna lie. We're not using that. We're not using it. I was just putting it in there. Let's see. Oh, unless we are using it. Okay, whatever. You know what?
Too late, Drew says.
Too late.
That'll teach you to make jokes in the background, Miriam.
All right. Well, this is going to be an interesting keyword here.
Yeah, and obviously, Robert, I guess if Rip is brutal with new traders, I honestly, that's probably something a lot of us needed when we started, right? Like that's yeah. I mean, obviously we're on this stream while he's on his, but yeah. I mean, sometimes guys, somebody's got to talk to you harshly. Somebody, don't talk shit to you. Somebody needs to talk shit to you. Now, most of the time it's yourself, right? It was myself who finally kind of mentally pushed myself into a wall and said, you need to get your shit together. Right. But yeah, it's somebody's got to do it. And more importantly, you got to listen.
Yep. Let me know when you're ready for the keyword here, Drew. And let everyone know. Oh man, what a hold of this level here on the NASDAQ. ES is a little bit, I don't want to say stronger because it kind of sucks too, but all right. Well, apparently we're going to go with this keyword, guys. Make sure you spell it correctly and also make sure that you are not typing it in multiple times. So if you do type it in, make sure it's correct. Okay. And do it once. All right. The keyword is a whole 5 mins, M-I-N-S. I'm going to type it in the chat here. A whole 5 mins.
There you go. Type it once. If you make a spelling mistake, guys, you can type it again. Yeah,
this is already getting good. This is already getting good.
I think this was intentional. You just wanted to fuck with everyone in the chat today.
Hey, someone had to do something.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I wonder if anyone's in a short here. It might be a good marbles indicator setup. Because because if we break this 24 area here on the Nasdaq, we could see the 17s, which isn't too far from it. But I think if we get traction, we could possibly see the 900s. So let's see if the marbles indicator comes in.
Yeah, we're right at that area of support at the -1 standard dev band. If we want to put up my chart for just a second here, I mean, you can see basically since that pullback, that pull down, just banging our head on the, again, there's some days, guys, every indicator, I don't care what it is. There's days it's going to work beautifully and there's days it just sucks. But again, this is kind of what I don't want to see as a momentum trader. We stopped, we got -1 standard deviation as support, +1 is resistance, and the bands are contracting as this has happened. That is, as a momentum trader, you absolutely do not want to see that.
Yeah.
Our dev width is still a little bit above our ATR, but the fact that those two are getting close to each other, I don't like either.
Yeah, right at that 69 level that I was literally talking about, to literally just tapped right into it and rejected pretty well too. So I would expect some follow through here. Again, follow through has not been, maybe that should have been the keyword, follow through, but follow through has not been on the Bears bingo card this week. So who knows if they're just gonna hold it here and chop us around the rest of the day. But it's a little frustrating, not gonna lie. If you're a momentum trader, it's been a frustrating week.
It has been. Yeah, it really has been. But that, even the moves up, I know we grind, like we are moving up in general, but we're grinding up. We're not getting those momentum pushes in the follow through, like you said. It's been, in fact, we seem to grind up a lot in the other sessions, and then New York is just like, bleh.
Yeah, not fun. It's a little icky.
It's yucky. It's not cute. We
Yeah,
need that indicator for TradingView. It's up on the screen. Instead of, it says yucky or cute at any given moment, that we know what the price action is.
Yeah, I listen. I mean, I say it to myself every single day, so might as well get it on into the charts.
$10,000 a month. That's for the indicator.
That's a killer deal right there.
Well, no, it's $100,000 per month, but you're running a 90% off sale.
Yes, yeah. And that 90% off sale is going to stay there.
Well, go away for like 12 hours and then it'll be back under a different code.
And I'll keep saying that it's, the last time it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, like DGen on CPI. It's the last time I'll do it. No.
Yeah. Just one more time. Oh, man.
Y'all got any more of those full ports?
Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully Drew gets some fun little track here set up.
Yeah, I'm really curious. He's been giving us some really, really fun / weird ones the last. Okay. All right. Here we go. Let's run it, Drew.
All right. So again, we're going to do 2 winners on this marbles race here. Did we decide if we're going to do the first place and the last place? Is that what we're doing? Please confirm.
It's up to you. You're running this one.
Am I doing this? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, chat, let me know. Do we want to do first and last, or just first 2?
Better pick before the finishes start.
I know. If not, I'm going to pick like in 1 minute. First and last. Okay. Middle. All right, we're going to do first and last. So first winner and then the last winner. May the best loser win, I guess, in this case, too.
Yeah, well, that's appropriate, I would say.
Yeah. Everybody gets a free account.
You get a free account.
What is this? Like, where are we?
I don't know.
Looks like we're in some ceramic, like, thing. I don't even know.
Oh, there's more. Okay. Oh, and now they're starting to fall off the screen. Okay. Uh-oh.
Ah.
By the way, Miriam, yesterday I was watching, I don't remember what we were watching on TV, as I was on, like, dicking around on my laptop, but there was one of those drug commercials, right? And they're like taking all these like songs from, like, it's the people that are happily dancing around because they took the medication, what
right.
I don't remember what it was, but I just at the very end, this like it's the instrumental, and then at the very end they kick in the lyrics, and it's goes there she go. I'm like, oh my.
Oh no, you're like triggered.
Yeah.
You're like, fuck this. I'll never take this medication ever.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but yeah, I'm never taking it.
Oh man. All right. So it looks like we got our first place winner here is Sam A. Sam A, please type in the chat so that we know you are here paying attention. Guys, please don't do what happened yesterday. The fact that we had to choose.
Oh, it broke my heart.
I think it was like the third person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The second winner on the. Come on, Sam. Don't make us wait for it.
Sam A. Please type in the chat.
Sam A.
A.
USA.
Sam A.
Yeah, there he is.
There we go.
Congrats, Sam. You have won.
Good job.
Again, make sure your emails in your YouTube description and give Lil Degen 7 days. We'll say 5 business days, but 7 days to get you your account.
Nice, Sam. Congratulations. All right, we're going to look at who the last place here is. I cannot read that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, if we could type that
What is
one
that? 30-minute orb. 30-min orb. 30-min orb. You are the second winner here. Please type in the chat. 30-min orb.
Ah, there's USA.
USA.
USA. Yeah, dirty. Don't you know? That's more Wisconsin.
There we go. Yay, 30-minute orb. Congratulations. Congratulations, Sam A and 30-minute orb. You guys are winners. I believe this was we didn't even tell which one it was. Was it? Did we?
I bet I can guess 30-minute orb strategy.
Well, no, it was for 250K growth accounts. Okay, good job, guys. Again, make sure your email is in your YouTube description so that we can contact you and send you your prize.
All right.
All
300K straight to fund. It's 500K straight to live.
Yeah. Oh, that would be fun.
Oh, yeah.
That would be not
a
lot of.
And we'll give it to a rookie trader. There you go.
Yeah.
How to cost your company $500,000 very quickly.
Full port tomorrow's news, or you lose the account.
Yeah. Little DJ would be all over that.
Oh man.
So,
well,
if I recall, so guys, we obviously we had Rips on today. Amos will be joining us tomorrow. So definitely tune in for that as well. And he's been running his Monday night sessions, which are now, I believe, permanently on Monday. So we wanted to get them away from the NFL. So they're on during the very early pregame of Monday Night Football. Not worth watching. So come on over to check out Amos and his back testing. And yeah, looking forward to that. So
well, apparently if the Bears are playing, it doesn't matter. So
yeah.
Womp womp womp.
Womp womp womp. If little DJ still got us on in the background, he's about to start crying again.
Dang. I felt
find out
it
which
from
building
him
this is. I'm just gonna send a bunch of tissue to the lobby there for him.
Yeah. It's okay. He has Whole Foods. He has everything.
Yeah, he'll just run down to Whole Foods and get his cheese and crackers.
Cheese and crackers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, guys. Yeah, what a day. What a day. Not much in the session here. Or maybe we'll get a nice move in the afternoon. Who knows? Hopefully Lumi's session will be much more eventful than what we've gotten here. Really just complete range bound day. I mean, other than obviously making a new all-time high on ES here, but so far just kind of been ranging. So yeah, not much. We're squeezing too on the NASDAQ very, very tightly. I think we'll get some sort of move. This is kind of what I'd be looking at right now. Obviously, we have this nice trend line here that we're respecting, but we also have this trend line that we are expecting. So we are kind of squeezing in this area. I would be looking more for a downside play. It does look a lot more, bearish in this case, but we're still holding these levels too. So obviously bulls are trying to defend specific areas. You guys can see we are fighting to break these multiple wicks at this level here on the NASDAQ on the 30-minute. So ES, we do have a demand zone sitting below that, so we could potentially tap into this and then do what I call a look below and fail of this area. So
Just
yeah,
a little peek.
nothing crazy.
Just a little
What's
peek
that?
below, little peek.
Little peep. Yeah. Like a little bonk on the head.
I'll tell you, trading these markets the last week or so has felt like bonking on the head.
Honestly.
Well, it's interesting because there are days, obviously we've been here for a while now, and but I look at your, so you're up 460 here, Mary, but like it felt like you had to work harder for that 460 than I've seen any of us work for sometimes 4 figures in the past.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's been, I feel like, an uphill battle with this price action. So, like you said, I mean, many times you kind of just got to take what you can get and, not try to stick out for a hero as little Nikki here in the back end would say. But yeah, there are certain days where I think are more appropriate. And again, it's just one of those days where price action is also still a little rough. Hopefully it changes tomorrow. Maybe, like I said, we do get an afternoon move, but I would be looking for these areas to break at least. We're starting to get some selling pressure coming in here. Nice selling pressure, actually. All right, let's see if they break this 24 area again. 2220 zone on the NASDAQ. And then let's see if they actually find traction. I don't want to see them, just like I said, a look below and fail, grab some more orders here, and then shove it back up. So let's see what they can do here. All right, lots of selling pressure coming in. Nice. See if they have follow through here. If anyone's short, Bookmaps has some orders sitting right at that orb low. So be careful of that area for a potential reaction. Otherwise, traction through it, and I think we see 900. If we can clear the 917 area.
We're right in that -1 standard def band. A breakdown below there would be pretty bearish. I think we'd head to lows at that point.
Yeah,
I don't know if I trust any move right now.
right. I agree. Yeah, it would have been setting up for a nice H pattern here on the 5-minute on the NASDAQ, but we did get that bounce right at this area. So maybe on the 15-minute looks a little bit, actually, no, it doesn't. I was going to say maybe it looks cleaner on the 15-minute, but
you thought it
all right,
looked good, instead it looked yucky.
Yeah, it does look yucky. We just broke that level here. Let's see if they actually bounce it up here. Just grabbed a few orders and maybe they start running it back up to VWAP. Let's see what they decide to do here. I would definitely be trailing my stops or at least covering if I was short here, or if I was short, which I'm not. Watch for a potential bounce here, guys. Yeah, definitely looks like that area of opening range low might be problematic if you're trying to short. Yeah, clear shot to 900 if we can break this. I mean, 900 is technically the session low. So that would be, regardless, an area. It's also an area of interest, psychological area. But if we break 900, I think we can see at least 890, and then probably pre-market low sitting at 23,874. So definitely would not be surprised if, we continue further here. But opening range low would be the first line of defense, I think, for the bulls. Oh man. So what do you have planned for today, Matt? The rest of the day, are you gonna mow your lawn?
I'm not at home, so no. And they
Oh,
and
that's
my
right.
parents
That's
have
right.
somebody to.
You don't have a lawn to mow right now?
I know. I feel very detached, but the good news is the lawn at home will definitely be ready to be mowed when I go home tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Oh man. Well, these sellers are really coming in here. Let's see. Ooh. 900 probably incoming. Oh, that's fucking great.
Yeah, no, it's been, again, we talk about the other side of trading, right, in the mental aspect. And it's been the last week or so has been, interesting. So, obviously dad went in for surgery. So I've been very slower to take, even slower than usual to take trades over the past week or so. And so I'm really trying to kind of not, like, usually I'll trade the afternoons in my personal account, but I really haven't been doing much after the show. I've been trying to decompress and obviously, helping.
Yeah.
He's still moving very slow. So helping move him and move stuff around.
Yeah.
So it's, there's times where you understand I can't be as heavy or as trading, there's, as I've said on this show, there are days, well, I'll say weeks, because I don't like the days. Yeah, Drew's in the background. Yeah, that's the point. I can get it at home too, but yeah. But anyway, I'll say weeks. There's weeks to make money in the markets. Then there's weeks to not lose it. And so, I understand that there are times where it's I'm not going to be at my mental best. And so I need to, me as the risk manager needs to tell me, the trader, hey, only A+ this week, right?
Yeah.
Or plus I'm not working on my normal setup, right? I'm working off my MacBook and 2 shitty portable monitors, right? I usually, and they're both 1080. I'm sitting at home with a couple of 4Ks in a 1440 running off a PC. So I don't have all the things up that I would usually have up. So it's just recognizing when I'm a little less than 100% and being very careful what I take at that point.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's understanding like your current situation, all of that. And yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't blame you. This market is, like I said, lack of follow through right now. Even this 900 level, we couldn't even quite tap into it. So this is telling me that it's just a range day. It's a range day. But if you guys were able to capitalize on any sort of move, not just from today, but this week alone, I mean, congratulations, honestly, because so far price action has just been kind of wonky. But we do have like I said, guys, we do have Lumi coming in here in a few, right after us, right after we get off. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Again, hopefully we have some sort of momentum in the afternoon or some sort of follow through. Just didn't quite get it in the way that I would have liked to see it, at least. So we'll see.
It's been a grind this week. It has definitely been a grind.
Yeah, hoping tomorrow will come with better action. But yeah, I think we can start maybe, I don't know. Hopefully, I don't know what I was going to say, but
it's the end of a 4-hour stream. You're allowed to be a little brain dead at this point.
A little loopy.
Well, and it's, listen, I can say this, and I know because you and I have had, you and I and Nick have had conversations behind the scenes. Like, we genuinely enjoy doing this, but don't discount the stress of doing this live. Rip's talked about it, right? And don't get me wrong, guys, we're not asking for anybody's sympathy or anything like that. We came in eyes open. We enjoy this. It's Brett's a blast to work for, and the team here really supports us in terms of what we do. But yeah, it's a bit of a grind. And when you have other things going on, right? Like, because I'll tell people, I can empathize with those that have to work a full-time job and trade, because that's what we do here. Now, yes, it's a little easier for us because our job is trading adjacent, right? But it's still, I'm trying, I know Miriam is as well. I'm trying to look at charts and identify trading opportunities. I'm also looking at our chat because I like interacting with the people that are here. It's really, we got a really good group. If something's going on in the background that we need to know about, we need to look at the background check. We're always checking on news feeds and all that. It's a lot. And especially, I've got it down to a little bit of a science at home because I know right where I'm looking for every piece of information that I need. And so I'm still a little thrown off. This is my third day. Thankfully, tomorrow's the last day. I'm heading home after the show tomorrow. But I'm not comfortable in what I'm doing. And that doesn't mean I can't find some opportunities. Obviously it was basically a break-even trade yesterday, but it means I'm going to be very careful. And guys, when anything is going on in your life, like I just got married and that was a blast. It was an outstanding wedding. Loved my wife to death. But that was an added stress for a couple of weeks leading into that and going through all that. And, like Miriam travels a lot. So there's some, there's always some stress involved with traveling. I know Miriam, when you're trying to set up remotely and deal with all that, it's great. We all have the dedication to this show to do it. Nick's done it in other places as well. He's obviously on vacation this week, but, to have the dedication to be here when we can. But yeah, it's also important to know when we're not in the best situation to make the best decisions, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, absolutely, Matt. I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself, but I think that brings us to the end of our show here,
I think it
guys. Like I
does.
said, Lumi is gearing up in the back end. So if you guys are interested in trading with Lumi, please stay on. We're just going to go to a little bit of a, I want to say commercial break, but just another screen here until we get her set up, and then she'll be on shortly. But I think it's been a great week so far in general in terms of our guests and everything, guys. And of
Yes, it's
course,
been great this week. Yeah, and
yeah, I
Amos
mean,
tomorrow, so it's going to continue to get great. We have not had a bad session with Amos. He always brings some intelligence. He makes me feel so stupid when he does that stuff at his age, but that's all right. It's good knowledge for you guys, so I'll swallow my pride for that session.
Absolutely. Well, you know what? Maybe I'll start us off here,
Do it.
Matt. So, all right. Well, I appreciate you guys. Of course, we have a Moss coming on tomorrow. If you got any value from today's stream, please like and subscribe to this channel. Make sure that you are sharing it with a friend so we can continue to provide more value to you guys. Again, Lumi is gearing up in the background here, so don't go anywhere. But amazing day, Matt. Great day with you as well. So, you know what? We're gonna have you close it out as well. I'm gonna say, Matt is the let's see, lawn mowing, bald headed, white tee. I don't know. That's all I got. That's all I got.
That's fine. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. But yes, no, thank you, Machamami, and appreciate the intro. But yes, it's guys, thanks for tuning in for another edition of Tradeify TV. Lumi is coming on in just a minute, so stick around for that. The Golden Lumi, she's gonna be looking at gold. We know that, and gold has been a trader. Have a great rest of your day. We will see you tomorrow with Amos. Good night.
Bye, guys.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. So it's golden limit time, exactly. Well, guys, what did we miss? So for the last 1 hour, nothing significant happened at all. But on gold, we got some momentum finally. So on gold, this morning I was watching a drop to this early OB. So still watching this. So nothing changed. Still watching, as you can see, we got displacement. We got a retest of this displacement. So funny, when I finished my stream this morning, I was like, I will enter a displacement, but I was ready to give up and saying like, nothing is going on. And right after, like 1 minute after my stream, it's immediately displaced. Okay, I'm still watching hourly OB over here. So 3671.6. It's way better price action. Are you French? No, I'm from Belarus. It's Russian accent. So guys, I'm still watching potential move, at least attempt to drop again. Nothing invalidates just yet. So watching hourly OB 3671.6. Also ignoring like NQ price action because yeah guys, it's nothing worse here. I kind of thinking about drop on ES to this New York Midnight Open. See how it's stuck at New York Midnight Open on NQ. So I kind of want to see New York Midnight Open on ES as well. Yeah, you know, gold probably slow right now, but it's okay since it's PM session, so you're expecting too much, guys. Like displacement on gold in PM session, probably now. But once again, I'm still watching potential break below hourly fair value gap if we get this. Just hourly OB. And on ES, I kind of keeping my eyes on ES and gold right now. I have no interest on NQ, but I believe if ES is going to break this New York Midnight Open, we will go to Asia low on NQ. So just for now, price action seems a bit better than it was 10 a.m. session. Oh, you took your first trade on gold. Congratulations. Welcome to Golden Limit team. Good job, good job. Where did you enter, if you don't mind me to ask? Still, once again, I'm looking this short. Gold. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, gold is gold. So it's amazing. So perfect. Welcome to the club. So once again, only this short is what I was interested in. I have no interest in NQ at all. So New York Midnight Open is key level. It's right below data low. Data low is PPI low. So basically, yeah, need to see some momentum right now down to this New York Midnight Open. And at this point, we can take overnight liquidity levels, which is London low and Asia low. Okay, question. Did you pass your 20 evals with gold and NQ? Both. But yeah, it was easier with gold. Yeah, okay. We kind of stuck at previous week high level. Seems like good support all day, today. But once again, let's see if we break this finally and take New York Midnight Open. But I just feel like we are more bearish right now. We broke break of structure, which was offered this morning. Let's see if it may offer some momentum to downside to this Asia low. Because this morning, in my opinion, draw was quite obvious, Asia low. So that's what I like so far. I don't really see like perfect opportunity to short NQ. Maybe yet. But I feel like price action is better right now. It's better than it was on the 9 a.m. session. So idea of this short is we got SMT at these highs. As you can see, I trade like every single time same concept. So we got potential sweep, once again SMT, 3-minute OB, and here's the confirmation, probably continuation of this order block. Yeah, I'm thinking if it's this low this high is protected right now. So we got 3-minute OB, protected high. 2R is like almost at the New York Midnight Open level. So I feel like I'm a bit more bearish right now to take New York Midnight Open. So this trade. I'm not sure where I can enter on NQ, and when I saw trade on ES, I didn't see same exact setup on NQ at all. So yeah, only ES is what I liked. Let's see where we can go next. But once again, this is setup what I like so far on ES. Like nothing on NQ. I'm going to repeat this again, but pretty sure we will get momentum on NQ as well once ES will break this previous week high level. But my target is New York Midnight Open. See how it's trying to break this previous week high level? 2 micro, like, it's okay. On NQ with 2 micro, you did amazing today, so it's a good job. It's a win. Need to learn how to switch between tabs yet, so to be able to show Ninja Trader and my chart. But I will take screenshot probably. So we just touched daily data low, so basically PPI low. Let's see if we get momentum right now to New York Midnight Open. That's my target. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, guys. Let me see if I can switch between tabs right now. Not sure, but I can try. So guys, what you're watching right now, like ES lower and Q lower. So as you can see, ES did not take a news low at all just yet. And Q trying to offer momentum, so I believe we still have room to go lower. Hello, hello, everyone who just joined. Hello, hello. We're having some perfect move right now on ES. I would say maybe on NQ, but nothing interesting to trade here. So once again, I always follow same model every single time. It's potential sweep. By the way, let's see where is 2R exactly. Like over here at 38. Okay. Still would like to see lower. I need to see this break below data low, PPI low. We just feels like we got equal lows, so that's pretty much it. I'm gonna trail my stop loss to break even to see, maybe they want to play games, you know. Let me try to share the screen with my chart. Sorry guys, 1 second. You probably cannot see this, okay. I will figure this out, guys, next time for you. But I'm in this short trade. It's easier, I guess, to just take screenshot. I will just trade on Tradeaway next time, and it will show charts on Tradeaway instead of Ninja Trader. But okay, here's the trade that I'm in right now. I took this 1 mini contract. I'm aiming for 38 level. So basically that's my 2R trade. I entered a 3-minute OB. So I'm still holding this, so we never hit 38 level. Just 1 mini contract, risk was okay. So let's see if I can make it today. So I decided to move at break even since, as you can see, it's playing games around this data low, which kind of does not make any sense, but we will see how it goes. Here's the trade. I'm going to put this on this screen. Okay. I will figure out how to trade on Tradeaway. I'm not going to show this trading view, probably just Tradeaway chart. But here's a trade. I'm waiting for 38. So that's my target. I'm not going to trail like target higher or lower. If break even, then break even. I'm totally fine with this. But hope to get some money. Not to take 890. I mean, yes, like let's see if we take Asia low on NQ and for our fair value gap. Approaching my TP, hope to go in, to get this. So my TP at 38, preferably 37.50. That's a better target. See how many games we playing so far around this data low. Just creating some, it feels like it's generating liquidity before dropping this lower. And here we are. My target failed. So got pretty much solo trade. So trade is straight to funded accounts. Here's my trade. So far, it just filled to the tick. My target. So here's a trade I took. Once again, I use exactly the same model everywhere. On NQ, ES, gold. By the way, still watching gold lower. Gold was a bit stressful. I agree with you. It was kind of garbage. But here we are. Just one mini contract. Honestly, I was thinking if I want to trade two because trade seemed like good. But the idea, once again, I trade all the time. Exactly same concept is potential sweep over here, confirmed by 3-minute OB. I entered at continuation, and so far I just closed right to the tick where we stopped. Okay, let's see how it goes next. All right. Feels interesting. Always feels interesting when I close a trade right at the bottom or top. But I believe New York Midnight Open needs to be retested. And the reason behind this is we traded below New York Midnight Open several times today on NQ, which still once again makes sense to me to go there as well on ES. As you can see, it was like 2 ticks away from New York Midnight Open. I still will watch for move lower to New York Midnight Open. But I will give it time to develop the top first. Also, I will record a recap on today's trade on ES, so it will be easier for you to understand why I took this trade. But yeah. As I said before, I have absolutely zero interest in trading NQ right now, but ES still needs to go lower. I truly believe in this, so we need to take New York Midnight Open. So at this point, once again, we can get moved down to London low and Asia low on NQ. So let's see if we continue going lower. How are we looking today? How are the numbers? What kind of numbers you talking about? This trade was a bit more than 8 points. Yeah, still overall good trade. Oh, green. So far, yesterday I was trying to trade a silver during Asia kill zone with just one mini contract. So I tried twice. First time I stopped out. Second time I took trade exactly same long again, the same target, got a win. So so far 1 loss this week and 4 wins. To switch in YM, like lots of people enjoy trading YM. That's probably something that I need to watch as well. But when I backtest this, it seems like okay, good, but in real time it doesn't look good at all. At all. But yeah, I switch once again. For now stopped trading NQ, trying to stop. But ES looks solid recently. I remember like last year or two years ago, ES was solid while NQ was crazy. And like, okay, last year NQ was okay, ES was crazy, but ES is okay as well while NQ is crazy. Guys, have you ever tried to trade RTY or YM? Share your experience with this. Because maybe I'm missing something, but in real time, every single time when I'm trying to watch YM, it doesn't look so good. So once again, on ES, we need to see one more move lower. I don't want to look for reversal right now. This reversal is not going to make any sense. So I'm watching for New York Midnight Open, like 3, 4, maybe even 5 points lower on ES. And on NQ, we need to go to Asia low and to take for our fair value gap. So basically, key area 870. Yeah. Also, I was watching gold, and I still would like to see this early OB, but price action... yeah, it could be better. Could be better. Got smoked. So yeah, I need to probably like just add to my arsenal YM RTY, but I feel like kind of struggling and understand this in real time. I guess need some more practice, right? Love and hate relationship with YM. Yeah, you know, it feels interesting. Well, guys, once again, back to ES and NQ price action. I truly believe we need to go lower. So far, like, for some magical reason, I really closed right at the bottom, like to the tick. Let's see how it goes next. It's not even 1 p.m. It's still lunchtime. Exactly, 2R. It's coincident, I noticed like many times when I'm aiming for 2R from the entry where I must enter like at the open of next candle, once OB offered. I'm so sorry, I wasn't about to like to do something bad. Sorry about this. So if I want to enter at the open of next candle once you got OB and just aim for 2R, like pretty much often ES and gold reverses from 2R. That's interesting observation. But for example, I don't do crypto, so I don't even try to look at this. I watch some forex, like Euro futures, from time to time, because I notice like Euro futures moves nice until 8 a.m. So best setups like 6, 7 a.m., which I'm not able to trade. I'm just not at home at this time. But yeah, I wish I can trade Euro futures one day because it moves pretty well. I saw so much hate about Euro, like overall, but I didn't find like it moves bad. I remember like a couple of weeks ago, maybe like 4 weeks ago, I swing trade on Euro and I got perfect win. So yeah. Honestly surprised to see because really guys, so far we just divorcing right from my exit. Like see this? Let me delete this. I'm going to put on this screen. See this? Where I closed. Like I almost never got this kind of trades. Okay, it's about to leave this New York Midnight Open. I'm going to look for another opportunity because I refuse to believe they want to reverse without taking New York Midnight Open level. Okay, I'm gonna continue watching this move on ES. I'm not going to touch NQ. Yeah, sniper exit. Like, crazy, right? Yeah, by the way, like, lots of people recommend me when I was complaining about price action on NQ back to July or June. They said, try ES, and I was ignoring these comments. But right now I understand, like, ES setups, exactly same setups that trade on gold. Yeah, I like it. It's exactly what I need. So we got also flat candle on 30-minute chart. As you can see over here, we got sweep of this 30-minute flat candle. No, I still would like to see slightly lower just a bit lower to take New York midnight open. It was 2 ticks away, guys, so let's see. Also looking at this price action right now, both ES and Q for now failed to offer OB, which makes me feel like, okay, especially on ES, structure still more bearish. So on NQ, we can still drop lower. All right. Give us some setups, please. We don't mind. See the structure on NQ? Clearly more bearish. You know, like micro ES, MNQ, micro gold. I mean, like lots of people hate for some reason micros, but micros is amazing. Micros is amazing. Like if I trade NQ, I trade micro NQ. You can hate me for this, but I don't care. Like micros pay, really pay. ATM machine, right? Well, ES is about to offer a shift in structure to upside, which is still kind of doesn't make any sense. You mean time frame over here? Yeah, I'm gonna share. Once again, all indicators they use is free. Always free. So here we go, guys. If you like this indicator, add this to on your chart. Yeah, for example, if you want, like, why I like MNQ, let's say I see absolutely garbage setup, but I want to try this. I can try with MNQ, 1 micro. It's not going to hurt my account at all, which is I like. Okay, we still don't have shift in structure on NQ. I refuse to believe they don't want to take New York midnight open. Okay, guys, we have some news in 4 minutes. Open range breakout. I don't use a strategy at all. I trade liquidity sweep and order blocks. That's pretty much it. Trying to keep this simple. Structure never offered, like bullish structure never offered. Let's see if at least may try. Oh, you mean these candles, right? Sorry, I didn't get this first. I'm so sorry. Here's the link, so you can just change colors if you don't like default one. Yeah, sorry about this. I didn't get this first. Let's go to 890. Yeah, put some magnets there. I feel like we're about to get scammed. Scammed, right? All right, I'm waiting for 1 p.m. We have some news. It's not going to be red folder news, but still can offer some volatility. So let's see if 3-minute candle is going to close above the blue line. So it will mean potential shift in structure, which is not actually great. So market is a scam. You know, like tomorrow is CPI. So what I can anticipate from CPI? Like all-time high? Or it's going to be just crazy drop? So I believe they left all-time high today for a reason. Like, see this? 20 points away. What was the point not to take this level? Probably they're leaving some liquidity for tomorrow for CPI. But honestly, I also surprised to see like, okay, we got PPI today. And yes, we got some volatility. We got immediate like 100 points pump, right? Over here, even more. And right after this, absolutely nothing happened. Like, really? All-time high and then drop. Interesting. We're gonna see. All right, I'm going to wait for 1 p.m. right now. We're gonna have some news. And let's see what will happen in 1 minute. So we can frame another trade. I hope so. Tomorrow I will figure out how to share the screen on Tradeify, because Ninja Trader seems like doesn't want to work here for some reason. But I will figure this out tomorrow. We'll just probably chart on Tradeify Tradeify chart. It's easier for everyone, I guess. Okay, 20 seconds left on this candle. Let's see what will happen at 1. Once again, it's not threat folder news, but will offer some volatility. It's going to be up or down? Up or down? 10 seconds. Let's see. We got minor closure above this blue line. Well, okay, so far nothing happened. And the snapper look drop hard today, while in QES barely moved. Well, we got minor like shift in structure to upside here. Would like to keep in mind it left some important levels lower. Okay. Just, I feel like I'm not ready to long this for now. Like, it's not what I want to see. But consider another fact, for example, we got potential sweep on 30-minute chart as a reaction from previous week high level. Also, oh, well, okay. Look at this reaction from 15-minute fair value gap. Okay, 15-minute fair value gap. Okay, give me 1 second, I will think about this right now. 15-minute fair value gap. Potential 30-minute sweep. Three-minute OB. So let's see how it goes. I might actually look for a bit later, but for another trade. So I don't want to enter just for now. A reason behind this, why I don't want to take this trade. I don't like this minor closure. Let's see if we get bigger, like more obvious closure. And at this point, I can actually, okay, I will accept potential situation with long setup. On NQ. Like closure like this, yeah. Okay, news came out a bit late. Some low resistance to upside. Once again, I will accept long, as I said before, but probably we are going to get strong closure, so it's going to be valid. Crazy to realize like a closed really at the bottom. Yeah. Like, okay, we're about to get strong closure, like take 10 seconds left on this candle. We have potential daily fair value gap on ES, okay. We just got strong closure on both ES and NQ, which is makes us like pretty much bullish right now. I still don't understand the reason why they failed to take New York midnight open, but at least we took PPI low. Okay, wondering when I can enter the trade. Deterrent setup, gold long. Honestly, like maybe I'm missing something, but I really would like to consider potential long from this area, like from early OB. Where do you want to enter on gold? Like you want to enter above this level, above 3684? I just probably still would like to see lower. I don't feel like Asia will offer, not Asia, PM will offer something solid, but Asia should. So Asia actually should offer a real move. Maybe it's going to just close inside this chap, which is possible, it's PM session. But yeah. So once again, structure shifted bullish right now on ES and NQ. But I honestly don't really see entry yet to engage in this trade. Like, maybe we have... Oh, never mind, we don't have it. Just will wait probably a bit more. I just probably don't really feel like I'm ready to long this move yet. Okay. Once I see solid opportunity, I will look for long to aim for 980 level. So somewhere inside this range. Because see how many weeks we got here? Like, probably it will want to detect this level. But for now, I will feel just a little bit more. Let me switch on micro NQ. My Ninja Trader to see what we have on micro NQ. Because sometimes, chart are different with NQ. So probably like a test of 50% of this leg up. And if we'll offer new order block on 3-minute chart, I will try to long. So idea will be, something like this. Like, only like this. If going to drop lower, like no interest at all. But let's say it dropped to 50%. Imagine it created 3-minute OB. Somewhere here. Yeah, it may actually be long. Remember yesterday we were talking about move up back to, I don't remember which level it was. Like 870. And really, once I finish this team, we just continue consolidating this chart, but structure eventually went there. So I got long yesterday during power hour, and I aim for the target at 870. I believe 865, as I mentioned on stream yesterday. So once again, I will potentially consider only long if it's going to retrace to 50% of this leg up and will offer order block. Might be long. Guys, what do you think about longs on NQ? Any ideas? Will we drop more to take New York Midnight Open on ES, which I like honestly on ES more? Or it's just going to be like straight move up? Your ideas? So approaching 50%. I'm not going to blindly enter long here. It does not make any sense. Let's try to stay away from making stupid mistakes. Like unnecessary losses, right? But yeah. Let's see if it's going to offer 3-minute OB from that area. Because below that level, not going too long. Slowly going there. I was kind of close to 50%. Okay, nothing yet. Trying to be conservative, right? So, if I see a good setup, I will enter the setup. If nothing, okay, then nothing. Come on NQ. Because once again, if it's going to present this opportunity, it will be long to 980 area. Do you trade Euro futures? So it's basically 6E for futures. Like, I guess last month I took good long on Euro futures. It was swing trade, solo trade. Hey. Okay, let's see. Yeah, from time to time, yeah. Do you like it? For SMT, I believe it's going to be 6B. For SMT. I'm gonna check after Steam. Okay. Playing games so far. We have SMT at highs, by the way. Between ES and NQ. But as I said, ideally, if I want to long, try to long at least. 50%, 3-minute OB long. All right, let's see. ES doesn't want to retrace at all. But how is it impossible to leave New York midnight open by 2 ticks? Such a scam. But at least, you know, like PPI low taken. Oh, you know, I trade only one strategy on. I was trying to trade only one strategy on Euro, exactly same that on gold, for example, and on ES. It works well. Let me know if you're interested in this. I can try to explain. Yeah, you know, like if you're trying to trade Euro futures after, I would say 9 a.m., it doesn't make any sense. So it moves nice until 9. I would say until like 8:30. Best setups like between 7 and 8 or something like this. Oh, as I said, it's a bit late to trade this. Nope. So we discussed this morning setup like long from here, but I said I'm not going to touch this. So idea on Euro, but exactly same works. Let's do like quick lesson, because we are waiting for move on NQ. So we will see. So first, what we must understand, we want to trade in the direction of the trend. Always higher from trend. So if you see setup, but it's clearly against higher from trend, of course it's going to stop you, right? So idea is what I trade on gold or ES. I'm looking for the action from higher from level. So my higher from levels is always the same. 15-minute, 30-minute, and all right. And 1 hour PD raise, but only 3 PD raise I use. First, it's going to be a fair value gap, basically imbalance. OB, changing the state of delivery. Call this whatever you like. And 3 is, let's call like alt liquidity level. That's what I need to validate my setup and potential higher from trend. Right. So this means I need to switch on 15-minute, 30-minute, and 1 hour, and to find PD, such as fair value gap, OB, and or liquidity level. So for example, what we see here, nothing really significant. Like we got sweep, like nothing really significant happened. We can talk about your short if you want. So once again, we just took old liquidity level. That's it. On hourly, we don't have any other information. So we see absolutely nothing. 30-minute chart. Trying to respect 30-minute OB over here. Here's 30-minute order block. So for example, what we have for now, according to these rules, we have hourly old liquidity level, 30-minute order block. Also, we are going to highlight 50% of this OB over here. So 50% normally is support or resistance level. Okay, let's switch on the 15-minute chart to see what is going on there. But at least we have two confirmations that price should go higher, go higher. And on 15-minute chart, we have really nothing. Like, okay, we're still trying to respect 15-minute fair value gap. That's it. Going to switch on 3-minute chart or 5-minute chart. It's up to you. So we know that we must respect height from PD ray. It's going to be either 15-minute, 30-minute hourly OB fair value gap or old liquidity level. So what we got on 30-minute chart OB, on hourly we got old liquidity level. Perfect, amazing. So we have at least first confirmation that price will go higher. All right. So in order to enter the trade or anticipate potential reaction from this PD race, I always use exactly the same approach. On gold, CL, ES, silver, euro futures. So at this point, I look if we get potential sweep. So if we have news, we are not going to touch this before news because we know like news most of the time manipulate. What I'm going to do next, I'm going to just wait for price action. What will happen right after news? So we got potential sweep over here, and I believe this sweep was formed right at 8:30 a.m. right? At 8:30 a.m. Perfect. So we got this. In order to confirm sweep, we need to switch on 5-minute chart. So we want to use time frame alignment chart. So if it's 30-minute sweep, we go on 3-minute chart. If it's hourly sweep, we go on 5-minute chart. So on 30-minute chart, we didn't get any sweep. So ignoring this. On hourly, we got sweep. In order to confirm sweep, I need to switch on 5-minute chart to find OB. Order block was confirmed with closure above done close candle. Where should I enter? Obviously not right here. Like, forget about this. But probably price made a trace to this order block. So at this point, I want to enter the trade. Once again, when we have displacement, you don't want to enter at the open of next candle. It's going to kill your account. If we don't have displacement, enter at the open of next candle. So we got displacement, we're waiting for the test. So I'm going to enter the trade at the test of this OB. My stop loss is going to be swing low. I'm going to aim for 2R. Always, like no matter what, I always aim for 2R. Where's my 2R? Over here. I don't care. Maybe it will go like for 10R. Whatever. I don't care about this. I aiming for 2R only. So imagine I enter the trade. And we got 2R. Let's see where it went. Honestly, interesting. We want to took this data high. Okay. But idea applies on NQ, ES, any market. For example, on ES, I took this trade on ES using exactly the same approach. So on 30-minute chart, we got potential sweep. This means using the frame alignment chart, I need to switch on 3-minute chart to find order block. I said 3-minute chart. Here's 3-minute chart. Was the sweep confirmed by 3-minute OB? Yeah, it was. Could I enter here? Yeah, absolutely. I miss this. Okay, amazing. I'm going to trade continuation. In order to trade continuation, you cannot trade at this candle anymore. You're going to wait for the next one over here. And this candle should offer, I call this like fresh order block. We got fresh OB. We got the closure. As you can see, there is no displacement. See? Like regular closure, like regular candle here. Okay, I entered as open of next candle. You can see here. And my stop loss was swing high. I was aiming for 2R. I closed right at 2R. See where we reversed. Isn't that crazy? I surprised order actually was failed on my funded account. Crazy. Okay, all right. Let's see what will happen next. Oh, look at this, guys. We're trying to retrace, maybe drop, who actually knows, on NQ, but we just hit 50%. So the next question. I don't recommend to long right now. It's not financial advice if you see setup enter the trade, but what I would do. If it's going to respect this 50%, I will enter at order block. That's it. Order block at this point is going to be here. Right now, I wouldn't long this. We're all smart people, so let's wait for the action. So I wouldn't enter right now long. Only if order block is going to be confirmed, I want to long to this area, like 980. You probably want to ask me why. Because it left important levels lower. And every retracement can be actually reversal because we still have liquidity lower. That's why I said if it's going to offer OB, I am all in. I can try this. But if it's going to fail, what will happen? We will take important levels first. And that's it. So let's see. This part makes sense, guys? Dancing around New York Midnight Open on NQ. But see this, guys, like we really stuck at New York Midnight Open on NQ, but we never ever took New York Midnight Open on ES. Let's see something right now. I'm going to highlight 1 p.m. open. Yeah, honestly, I would rather to short this as well. I will only long at treatment OB, that's it. Anything else is just short setup. That's 2-minute order block, okay. Okay, let's see. Important levels lower is at London low, Asia low, and flower fair value gap. So basically, last key level is 870. This is a key level, like this. So easily can drop like 30-50 points soon. Let me see. Watching something like this, guys, what do you think? Like, I'm not in this trade yet. Switching back on yes right now. A 2-minute chart. Guys, what do you think about the short? Like it? Don't like it? 870 step of flower fair value gap. ES offered exactly same opportunity with exactly same entry. All right. That's why it's important to understand if you have levels lower, don't blindly enter the trade. 15-minute candle telling the story. Okay. Yes, telling the story. Like, it's going to be scam if it's going to leave New York Midnight Open. Really, guys. No way it's going to fail to take New York Midnight Open. Otherwise, like, biggest scam in this world. Come on. See how close we to London Law right now on NQ? No, let's drop it. I believe in NQ, like, it's enough to play games. Like, let's just rug pull this. Like, drop it. Since market makers don't like purple color, we are going to change to green. It will offer some, like speed. It's going to be faster delivery. So I'm not in this trade, but still would like to see this move down. Yeah, highlighted this 2-minute OB. Okay, it's kind of like A plus setup. Yeah, I will do this as A plus setup. So let's see if it's going to drop at this point. Once again, no way it's going to fail to take New York Midnight Open. Don't scam people, please. One more test of previous week I leveled, but no, should drop more. 5-minute inversion for a value gap just paid. Okay. I didn't use inversions. Thank you, scam people. 2R. Always, yeah, like 2R is amazing. I feel like bad. I realized this too late because I had to trade 2R like back 2024 or beginning of this year. Because I always was trying to aim for like big moves, like 100 points on NQ, 150 points on NQ, and I felt like anything less than 70 points is just, what is this? Is it trading? But finally, I realized, like 2R, no matter if it's going to be like 15 points, or 50 points, or 100 points, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, you got my point. I use Ninja Trader. Unfortunately, for some reason, I cannot share Ninja Trader here. It just shows like black screen. I will probably tomorrow will show this on Tradeify, everything on Tradeify. No, just drop lower. Yes, are you serious? No, I need 870. I mean, like, it was 872. Like, I'm not going to argue about this. We hit this far for a value gap, like, no complaints. But yes. Don't force me to call market makers. What are you trying to do? Yeah, it's better idea, just perfect idea. OBS, yeah. If you can help me with this, I will be happy because for some reason, as you can see, it's just black screen. I was trying to share before, it was just black screen. I will figure this out, I promise. Hit it! Just finally do this. Enough BS today. Just drop it. More magnets. More magnets. No. It's not time to reverse. More magnets. Oh, just on Twitter, like limit traders. It will take it. Otherwise, once again, it's a scam. $8.24, totally possible. And yay, finally. Like, took forever. Well, it's amazing, honestly. As I said, like, I like ES way more. Like, more obvious moves. It was 2-minute order block, so basically it was like M2 model. We traded above 1 p.m. open, drop. Again to the tick. That's funny, by the way. As I said, amazing price action on ES. Amazing. Beautiful. Textbook. Solid. On NQ, like 50-50. On ES, like A+++. It's because of my magnets, of course, if you didn't know this. Strategy. 100% win rate strategy. 102% win this strategy is going to be rainbow colors. NQ Asia low. Yeah. Asia, I was aiming for value gap. Yeah, as I said before. But NQ, no. I would rather to stick with ES or gold. We need some sort of news, I guess, with Trump tweets. So at this point, it can try to offer a bit more volatility. So far, look at this. Stuck at New York Midnight Open. Need some drivers, you know, like at this point we can drop on ES more. All right. Yeah, sniper exit. That's amazing. It was like, you know, like sniper exit here so far as well. Okay, let's see what will happen next. ES trying to make new lows while incurably struggling. Just doing nothing. Yeah, right now I'm happy. Overall happy with price action. Okay, let's see what will happen next. Once again, I believe we need some sort of like news or tweets. So at this point we can see another momentum lower. Where at this point we'll just break below this flower for a value gap. I don't really have levels lower. Next level on my chart is previous day low. Actually, it was 872. I was aiming for a tap of flower for value gap. 874. My bad. But you got the point. Tap of flower for value gap. Level over here. Okay, we kind of stuck at New York Midnight Open. Yes, for value gap. It was like untapped for value gap. Like we never ever retraced this before. I would say I don't want to touch gold right now because we just stuck in consolidation. I will stay away. I will keep my eyes on hourly OB. I don't know how much time it needs to take to go here, but once again, I will keep my eyes on this. Not touching this. Okay, try and reverse from New York Midnight Open. Like the question is if it's really reversal, or it's going to retrace. Because right now, NQ at key level, I'm totally fine to see reversal or retracement. And New York Midnight Open taking on ES. At least now everything makes sense. And keep in mind, always, if NQ took New York Midnight Open, let's say we traded below New York midnight open, while ES trading above New York midnight open. We never ever did trace to this level. ES will go there. No matter what, I don't know how much time it's going to take to go there, but this day it will go to New York midnight open. That's why I shorted, because according to my backtest, my observations, every single time, okay, NQ trading at New York midnight open below this level, while ES above. Okay, that's perfect. We're going to drop to New York midnight open on ES as well. So it's trying to give us the action. Once again, CPI tomorrow. The question is, what is going to do today? To 5-minute order block, you mean which order block? Check hourly chart, okay. So if I want to talk about like better structure, for example, for CPI to drop tomorrow, we don't have change in the state of delivery, see this? So hourly is not bearish at all yet. On yes, it's bullish, I would say. So yeah, it's not bearish yet. If you like looking for potential continuation over tomorrow, I wouldn't say like it looks bearish. Maybe it just needs to like wait for another hour, or maybe like pre-market tomorrow, but I believe for now it's still bullish. And also feels like it has low resistance to upside. So we just complete market maker sell model. Nope. Yeah. If it's going to offer smart money reversal right now, should go here. Gold will take Asia low as soon as possible. I mean, gold inside consolidation. What do you think it's going to drop? Like, where? I mean, I don't mind, but maybe CPI will offer something. Because right now it's consolidating. I'm not sure if you have time to drop today on gold. Maybe like Asia. Maybe. But we're gonna see. You see me often? Yeah, I told you, like, soon you're gonna see me more than your family. Isn't that amazing? Okay, guys, it's trying to offer a shift in structure. I hope it's going to happen soon. Let's see what we can get. I'm not going to use 1 minute chart. It's not what I normally use. All right. Interesting to observe today power hour, but I'm not going to do this. Enough charts. Because right now, if it's going to shift, offer smart money reversal, totally possible to see the test of 980 by the end of the day. Right now, we don't have any structure at all, fortunately or unfortunately, but right now, no longs just yet. But honestly, I also cannot see continuation because I'm just thinking about, okay, what level I would like to aim for. I mean, it's still bearish. I mean, I'm talking about continuation, but what level I want to aim for? Like London and Asia low? It's like solid 11 points lower from current price level, right? Please break down 5-minute chart. It's still bearish. If you'd ask me before about 5-minute or OB, like, yeah, it's OB over here. It's still bearish, guys. If you want to short and Q, what level I'd like to aim for? Once again, seems like I only have like previous day low level as important liquidity level. And that's it. Data high on gold. Like, I mean, today. Let's see. You entered M&Q short at 900 level. And let me check this out. Oh, as reaction from 5-minute fair value gap. What level you aiming for? I mean, I don't want to enter simply because I don't have levels lower, just for now. My only level was top of fair value gap. We just hit this. Just don't want to trade continuation, I guess, because structure still bearish, but no levels lower. But look at ES swept this flat candle target. What do you have at 850? Like, we're going to balance this fair value gap? So we swept this flat candle. So what is flat candle? Candle that does not have a wick. Just flat top or bottom, right? Oh, just your 2R. Okay. Your 2R lines up with bottom of fair value gap on 4 chart. Okay. Yeah, today I was surprised how it felt to take all-time high on NQ, but it really makes me feel like it's trying to leave this for tomorrow. I just feel like I'm more bullish on high time frame to take this all-time high. I'm not going to short, so once again, I just don't see short anymore. It's already what I want to already play out. I'm just not sure if it's really has time and like enough power to drop more today. I mean, everything is possible, but I just feel like it's pretty much done for today. I just don't want to scalp because once again, all levels that I was aiming for today already play out. Like, no reason for me to try to scalp these moves down. As you can see, ES hit New York midnight open, really trying to reverse from that level. That's brilliant. And yeah, it's creating SMC. So basically, London and Asia low taking on NQ failed on ES. Basically, it's creating SMC, right? You didn't hear about flat candle, and I guess I'm trying to. Like, lots of people call this differently. So some call this like wickless candle. Some people give it like fancy names. I don't remember what the fancy name I heard. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to remember this. Guys, who knows? Who can remind me? Like, we have another name for flat candle. Wickless candle. It's the most popular one, but I don't remember this. No, I don't. Just don't remember for now. Forgot. Oh yeah, exactly. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Exactly. It just when I pronounce this like devil's mark or how to pronounce this, I mean I'm thinking like I will tell this word to you, and you probably want to say, what is this? But when I say like wickless candle or flat candle, it makes a bit more sense, right? That's why I don't like fancy names with like this. But once again, call this whatever you like. I like flat candle or wickless candle. It's easier to understand to everyone what is this. Right? Okay, kind of slow price action right now. Main move is done. . Going to just wait. Either shift in structure. Not going. All I know, I'm not going to try to short this anymore. Probably. But may actually look for a potential move higher if it's going to overshift. Let's see. Let's see. I'm just thinking about setup if I want to consider potential reversal. Do we need to see first? Preferably. Preferably. So like 5-minute inversion. Yeah, actually can be sign of potential reversal is 5-minute inversion. So I will be like short-term bullish. I will have short-term bullish bias if it's going to invert 5-minute fair value gap. Basically above 910, 915. All right, let's see. It's low. Gold, as you can see, just dancing inside this range. It will wait. I will wait for Asia to trade gold. That's all I know. Like stuck inside this range. Will record recap on my today's trade on ES. So it will be easier to understand why I took this trade. But once again, what I want to tell you guys, on 1 hour, we don't have order block, so structure is still more bullish. See, we never ever closed below this sequence of up close candles. So far we're just sweeping this level. And I cannot be bearish like in long-term perspective just yet. If it's going to close, yeah, I can change my mind. Try to change my mind. All right, let's see. You out? Good job, good job, good job today. Still trying to respect. But let me delete this 15-minute fair value gap. I don't need this anymore. Okay, I'm going to delete London low. So my chart looks kind of busy right now with these drawings. We swept to this flat candle, as you can see, right? And first trying to respect this level. I'm not going to short this. Even if structure remains bearish. On low time frame. Right? Also, I'm going to hold 50% of this 5-minute fair value gap. We're trying to respect this. Oh, actually, I can try to pull some projections, I guess. It's going to be easier to anticipate level where we can drop. At least to try to drop. Oh, look at this. Okay. If it's really want to drop, it will drop to 829 level. But so far we're expecting 2.5 standard deviation level, which is 2 and 2.5 standard deviation. I call this retracement a reversal area. So when it's reversal, when we hit high time level. And yes, we did hit high time level, which is far for a value gap in Asia low. But need to get any signs of smart money reversal. Waiting, just waiting. I will give it 10 more minutes. And if nothing is going on, I'm going to just observe power hour. I'm not going to engage at all. I'm not going to even touch this. I'm just going to observe what kind of move we can get between 3 and 4. Not expecting a lot, especially knowing that we have CPI tomorrow. That's why they're playing lots of games right now. But at least, it took New York Midnight Open. We have SMT at lows as well. Okay. Still, I'm very happy with executions today. It's funny to say I didn't trade ES for a long time. I was forward testing this, I was trying to backtest this, but I didn't really touch this on my fund accounts. Crazy. Thinking about potential move higher of this 5-minute inversion. It's not inversion yet, like 4 minutes left on this candle, but probably. But once again, since structure remains still bullish on hourly, there is big chance to see all-time high tomorrow. Any trades? Yes, short. That's it. Didn't touch NQ, but got short on ES. Already hide it chart. But here's a trade. We need to see the sniper exit. See this to the tick? Trade that I took. 1 mini contract, just 1 mini contract. Amazing. Okay, ES still trying to respect the flat candle. I have no interest in trying to short this. We have question. Dasha, do you still use FIP? Yes, I do use. Yes, exactly. I do use standard deviation projections. I have video about this on my channel, how to use standard deviation projections. Entry-based, I explained this several times, but I'm going to record a recap right after stream. Idea was potential 30-minute sweep confirmed by 3-minute OB. Entry at this order block as continuation. Stop loss swing high. I was aiming for 2R. But the original target was New York Midnight Open. I just closed at 2R. It was perfect decision. Okay, in Q trying to respect 50% of 5-minute fair value gap. We never ever closed above 50%. Once again, ES swept this flat candle and that 5-minute fair value gap imbalance. Also trying to drop. You have some SMTs. Let me think about if we get continuation lower. I don't have targets. I'm just thinking about where we can, from what level we can drop. No information 1 minute chart to shorted. Yeah, not touching this. Created another SMT at this lows. Nothing interesting, I would say. Yeah, it's becoming kind of slow. And once again, that's fine. Continuing CPI tomorrow. It's almost 2 p.m. Buy gold. It's too late. I will trade probably Asia. I just don't want to stuck inside the chop until 4 p.m. where I need to close the trade. And yeah, no thank you. I can try Asia. It's going to be a better decision. I feel like this. But overall, not bad moves. This PM, I expected worse per section, and that's fine. Yeah, I will just, if I see long setup, I will enter Asia. Like, I'm okay to wait. I'm okay to miss like 5 points. Maybe 10 points. It's okay. Impossible, like, to earn all money in this world, right? Impossible to trade every single setup you see. And like, it's okay. It's part of the game. I'm just going to stay away. For now. Yeah, well, Asia always, not always, but often is nice. It's going to be better than right now. It's low volume moves right now, so yeah, nothing worth it. Guys, any questions before I'm done? I can answer questions, and I can see you tomorrow, guys, for tomorrow Thursday price action. CPI tomorrow, post CPI should be great. But guys, any questions? We'll be happy to answer. If no questions, then I will talk with you tomorrow. It's time to get, yeah. My kids still at daycare. We have ice skating class today at 5. So yeah. Yes, I do trade ICT concept. Not every single like concept he explained, some strategy. Guys, if no more questions, or you still have questions, ask. But if no more questions, I will talk with you tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. If any other questions, guys, you, for example, you missed right now, or you don't feel like you have questions, but after Steam you have questions, ask me on Twitter. I took the short. I believe, yeah. This was a trade. Unfunded. It was 2-minute chart. Like, would enter again here, but like, it's okay. Yeah, sniper exit. I like it. I like it. Okay, guys, if no more questions, I wish you perfect the rest of your day. Don't make stupid mistakes. Tomorrow CPI. Be smart, right? If you want to watch me on my YouTube, I stream every day as well. I stream my session. Lunch is hard to trade. Yeah. Yeah, guys, I see you guys tomorrow. Once again, don't make stupid mistakes. Don't force trades right now. It's becoming slow. Like, not worth it. All right? Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.